Chapter 1. A few white seabirds dotted the blue sky, making the cloudless blue sky not appear too monotonous. The water and the sky were one color, the sea surface was as soft as silk with slight ripples, and there was not a single man-made garbage on the golden beach. A beautiful and peaceful scene. If it were developed into a tourist attraction in Daxia, it would be at least 5A level. Next second crackle a loud noise broke the silence. A black lightning bolt as thick as a bucket suddenly fell from the sky. It seemed as if it had a target in mind and headed straight for somewhere on the beach. There was a loud bang of explosion. It was like a bolt from the blue with such force that it felt like the end of the world. Deep in the island, a group of birds flew away from the treetops, croaking in fright. The black lightning that connected the sky and the earth lasted for more than 10 seconds before slowly dissipating, and the sky became bright again. With such a strange phenomenon, you can tell with your toes that either a fellow Taoist is overcoming a tribulation or a unlucky guy is traveling through time. There is no need to panic even through the screen. Everything returned to calm. A deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters was blasted out on the beach where the lightning struck, and everything was charred as far as the eye could see. The sand in the pit was burned into a pile of glass slag by the scorching heat. It was embedded in the ground and reflected the sunlight, which was very beautiful. At the center, the violent energy left in the air turned into countless tiny electric arcs, like dragons running around in the air, making a sizzling sound of electric current. Quack! In the sky, a seabird flew excitedly towards the crime scene, its eyes full of intelligence. In the pit ahem. Loge finally woke up from his coma and opened his heavy eyelids with difficulty. The numbness all over his body made him unable to get up after struggling for a long time. What's going on? My hands and feet are totally out of control. My head feels groggy as if I have a hangover. Like many of his peers, Logben is also an ordinary orphan on Blue Star. His work is too demanding and his life is too tiring, so he became a veteran fisherman at a young age. On weekends when he doesn't have to work overtime, he goes fishing by the river, enjoying the leisurely retirement life of the elderly in advance to motivate himself so that he can live to the retirement age that is constantly postponed. However, he never thought that he would hook a high-voltage wire while fishing. Am I still alive? So where is this? Shouldn't this be a hospital rescue? Could it be that one treatment has electrocuted me and sent me through time? After figuring out the whole story, Loge cursed in his heart, it's all the fault of that stinky old man next door. He kept looking at me with a smug look because he threw farther than me. How could I tolerate that? He made me use too much force. It turns out that impulse is the devil. With his body still not feeling any more, Loge could only stare blankly at the sky. He saw a big white bird flying towards him quickly, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Isn't it normal to have birds in the sky? But when the big bird flew closer, Loge couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise, and his eyeballs almost popped out. Holy shit, this is not normal. What kind of new species is this? I saw a big white bird in the sky that looked somewhat anthropomorphic, with a burgundy backpack hanging around its neck and a white flight cap on its head, with a capital English letter N printed in the middle of the cap. What's even more outrageous is that this bird can fly with one hand, using its free wing to reach into the bag to look for something. Click, click, click. Soon, the big bird took out a snail with big eyes like Carmen from his bag. The feathers on its wings were as flexible as human fingers. It took a lot of photos at Loge in the air. This wave of amazing operations really stunned Loge. A strange bird and an even stranger snail, why don't I feel the slightest bit of disobedience and even feel that they look a little familiar? Loge came back to his senses from his initial surprise, squinted his eyes and looked carefully for a while, and then the expression on his face slowly changed from surprise to horror. Oh my god! Isn't this the news bird from Pirates King? I traveled to the Pirates King world. After a lot of psychological activities, Loge finally had to accept this outrageous fact. Ga, this is a news bird with professional qualities. It doesn't need the supervision or encouragement of its leader to go to work. It just works hard. As soon as it hears some noise nearby, it flies over in a hurry to see if it can make some big news. Big news. Absolutely big news. Newsbird was very excited. It was assigned to deliver newspapers in this uninhabited area. Its performance has been at the bottom for many years. It wanted to just lie down and do nothing, but it didn't expect to encounter a strong opponent when it went out today. Being able to feel such horrific aftermath from such a long distance away, it must be something extraordinary. If you make tomorrow's headlines, you will get a promotion and a raise and reach the peak of your life? Ga. Let me see who is fighting. After flying closer, the big bird took out its camera bug and first took a few overall photos of the giant pit from high altitude. Seeing that the battle seemed to be over, it wanted to lower its flying altitude to take some close ups of the characters. Crack! An arc flashed. Loge saw that the news bird, which was halfway through its dive, seemed to hit something invisible. Its body twitched and then stiffened, and then began to free fall. Bang! The news bird fell heavily to the ground more than 10 meters away, emitting a smell of barbecue. It smells so good. Loge couldn't help but let his nostrils dilate as he inhaled, and his stomach made a rumbling sound. No, now is not the time to want to eat barbecue. Loge was confused. This was the dangerous and cruel world of pirates. Although the original book presented the storyline as a joyful adventure game of the protagonist group, Loge was not naive to believe that other pirates were the same. Fierce, cruel, cunning, greedy, and bloodthirsty were the labels that normal pirates should have. There are also bandits, slave traders, gangsters, and even the Marines and the world government that represent justice are not good people. Many of my colleagues were captured by bad guys and sold to slave traders as soon as they arrived. The beginning of the Great Pirates era and the collapse of order were devastating for the lower classes. Honor, wealth, beauty, and a wonderful life belong to the strong, while the weak and ordinary people are destined to be crushed into dust by the times. Things like being caught by a fat woman on a pirate's ship while fishing, being ugly and only allowed to go on the ship but not on the bed, and being weak and being left behind to do hard labor instead of being fed, and finally being rescued and starting a counterattack in life are all due to the needs of the plot. The reality is that it is difficult for ordinary people to survive the first episode. Damn it! I'm always prepared with soap and perfume making, traditional steel forging, and the best formula for gunpowder, but none of them can be used. Not to mention the 300 Tang poems. How about reciting poems against the vicious pirates? This is a world where the bigger the fist, the more right it is. Loge sighed with some regret, and then said with relief, forget it. Since we are here, it is just the pirates' world. With my profound knowledge as an outstanding young man of the 21st century and the plot that veteran fans know by heart, there is nothing to be afraid of. Perhaps because of the sacrifice of a news bird, the remaining lightning power around finally dissipated completely, and the paralysis in Loge's body was finally lifted. He then supported himself on his knees and trembled as he climbed up from the ground. A child's body. Loge looked at his little hands and then touched his face. He has delicate skin and natural black hair. He should be a handsome guy, but it's a pity that there is no mirror. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reached into his trouser pocket in panic. Fortunately it's still there. Loge breathed a sigh of relief. Although the package was small, it had everything. Hey? Aren't the people in the pirates' world all in weird physical shape? Why doesn't it feel like I can kill a cow with one punch? After Loge stretched his arms and legs to adjust his body, he was somewhat disappointed to find that he was not a man of destiny. It seems that if I want to improve my strength, I have to get a devil fruit. I can't hope for a mythical beast or logia, but it would be great if I could get a paramecia. With my imagination, I can't help but think of something special with it. If that doesn't work, a normal Zoan will do, provided that the transformation is not too ugly. I need to find someone to cling to or become a dog until I have mastered the divine power before going out to sea. Power, wealth, and beauty? Ha 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 ha. Loge, who was lost in fantasy, had a lewd expression and laughed strangely from time to time. So who am I? Where am I? Loge came back to his senses and began to look around carefully. There was only a few meters high earth wall forming a circle. Because he was only about 1.4 meters tall and couldn't see outside, Loge didn't know that he was actually in a circular pit with a diameter of 100 meters. The pit was filled with black ashes and the air was filled with a pungent smell of burning. This. Is it a cool article? Is it because I traveled through time and space that I have superpowers? Is this terrible situation around me caused by the hidden power of the wildness in my body? In a world where a punch could flatten a mountain and a sword could cut off a sea, it was not excessive to create a small hole 100 meters in size, but Loge was obviously overthinking it. Chapter 2. What is this? Only then did Loge realize that there was a woman with short golden hair lying on the ground next to him. Because the fur coat the woman was wearing was burnt black, it blended in with the surroundings and could not be noticed unless you looked carefully. Hiss? The original owner's mother? Losing her mother at the beginning and becoming an orphan again. Seeing the woman lying on the ground motionless, her life or death uncertain, Loge was not afraid of being scammed. He squatted down, and using all his strength with his thin arms, he finally helped the woman up until his face turned red. The woman had short wavy golden hair, a delicate face, and bright red lips. She looked to be in her 40s. Although there are many fine wrinkles on her face and she looks dusty at the moment, one can still tell that the woman is still pretty and charming. This person seems. Loge stroked his chin and thought for a while, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh my god! Isn't this Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy? But why is it a middle-aged version? Loge suddenly realized something, and there was unspeakable fear in his eyes. This was a very serious problem. If this person is really Stussy of CP0, judging from her age, shouldn't it be 1540 to 1550 in the C-Circle calendar? Then the Summit War has been over for 20 or 30 years, right? Although I am curious whether I will kill the Straw Hats and go back to sleep waiting for the next Joy Boy to appear, or whether the Straw Hats will successfully overthrow the Celestial Dragon's 800-year rule and end the show perfectly. But the daylilies are cold. The plot I'm familiar with may be recorded in more detail in the history textbooks of primary school students now. What's the point of it? Loge wailed in his heart, and even some things made him feel more and more hopeless the more he thought about them. Pa! Loge slapped himself twice and calmly thought about what to do next since he had lost the ability to predict the future. Oh! Forget it. According to the protagonist's winning instinct, the world must be at peace by now. Traveling around the world, seeing wonderful and magnificent scenery, tasting food that he has never eaten before, and having a beautiful encounter, farming literature is not unacceptable. Loge, whose eyes were blurred with tears, was suddenly blinded by the reflection of something, and he subconsciously looked over. Only then did I notice that the woman was wearing a pair of fashionable sunglasses in her hair, and looking down I saw a big gold chain around her neck. Bite! His brain seemed to be electrocuted, and a piece of information about the Pirates King from his past life suddenly flashed through his mind, and Loge's eyes gradually brightened. Miss Bacon! That's right, this is not the old Stussy, but the young Miss Bacon. Loge danced with excitement. The person in front of me is indeed Stussy, but not the Stussy from CP0, but Bacongham Stussy. Oh my god! Ubd, the difference between a young woman and an old woman is so huge. If I hadn't known in advance that Stussy was a clone of Miss Bacon, how could I have guessed it? In that case, it should be another 20 or 30 years before the Summit War breaks out. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Maybe I can catch up with the new era. There's a lot to be done in this vast world. Loge, who was good at making chicken soup for others before traveling through time, was so excited by his own chicken soup for the first time. Well, so I am that idiot. Bah. No, I should say that this body is the big idiot in the original book, Edward Weeble. Isn't the child that B.A. Jin is taking care of Weeble? One of the future 7 warlords of the sea, he calls himself Whitebeard too and is a great pirate with a bounty of 480 million berries. Even Marine Admiral Kizaru admits that he possesses the same terrifying power as Whitebeard when he was young. Thinking of Buell's silly face and snot in the comics, Loge suddenly didn't want to see the mirror anymore. He could only comfort himself in his heart. Forget it, look at it more positively, it is a bit ugly, but it is really strong. In this world, strength is the most important thing. Being fat ruins everything, but losing weight successfully may help you improve your appearance. Loge looked at his thin arms and legs proudly. They were getting thinner every day. He would grow into a sturdy man with a height of nearly 7 meters. By then, he would only miss this fragile feeling. Hey, wake up, are you okay? Loge fanned Miss Bacon, trying to wake her up. Although this old woman is not a good person, Weeble in the original book is a fool with no concept of good and evil. He basically obeyed the orders of this bad woman to burn, kill, and loot. But no matter what, at least she is one of us for now. I am just a little kid now. Let alone venturing into the sea, even leaving here is a problem. Forget it, I'll just bear with it for now and fly solo when my wings are strong enough. Loge rejected the idea of sending her to death directly, but at this time, although Ms. Bacon was still alive, she was breathing more than she was breathing, and was about to die. Without any tools or emergency medicines, Loge could only perform a set of essential cardiopulmonary resuscitation skills without distraction and wait for a miracle to happen. It seems that it is no use. Loge wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed as he looked at B.A. Indian who was still unconscious. Mom! Suddenly, a huge roar came from behind. Loj almost had a heart attack. His eardrums hurt and his head was buzzing. What the hell? Loj turned his head in fear and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a huge figure standing on the edge of a pit several dozen meters away. It was as tall as nearly 2 stories, and in his hand he was holding a huge sword that was much longer than his height. His upper body was as strong as a ball, but his lower body was 2 thin chopstick legs, which looked a bit funny, but Loj couldn't laugh at all at this time. The sun shone from behind it, and the shadow it cast almost covered half of the pit, covering the sky and the sun. Strange monster. Loj's hair stood on end. He felt like he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. His throat trembled and he wanted to shout for help but no sound came out. Mama! Another roar. The monster gathered strength under its feet, and then its huge figure disappeared from sight. Next second, boom! The earth trembled, accompanied by a dull sound, and a huge figure appeared in front of Loj like a falling meteorite. The ground broke into pieces and dust flew everywhere. Loj was blown away by the shock wave and fell to the ground. Ahem, my butt. Loj used his hand to brush away the dirt on his face, feeling lucky that he was not stepped on to death. His entire back was already soaked with cold sweat. Wait until the dust settles. All I saw was a big man over 5 meters tall, still a child, with golden, messy hair like a lion's mane casually draped over his back, and his iconic white crescent-shaped beard on his face. With this exaggerated body shape, the A-grade Kusugawa kirigami in his hand, and the not-so-smart look, his identity is undoubtedly confirmed. Edward Weeble. Loj was disheveled in the wind. Mom, Mom! Won't you view, what's wrong with you? Wake up! Wilbur did not look at Loj at the first moment. He came to Bacon anxiously, carefully pinched Miss Bacon's shoulders with his index finger and thumb, and shook her continuously with tears streaming down his face. What's going on? Looking at the real Whitebeard too in front of him, Loj was confused. He is Weeble? Then who am I? He was really panicked at this moment. He had thought that he was Weeble before, and believed that Miss Bacon was one of them and would not hurt him. But now it seemed that something was obviously wrong, and it might be a hostile relationship. Loj just wanted to sneak away while the other party wasn't paying attention, but he was a ruthless killer. Damn it, if I were to be killed within an hour of traveling through time, wouldn't it be so embarrassing to tell others about it? Chapter 3. Puff. At this moment, Miss Bacon spat out a mouthful of blood and miraculously woke up from her coma. He hurriedly said to the filial son in front of him, "Stop shaking. Stop shaking. You silly son, if you keep shaking I'm really going to die." Mom. That's great. You're not dead. When Weeble saw his mother wake up, he wiped her snot and tears with his hands. He didn't care about being scolded and was still as happy as a child weighing several tons. Your snot is all over my clothes. You idiot. Oh, I'm sorry, Mom. Miss Bacon, who was supported by Weeble, suddenly thought of something and turned her head around to look around. His sight finally stopped at Loj beside him. When their eyes met, Loj felt a chill on his back, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. I was afraid that this woman would suddenly say, "Weeble, kill him for me." This feeling of having your life controlled by others is torture every minute and every second. Loj just wanted to escape. He had finally traveled through time and space, but before he could start a happy life, he had to die without even struggling. He was so unwilling to accept this. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard Miss Bacon's weak voice. "Ger, are you okay? Come here, Mom has something to tell you, ahem." Ger? Loj was stunned for 2 seconds, and then immediately put on an expression of a filial son, which was even faster than the face changing in Peking opera. "Mom, I'm so glad you're okay. That was so scary." Loj rushed over, hugged Bacon's thighs and burst into tears. "Nice. I didn't expect that he was one of our own. That would be easy." He was almost scared to death, but Loj felt relieved that he had survived a disaster. "Ahem, although I am very unwilling, I am afraid that I am really going to die this time." Bacon coughed and spoke slowly, his expression calm, without showing any fear of death. "No. Mom. You won't die." When the big silly Weevil heard that his mother was about to die, he started to snot and cry again. Loj felt a little resentful that Weevil was too emotional, which raised the level of his performance. He could only act heartbroken and in pain. Although he was forced to do the job, there was no trace of acting at all. "Stop it. You're the son of the great pirates Whitebeard. Act like a man. Seeing the two children so sad, no matter what their original purpose was, Bajan still felt a little warmth in her heart at this moment. But she knew that this carnivorous sea would not sympathize with a weak person who cried easily, so she still hardened her heart and started to scold him. Don't feel sorry for me. We were once the most evil pirates on this sea. I have committed so many sins that I can't even remember them all. It's reasonable for me to be struck by lightning. I don't deserve sympathy. There must be a lot of people who wish me dead, hee. Who is it? I'm going to chop them up. Weibul said viciously. He didn't dare to disobey his mother's words and tried hard to hold back his tears. Ha ha ha, you can't chop it down, my silly son. Weibul did not continue to argue whether he could finish chopping the trees, but just pouted his lips to show his dissatisfaction. Bajan's eyes were a little dazed, as if she was recalling something from the past. It took a long time for her eyes to focus again. She raised her hand with difficulty, groping for something in her pocket. Loj understood and hurried forward, took out a pack of ladies' cigarettes and a lighter from her pocket, and took out a cigarette to help her light it. Who cough cough cough. Miss Bacon exhaled a puff of smoke, and before she could show a comfortable expression on her face, she started coughing violently again. Loj quickly patted her on the back. After Ms. Bajan recovered, she took another puff and grabbed Loj's hand and said, "Ger, you and Weibul are both my most important treasures. Although you are physically weak, you are smarter than Weibul." Loj complained silently, anyone can be smarter and cleverer than Weibul, right? Bajan exhaled a puff of smoke with a look of enjoyment and continued. Although Weibul has unrivaled strength, his brain is really not good. You must take good care of your brother for Mama when I'm gone. My name is Gere, I am Weibul's brother. Oh my god, look at your child, 5 meters tall. If you hadn't told me, I would have almost called him uncle. What is the basis for this ranking of seniority? Is it based on IQ? Loj was complaining madly in his heart, but on the surface he said seriously, "Don't worry, Mom. As an older brother, I will definitely take good care of my younger brother. Anyone who wants to hurt him must first step over my dead body." Miss Bajan's mouth twitched when she heard this. She wanted to remind him that he should be self-aware. At the side, the innocent Weibul's eyes were already flashing with tears of emotion. Ahem, Weibul, remember this. You must, listen to your brother in the future. Bacon turned to Weibul and gave instructions. That's so true. Loj felt that these words really touched his heart, and just based on this sentence, his calling Mom was not in vain. Woo woo woo, Mom, I get it. I will definitely listen to my brother. Hearing Weibul's agreement, Log's eyes turned hot as he looked at this cheap brother, just like Blackbeard seeing dark fruit. At this time, Bajan said to Loj, "Your brother's name is Edward Weibul, and he has the blood of that BD Whitebeard Edward Newgate flowing in his veins. You must let Weibul inherit Whitebeard's legacy. Otherwise, I will die with regret." "I know, Mom. Don't worry." Loj held Bacon's hand tightly and listened to her instructions for the funeral. "Weibul. Mom, Mom. I'm here." Weibul hurried forward. "My silly son. You are Whitebeard's only biological son. The other sons are just playing house. If Whitebeard doesn't acknowledge you, then he might as well kill him too." Cough cough cough. Ms. Bajan was too excited and started coughing violently again. Loj kept nodding his head to show that he had heard and remembered it, thinking to himself, "It's really terrible. It's really terrible to be hated by a woman. If he can't get it, he will be destroyed, right? He only has one breath left, but before he dies, he still instigates his own son to chop off his Laozi. Tisk tisk, I wonder what kind of unknown love-hate relationship there is between Ms. Bacon and that guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, Whitebeard." Puff. Miss Bacon coughed up another mouthful of blood, and her breath became weaker. Her life was like a candle in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. "And you, Gol. I'm sorry Mom didn't tell you before, but your name is not Bacongum Gol, ahem. I'm here. Mom." When he heard that it was about his own life, Loj moved closer with interest. Bajan stretched out his right hand and grasped in the air, as if trying desperately to grab something invisible. "Your real name is Rox.D Ghoul. You have the most evil blood in the world flowing in your body, Rox.D. People with this name are destined to subvert the entire ocean. Ah ha ha ha, Ahahaha. It's a pity that I can't see it. Bajan said hysterically with a crazy look on his face. Mother. Miss Bacon used up her last bit of strength, and her raised hands finally drooped down, and she completely lost her breath. Mom, ah! Weibul could no longer control himself and burst into tears. Unfortunately, the sky was still clear and there was no heavy rain to enhance the atmosphere. Loj silently lit a cigarette for himself. His age in 2 lifetimes was almost 30, so he didn't care about the ban on smoking for minors. He stood quietly by, without much sadness on his face, because he did not inherit the memories of his original body, and to him the person dying before his eyes was just a stranger with whom he had just chatted for a few words. The true feelings in one's heart cannot be faked. Although it can be acted, it is already necessary. Loj gently closed Miss Bacon's eyes and took off the big gold chain around her neck. Bury it. May you rest in peace soon. Chapter 4. The 2 brothers buried the dead Ms. Barkin on a sunny hillside covered with white daisies. Of course, Loj did all the talking, while Weeble was the only one who did the work. Watching Weeble chop the hard stone into a tombstone with a big knife like cutting tofu, Loj couldn't help but sigh that this cheap brother he got for free was really amazing. He was worthy of being said to have the power of Whitebeard when he was young. Wilbur sat in front of the tombstone. He was illiterate and could only use a knife to carefully carve the words that Loj had written on it in advance. He carved every stroke very carefully, secretly wiping away tears while carving, like a primary school student who was punished by the teacher to copy. After the tombstone was carved, Loj put 3 cigarettes in front of it, bowed with Weeble, and advised, "Okay, don't be sad, Weibul. Mommy will be watching you in heaven. You have to let her see that you are happy so that she can rest assured to reincarnate." "Okay, Brother Gear, I won't cry. I'm the one that makes Mommy feel most at ease." Weibul wiped his tears, sniffed his nose, and answered with a firm look in his eyes. Hearing the name Gale again, Loj looked at the rising white smoke and muttered in a low voice, "Roger, Rox D. Gale, is there a destiny in the dark? All right, this is to repay the kindness of this body for raising me. From now on, my name is Roger." When they walked a little further away, Gear's face turned gloomy. "Humph, you damned old woman, if it weren't for the fact that you left me a precious brother, I would have thrown you into the sea to feed the fish, Bacongum Stussy." Others may not know what the words Rox.D stand for, but as a time traveler, how could Gale not know? Before he died, he told a few-year-old child that his name was Rox.D. Gale didn't know whether Bacon had bad intentions or was just really stupid. The only thing that is certain is that if Gale were foolish enough to appear on the sea with this name, he would be killed immediately. Rox Pirate, Captain, Rox.D. Zebek, has a great ambition to overthrow the world government and become the king of the world. He was the overlord of the sea before Roger became famous, and he dominated the entire ocean with overwhelming strength. Unlike Roger Pirates, he was called the King of Pirates because he reached the final island of the Grand Line. Although the Roger Pirates are powerful, they still face equally powerful opponents such as Whitebeard and Golden Lion at the same time, while the Rox Pirates can directly challenge the world government. The crew lineup of Rox Pirate is also ridiculously strong. In addition to Captain Rox, the known members include Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido of the Beasts, Longbread, Miss Bacon, Captain John, Silver Axe, and Akoku. The world government tried their best to hide the existence of Rox Pirates, because they were a group of real lunatics, a group of lunatics who killed celestial dragons like killing pigs. Compared with Roger, the Pirate King, Rox's behavior shook the world government's rule even more, and made the world government even more wary. So can the world government and Marine allow the next Rox to emerge? No matter whether you are my real bloodline or not, I would rather kill you by mistake than let you go. In order to rule out the possibility of Roger leaving behind a bloodline, the world government killed so many babies and pregnant women of childbearing age. Just because they were on the island Roger had been to before turning himself in. The time when they were pregnant matched. If Roger knew about this, he would cry out for justice. Damn world government, Lao Zi is the king of pirates, not Poseidon. Even if Ger managed to survive, he would most likely have a dark childhood worth remembering like Nico Robin, with death and betrayal always accompanying him. But the slightly different thing from Robin now is that Ger has a super bodyguard he can trust completely, his stinky brother Edward Weeble. In addition, in the original book, the woman named Bacon has no bottom line in doing things and only considers whether there is any benefit. So we really can't blame Gale for thinking badly of people's hearts. It was very likely that she and Weevil were just tools in Miss Bacon's hands. Even before her death, she was still thinking of using the two brothers to cause trouble on the sea. As for whether the two would be in danger, she might not care. Pirates' thinking is that only when there is danger can one grow quickly, and immune to death will eventually make me stronger. As for her real purpose, who knows? Maybe she just thinks it's fun. Gale felt that if he was caught and publicly executed like Ace, the remnants on Rock's ship, whom even the captain wanted to kill, would definitely not risk coming to save him. So the last name Rocks.D is useless and will only cause a lot of trouble. After sorting out his thoughts, Gale looked up at the distant horizon, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he muttered to himself, "But you are right about one thing. Perhaps I am destined to overturn this sea." As soon as the words fell, an invisible force burst out from Gale's body, and a black air wave as solid as a tidal wave spread out in all directions accompanied by black and red lightning, leaving no grass growing wherever it passed. As Gale thought about it, Haki stopped spreading and then retracted in an instant. Haha! Gale naturally understood what kind of power this was, and he could control it freely as soon as it awakened, so how could he not be excited? This is Conquerors. The best Conquerors Haki for showing off. Regardless of whether you can win the fight, you must not lose in terms of momentum. While adapting to the newly awakened power in his body alone, Gale looked at the tall figure in the distance. The setting sun stretched his shadow very long. On the slope, Weibul was still kneeling and chatting with the tombstone. Weevil! Go! Hearing Ger's call, Weevil kowtowed to the tombstone again, and then chased after him reluctantly. What does it feel like to see a 5-meter-tall giant charging towards you? Lozier said he was almost scared to death. He was afraid that Weibul would not be able to stop the car and hit him away or accidentally step on him. At the very least, he would break a few bones, or at worst, the whole village would be in trouble. Be careful, little brother. Do you want to kill me? I'm sorry, brother. Weibul scratched his head and apologized. Hearing this call of brother, Gear was in a good mood and his anger was mostly gone. There is no other way but to forgive him. Who can refuse an apology from a brother who is 5 meters tall, weighs tons, and has supernatural powers? Weibul, give me your hand. As soon as Gale spoke, Weibul obediently handed over his hand. He just clenched his fist out of habit. Although his speed was much slower than when he was fighting, his fist still created a gust of wind that made Gale grimace and almost fall down. Looking at the iron fist in front of him that was bigger than 2 or 3 of his heads combined, and the wrist that was thicker than his waist, Gale felt that one day he might be killed accidentally by Weevil. This is for you, keep it as a souvenir. As he spoke, Gale took out the big gold chain he had taken from Miss Bacon's neck from his pocket and helped Weevil put it on his wrist. Wow, such a long necklace fits perfectly on the wrist. Wow, haha. It's Mom's necklace, so cool. Thank you, brother. Weevil looked at the familiar gold chain on his hand, and felt that his old mother was with him from now on. He shouted with joy, grabbed Gale with his big hands and rubbed it on his face. Hey! Idiot, stop it now, don't get your snot on me. Be gentle. My bones are about to fall apart. You want to kill me, BD. Chapter 5. After struggling for a while, seeing that his brother was almost out of breath, Weevil quickly let go of his hand, gently placed Gale on his left shoulder, then strode forward and walked down the mountain. Bite. It is detected that Edward Weevil's loyalty to you has reached the maximum value, unlocking the attribute panel. System loading 50%. Gale, who originally felt that he was about to ascend to heaven, was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly turned over and sat up. This is... The plugin has arrived? As soon as he heard the prompt sound coming from his mind, Gale's legs and waist no longer hurt. I just mean, how can there be no system when traveling through time, haha. Loading completed. Open, 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 open quickly. Gale couldn't wait to see his cheat, and frantically gave instructions to open it in his mind. Then, an interface appeared out of thin air in front of him. There was only one button with the word character panel on the empty system interface. After Logal clicked it, he saw, Rocks.D.Gerh, 10, weak constitution, superior intelligence, insidious and cunning, rights, armament color, unawakened seeing and hearing color, not awakened conquerors, advanced, natural king, primary, unconscious passive trigger. Intermediate, control the range according to will. Advanced, free control, can cause substantial damage. Top, Conqueror's Entanglement, Combat Skills, none. Oh? Conqueror's is actually high level? That's amazing. Gale selectively ignored those other talents and skills that even he himself felt embarrassed about. A person must be content with what he has in order to be happy. Looking down, we can see, Edward Waybull age, 10, born a monster, with strange bones, extraordinary talent, martial arts prodigy, low intelligence, rights, armament hacky primary basic level of observation conquerors, unawakened combat skills, chop full strength chop. After reading Waybull's information, Gale realized that there are differences between people from birth, just like this stupid brother will never be as smart as himself. Damn, I'm so envious, a born freak. But that's true, Big Mom was able to defeat a group of giants whose average level of marine generals when she was only 5 years old. Pirates like Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, who galloped across the sea, none of them were ordinary people who reached the top through hard work and practice, they were all born monsters. There is no harm without comparison. The more Gale thought about it, the more unbalanced he felt. That shouldn't be the case. Weeble is a clone of Whitebeard, so my body should be a clone of Rock's. How can it be so weak? Even if I'm a pirated copy, I shouldn't be this weak, right? Damn it, if there wasn't a naturally high-level conquerors to show off, I would have suspected that the wrong cells were used during cloning. Is Rox, who is superior to many monster pirates, really an ordinary person in terms of physique? A weakling who has lost his strength and a fool who has lost his wisdom? This pair of brothers in distress is a perfect match. Gale now feels that some of the speculations he made on the internet in his previous life might be true, and that Webull and his own body must have been failed clones. Haha, a failure. Gale shook his head with a look of disdain, because he knew that those so-called perfect masterpieces, Seraphim, although powerful, were just humanoid weapons without emotions, self-awareness, and could only obey orders. No matter how powerful they were just tools of others. I traveled through time with the system and knew the future trends of this world. I had plenty of time to plan and develop my power, so my buffs were fully stacked. The most important thing was that I had a powerful brother as a bodyguard to help me safely through the novice period. Although it was not perfect, it was the best start. Kindness? Speaking of the system, Gale couldn't help but have a question mark popping up over his head. What's going on? Other people's cheats are so invincible, but my system is just like this? There seems to be nothing but a character panel. Is it simply to make me realize how bad I am? This is obviously a scam. Hello, hello, hello? System, system? Damn it, what era is this rubbish system from? It's not even as good as a computer customer service. There was no response from the system, so Gale had no choice but to give up after cursing. Forget it, let's find another way out. Go out to sea and find a more powerful devil fruit. If you can't be a warrior due to your physical condition, you can be a mage or an archer. Gale sighed and closed the character panel. Bite. The system's emotionless mechanical voice sounded again. Congratulations on completing the novice task, operating the system for the first time. Reward 1, choose 2 from 6 Marine 6 styles. Reward 2, 1 Colt Python Gold Revolver. Reward 3, Basic Hacky Hahaha, a newbie gift pack? I knew it. Gear's face changed immediately and he almost called out Dad. Tisk tisk tisk. I just said I could be a mage and a shooter, and right away I got a gun. It's like a pillow whenever I'm sleepy. Gale looked at the golden pistol that appeared out of thin air in his hand and fiddled with it curiously. The cool appearance and luxurious gold color make it so handsome. Even Gear, who has seen many guns, couldn't help but praise it. Gale raised his hand and fired at the sky. Pa, pa, pa. Bullets are like free, but the bullets for this gun are indeed free. Colt Python Revolver, noble and gorgeous, penultimate performance, the gun body reveals the aristocratic atmosphere, unlimited bullets, mind reload, sea stone bullets. Gale immediately thought of the system bug. He could use the property of infinite bullets and collect all the fired bullets to obtain an endless supply of sea stones. However, experiments proved that the system had already anticipated that when the 101st bullet was fired, the bullet and shell of the first bullet fired would disappear out of thin air. In other words, the sum of the number of sea stone bullets fired and the number of bullets in the gun would never exceed 100. The first thing I did was to rule out Iron Body, a skill that even dogs don't learn. After thinking for a while, I chose Shave and Moonwalk. Gel's current priority is to save his life. He also has a clear understanding of his position on the battlefield, which is to stay calm and wait for Weevil. Thinking of this, Gale suddenly felt that Weevil's current physique was a bit unpleasant to the eye. My upper body is too fat and my lower limbs are seriously lacking in strength. How can I exercise without training my legs? I must train hard. He. Don't blame me for being ruthless. After all, whether we can live a good life of enjoyment in the future depends entirely on you. Weibo, who had already awakened his observation haki, keenly sensed a chill coming from behind. He shrank his neck and looked around but found nothing. But seeing his brother laughing so happily, Weeble couldn't help but smile foolishly too, completely unaware of what kind of life he would face next. Hey, Wilbur, from now on, we'll be good friends for life. Ger said seriously. Isn't it always like this, brother? Weibo scratched his head, looking confused, and then he started laughing. Ha ha ha. Well said. Don't worry, brother. With me here, we can live a carefree life no matter how dangerous the sea is. You are responsible for working hard to become stronger, and I will leave the rest to you. Ger laughed happily. Yes. Okay, brother. Weibo was not responsible for thinking, he was only responsible for nodding. Okay, let's study the rest later. Gel closed the system interface and shouted loudly, let's set sail. Weibo, our name is destined to resound throughout the entire ocean. Roar. Weibo also raised his arms excitedly, and the two of them were ready to start a new chapter of passionate adventure. Chapter 6. Crash. Seaside. The evening tide has risen, and the sea is no longer as calm and gentle as it was at the beginning. The surging waves roar against the beach, one wave higher than the other, constantly washing the reefs on the shore with a thunderous sound. Gel was looking at the boundless sea with emotion in his heart. Weevil was happily chasing and chopping small crabs on the beach with a big knife. If you look closely, you can see the armament haki covered with black on the Kusunakame. Where's the boat? Gel looked around the bay but didn't see any ships. He asked in confusion. Weibo, who was having fun on the side, completely ignored Gel. Eat my knife. Weibo fell from a great height, and with a slashing move that came with his armed color, he left a deep trench of more than 10 meters on the beach. The fine sand on both sides fell down and filled the trench again. The little crab, who only wanted to go into the sea, had nothing left of it, and he didn't know what he had done wrong until his death. Ha ha ha. You're such a wimp. You can't even withstand one blow from me and you want to go out to sea. Ger? Why do I feel like you are making a veiled accusation? Ignoring the fact that he sniffed his nose after speaking, Weevil still has the demeanor of a strong man. Stop playing around, brother. Where's our ship? Gel raised his voice and shouted. When Weibo heard it this time, he immediately ran over. Brother, what ship? It's the boat. The thing we took to get to this island? It looks like this. Ger thought he didn't understand, so he used his hands and gestures to patiently explain what a ship was. I know about ships. There is no ship. Didn't our ship sink due to a storm at sea and we were washed here? Brother, you have a bad memory, ha ha ha. Wow. Gel exclaimed, wow. The sailing story hasn't even begun and they're forced to survive on a deserted island. As the sky gradually darkened, Ger, who had accepted reality again, was mentally prepared to live on this uninhabited island for a while. Just go with the flow. I originally wanted to find a place to stay for a while to improve my strength. It would be much more convenient to get supplies in a town with people, but now I can't leave for a while without a boat, so I might as well start special training on this island. Gel often watched the program Crunchy Chicken and 3 Hungry Meals a Day and was very experienced in surviving in the wild. The first step was to take stock of what he had available, 2 people, a gun, and a knife. When counting the items, Gel noticed that Wilbur was carrying a large bag on his back. He said that it was something his mother had rescued before the shipwreck and asked him to keep it safe. He thought there would be food or other useful tools, but when he opened it, it was full of gold and treasures. Gel was speechless for a while, but when he thought about Miss Bacon's character of valuing money, it was reasonable that he was still thinking about the treasure at a critical moment. With a try-it attitude, Gel let Weevil go into the sea to see if he could catch fish for dinner. Unexpectedly, this big guy was an amazing swimmer. Once he got into the water, he jumped like a troll. His agile figure reminded Gale of the hippopotamus swimming in the animal world. After a while, Weeble caught a sea monster with a pig's head and a fish's tail. It was nearly 20 meters long and Gale didn't know where to start. In the end, he had no choice but to put the whole thing on the fire and roast it slowly with Weeble's help. Gale picked up the gun and went to hit the coconuts on the tree. While collecting fresh water resources, he could also practice his observation and shooting skills. Passing by the big pit where he came from, Gale suddenly saw the unfortunate newsbird on the ground. Shave! He flashed to the pit, picked up the big bird that was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside by lightning and gave off a burnt aroma, and then shaved it back to its original position. Power is intoxicating. Suddenly turning from an ordinary person into a little Superman, Ger's two skills were almost cramped in his legs, but he still showed them off whenever he had the chance. It was completely dark. The stars were shining brightly in the night sky, as if they were within reach and could be touched with the hand. In my ears was the sound of waves tirelessly hitting the charred rocks. A huge bonfire illuminated the beach, and shadows flickered with the flames. The meat on the fire had already been roasted and was sizzling with oil, and the aroma was fragrant. Weeble Ha, who was turning the grill on the side, was drooling all over the floor. "Isn't it time to eat yet, brother?" Geer couldn't remember how many times he had asked this question. He patted his butt, stood up and walked to the grill, took out a wooden stick and poked the thick part, and when he saw that there was no more blood flowing out, Gale said, "Okay, eat it." Weeble was waiting for this sentence, so he tore off a large piece of meat and gobbled it up. While he was busy chewing, he kept mumbling things like "delicious" and "I've never eaten such delicious meat before." Seeing that Wilbur was eating so happily, Gale also picked up a piece of barbecue and took a bite. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with delicate and juicy texture. The taste was a bit like pork belly but with the freshness of fish. Gale, who was tasting local food for the first time, felt it was magical. Unfortunately, there was no seasoning, so the taste was only average. "It seems that we will have to get a chef on board. I wonder if Sanji has been born yet." Gale sat leisurely on the wooden stake, crossed his legs, ate meat, drank coconut water, and took a newspaper from the bag that Newsbird brought with him and started reading. As for the Newsbird, Weeble says it's also delicious roasted. Headline news: The King of Pirates is about to be born? The long silent Roger pirates have returned to the Grand Line again, aiming directly at the final island. Can Goldo Roger stand out from the many great pirates and successfully conquer the Grand Line to become the King of Pirates? Our newspaper is continuing to follow up on the follow-up situation, so please look forward to the next issue of World Economic News. The Roger pirates are about to arrive at Raftel. We need to hurry up. The Great Pirates era is about to begin. Gale stroked his chin, thinking about how to benefit from the events that were about to happen in the future. When I turned around, I found that Weeble had finished all the barbecue. He was lying on the stone, biting a bone stick in his mouth as a toothpick, and burped after touching his big and round belly. Gale was very curious about how so much meat was put into his stomach. However, when he thought of the law that the better you eat, the better you can fight in this world, Gale showed a satisfied smile like an old father on his face. "Drink some coconut milk. No one's going to snatch it from you. Why are you eating so fast?" Weeble picked up a few opened coconuts, tilted his head back and gulped down the whole thing, saying happily, "Brother, it's great that we can eat all we want of such delicious meat. I must go down and catch a few more to roast tomorrow. Mom always said that eating too much is a waste of money, and I never get enough." "Haha, that's nothing. When we go out to sea in the future, I'll take you to eat lots of super delicious food." "Really? Is there really anything more delicious than barbecue? Then when are we going out to sea?" When Wilbur heard that there was something delicious to eat, he couldn't wait to go out to sea. "Not yet. The world outside is very dangerous. Starting tomorrow I will make a training plan for you to become stronger. We will also need to build a boat. Once you become stronger and the boat is built, we can go out to sea." Weeble nodded. He didn't care too much. As long as he had meat to eat every day, it was fine. As Gale spoke, he stood up, crumpled up the newspaper he had read, and wanted to throw the ball into the bonfire in a cool manner with a cross-legged dribble and a turn-around jump shot. Suddenly, he remembered that in this remote place, if there was no toilet paper, he would have to use grass or tree bark. Thinking of that sour experience, Gale couldn't help but pause, and then he could only silently put away all the newspapers in his hands and in his bag. What a joke! These papers are more valuable here than piles of gold and diamonds. Chapter 7. Two brothers stranded on an island. In the following days it was just a simple repetition. Under Gur's careful arrangement, Weevil began to get up early and go to bed late every day. After getting up in the morning, he would first run 10 laps around the island to warm up, then swim 100 laps in the sea, and fight with sea beasts, sea kings by the way. He would kill one of the species he had never eaten and carry it back as food. Then he would go to the mountains to cut wood and carry the wood to the big pit on the beach to make a raft. During the transportation, he would practice shaving and moonwalk. As long as he understood the principles, Weevil's physical fitness had already far exceeded the minimum standard for practicing Marine 6 styles. With more practice, it would only be a matter of time for him to master these two moves. After lunch, Weevil continued to train. He first covered a wooden stick with armed color, and then used the stick to break the hard rocks on the coast. The training goal was to break 1,000 boulders without breaking the stick. While concentrating on hitting the rocks, he also had to pay attention to dodging and defending against Gear's occasional sneak shots. Yes, Ger, the elder brother, has gone crazy in order to make his younger brother stronger. These are all developed by Gear by combining some training methods he saw in King of Pirates with his own understanding. He himself felt it was cruel, but Weevil was very used to it and was a little reluctant to leave this kind of life where he only worked hard but didn't think much and had to eat meat and fish every day. It had been a long time since he asked Gear when he would go out to sea. Gale himself sleeps until he wakes up naturally every day, and when he wakes up he processes the food caught by Weevil, and then goes to build a raft. There is still a lot of time, so there is no need to rush. He makes a little bit of the raft every day. In the afternoon, he lies in a rocking chair wearing a homemade eye mask, drinking coconut milk and listening to Weevil knocking stones, and occasionally firing cold shots at tricky angles to practice his marksmanship and observation haki. The days were very pleasant, as if we were on vacation. The bullets hitting Weevil's body will hurt him for a while. After all, Whitebeard is still a little inferior to Big Mom and Kaido in terms of pure physical strength. However, even if Weevil did not use haki defense, the damage caused by the bullets was very limited, so when Gale suggested using this method to train, Weevil also found it very interesting. In his opinion, this was an interactive game to enhance the relationship between brothers. Strong, bro. My brother is awesome. Yes, yes, yes. That's how you train your legs. Yeah baby. This is incredible. This is incredible. If you keep going like this, sooner or later you will surpass Whitebeard and become the strongest in the world, brother. Really? Brother. I think we can practice one more set. Poor Weevil gradually lost himself in the praise of Ger and trained harder and harder every day. Winter goes and spring comes. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye a year and a half has passed. Alas, happy times are always short-lived. Although a life where you can become stronger just by lying down is decadent, it is really comfortable. Ha ha ha. The unscrupulous brother Gale leaned against the fence of the giant raft, drinking coconut juice and laughing wildly. This raft, which took more than a year to complete, is 20 meters long and 10 meters wide, with a simple wooden house built on top to protect it from wind and rain. At this time, Gale was already 1.8 meters tall. His originally wild and fluffy black hair was combed back into a big bun. With his sunny and resolute face and mature temperament, he did not look like a 12-year-old child at all. Instead, he looked like a handsome boy of 17 or 18 years old. Looking at the dark sky, a terrible thunderstorm is brewing in the thick clouds, the wind is howling at the seaside, and the surging waves are hitting the coast. 20-meter-high waves could be called a tsunami in another world. Nature was letting out her anger, and everything she saw indicated that a terrible storm was about to come. Gale's eyes were full of excitement, and he said loudly, "Hey! Weeaboo! Are you ready? Today is a rare good day for going out to sea. Leave it to me. Sit down, brother." Following the sound, I looked. I saw a 6-meter-tall majestic figure standing on the bow like a tall tower, with golden hair flying in the wind behind him, white crescent-shaped beard, thick eyebrows and small eyes, a sharp face, a well-proportioned figure, and a naked upper body revealing tanned skin, strong limbs, broad shoulders, strong chest muscles, and 8 sculpted abdominal muscles. Every muscle in his body seems to be cast in steel, and you can tell at a glance that it contains terrifying explosive power. Apart from being a little silly, he is simply a walking hormone. After Weeaboo answered honestly, he raised his sword. The sword was covered with armament haki so thick that it was about to overflow, and his aura was rising rapidly. Seeing that Weibul had raised his knife and was ready to chop, Gear hurriedly shouted, "Ada, air! Get out of the way!" Woof! Woof woof! In front of the raft are two dog-headed sea beasts responsible for pulling the boat. One looks like a husky and the other looks like a Hyuxia, a native dog. Both dogs are full of spirituality. They were able to survive from Weibul and Ger's table and successfully become pets, relying on this qualified lackey's cleverness. Hearing his master's order, Ergu screamed and quickly moved to both sides. Ha! Weibul's aura reached its peak. His eyes focused, and he swung his sword with a simple and unpretentious move. A huge red slash instantly rushed forward. Boom! After a series of earthquakes, a chasm several hundred meters long and dozens of meters wide appeared in front of them, successfully connecting the deep pit to the sea. The surging sea water began to flow back rapidly like thousands of troops charging into battle. As the water level rose, the raft in the pit slowly floated up. Ha ha ha, good job, Weibul. Ada and Er. Set sail. Full speed ahead. Ger raised his arms and shouted, and Weibul was praised by his brother again, and stood aside with a silly smile. The two sea lions that were captured for labor were so frightened by the power of the attack that their faces looked like emoticons. Fortunately, their lower bodies were soaked in sea water, otherwise they would have been too ashamed to survive in the dog world if they were discovered to have just peed themselves out of fear. It took Ergu a while to come to his senses. At Ger's urging, he swam along the waterway towards the sea. From time to time, he turned his head and looked at the two figures on the raft with lingering fear, feeling extremely grateful. Fortunately, they saw the situation clearly as soon as they were caught and wagged their tails to show their submission, otherwise they would have been chopped into soup by these two demons. The raft was as small as a leaf in the vast ocean. It was swaying in the storm and could be swallowed by the huge waves at any time. Weibul stood steadily at the bow, grinding his teeth with a piece of dried meat that had been dried hard in his left hand to pass the time, and holding a fake machete in his right hand. When he saw a big wave coming, he raised his hand and swung with a knife to break the wave into pieces in an instant. He had a lot of fun. It is no exaggeration to say that Gale felt that as long as he did not lose his way, with Weibul's current strength, it should not be a problem for him to carry him on his back and swim across the calm belt. After all, old man Rayleigh, who is in his 70s and 80s, can do it. Chapter 8. In the wooden house, Gale opened the system panel to check the results of his practice over the past year. Edward Weibul, age 12, born a monster, with strange bones, extraordinary talent, martial arts prodigy, low intelligence, rights, armament color advanced intermediate level of observation conquerors, unawakened combat skills, chop full strength chop shave moonwalk equipment, Murakumakai fake, rocks.d.gerh, 12, weak constitution, superior intelligence, insidious and cunning, rights, armament haki primary intermediate level of observation conquerors, advanced, natural king. Skills, shave moonwalk grandmaster shooting equipment, cold python gold revolver. Ger nodded with satisfaction. With Weibul's current strength, it will be no problem for the two brothers to protect themselves as long as they don't encounter the top few people in the ocean and don't act pretentiously or seek death. In fact, the reason why he chose to go out to sea in stormy weather was not because Gale wanted to show off, nor was it because he awakened the crazy factor in Rocks.ds genes. The real reason was that Garp read in the newspaper he got this morning that the pirates' king Roger had surrendered himself. Of course, the news announced by the Marine and World government was that Roger was successfully defeated and arrested by the Marine hero Garp. Gol.d. Roger will be publicly executed in Logue Town in 1 month. Having watched this bright scene hundreds of times in his previous life, Ger of course wanted to join in the fun and watch the live version. Ever since the newsbird unfortunately died in the line of duty on the island more than a year ago, the island should have been blacklisted. Since then, Gale has never seen a newsbird come to sell newspapers again. Gale was also helpless. He could only occasionally shoot at a newsbird when he saw it passing by the nearby waters. Considering that the newsbird might have been delayed for several days in delivering newspapers to various places, and that Gale didn't know his current location, in order to catch up, he had no choice but to force his way out to sea in the heavy rain. Gale was sitting in the cabin reading a newspaper. Since neither of them had special abilities, they were not panicked at all. 2 days later. Hey, we finally got out of the thunderstorm area. I couldn't sleep well the whole night because I was tossed around in the storm. Walking out of the cabin, Gale stretched and complained. Woof woof. The two sea seals pulling the raft saw Ger and barked at him in a flattering manner. Weevil was leaning against the side of the ship and snoring soundly. Gale did not wake him up. He sat quietly on the deck beside him, closed his eyes and released observation haki to sense his surroundings. A few hours later Gale, who was still pretending to be in meditation with his eyes closed, could no longer pretend. He pounded his legs and cursed, "Damn it, aren't they saying there are as many pirates as cattle on the sea? My legs are numb from sitting here and I haven't seen a single one." A few more minutes passed. Gale suddenly turned his head and looked in one direction, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Finally I met my destined person. Ada and Aer, turn left. A certain sea area in the first half of the Grand Line. Boss Jimmy! Boss Jimmy! There seems to be a boat coming towards us from behind." It seems not to be a boat, but a raft. There are also two dogs swimming in the sea." The pirates who were on guard with binoculars were shouting anxiously on the watchtower. "What are you arguing about? You are such a loser. If it exists, it exists. If it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. What do you mean it seems to exist? You have to report something as boring as two dogs swimming in the sea. You are disturbing Laozi's drinking pleasure. Someone, throw this guy into the sea to feed the fish." "Yes, Boss Jimmy." "Ah. Boss, spare me." A 2-meter-tall middle-aged man with a fat face and a big belly walked out of the hold drunk. Watching the ignorant newcomer being thrown into the sea by other brothers and struggling in the water, Jimmy grinned with satisfaction, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. He picked up the half-bottle of whiskey in his hand and gulped down a few more mouthfuls. He, it's FG awesome to be a pirate. He had just looted the village and made a fortune, and also captured a few high-quality female slaves. He could make a lot of money by selling them to slave traders. "Boss! There are two dogs pulling a boat over here." Jimmy cursed with an unhappy look. "Do you also want to be thrown into the sea to feed the fish? How can a dog swim in the sea? Did you drink too much or are you still sleepy?" "I'm sorry, Boss Jimmy. But, there really are two dogs pulling the boat in the sea." Captain Jimmy was about to continue to get angry when he heard the boys on the boat starting to make a noise. As the distance got closer, everyone on the boat saw two dogs pulling a huge raft towards them. On the raft stood two savages with only a piece of rag covering their crotch. As soon as the drunk Jimmy turned around to look, his eyes instantly lit up. Why didn't he think of using two sea beasts to pull the boat before? That's so cool. It's so cool, and these two mighty dog-headed sea monsters are simply specially prepared for his Cerberus pirates group. I really want to have it. Look at the two savages on the raft who came from nowhere. They are also good slaves. Rich women like to spend a lot of money to buy such strong men. Haha, guys, come over there. Catch them. Take those two sea beasts away. Roar, roar, roar. Ger stood at the bow and smiled and shook his head when he heard the shouting from the opposite boat. Weak humans always like to cheer themselves up by howling and screaming, trying to cover up the fear in their hearts. "Hey! Laozi, the bounty is 2,500. Gulp. Click. Captain Jimmy's words got stuck in his throat before he could finish, because a loaded pistol was pressed against his forehead, and the owner of the gun was looking at him with cold eyes. How terrible! Jimmy broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He also sobered up a lot. Gale and Weeble, who had boarded the ship, were now standing in the middle of the group of pirates. Ger pointed his revolver at the pirate who looked like a captain. Weeble crossed his hands in front of his chest, expressionless, and squinted his eyes to look down at the group of pirates around him. This was what his brother had taught him before: try to talk less when there are many people around, and look down at people with squinted eyes. His brother said this is called the demeanor of a master. As pirates in the Grand Line, even if they were blind, they could see that these two people were the ones they could not afford to offend. The people who were shouting for fighting and killing just now were now silent. It was obvious that there were only two people on the other side, but it seemed that they were the ones who were surrounded. Gale looked at the guy in front of him with a face full of flesh, who looked like a bad guy, and asked, "How much did you say your bounty was?" "My lord, you heard me wrong. I want to give you all the treasures on the ship as long as you can spare my life." Jimmy said this and then knelt down with a thud. This guy had no bottom line in order to survive. He even crawled over to kiss Gale's broken straw sandals while lying on the ground. Good fellow. I didn't expect you to have such a fierce face and be so shameless. You are joking, sir. Morality cannot be eaten. Besides, I am too happy to be a dog for a strong man like you. That obscene and flattering look made Gale feel nauseous. Bang. When dealing with this kind of trash, Gale chooses to shoot him in the head directly without saying any more words. Why? I have already acted so humbly, but these hypocritical guys still have the guts to do that to me. Pirate's Jimmy fell to the ground with a look of disbelief on his face, and died with his eyes open. Gale blew at the muzzle of his gun in a pretentious manner and said disdainfully, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you that I'm in a hurry. If you don't answer the questions properly, you'll be shot. Also, if I kill you, the treasure on the ship will also be mine. Are you insulting my intelligence by using this to negotiate terms? The other pirates on the ship were already terrified. Their usually brave and invincible captain was shot dead by the enemy at the first sight. Some of the more timid ones had already fallen to the ground and secretly crawled backwards, only wanting to stay away from these two men. Brother, can we start now? After holding it in for a long time, Weibul finally couldn't help but ask. Gale glanced at the several tied-up young women huddled in a corner on the stern deck. It seemed that there was no need to keep them alive to interrogate them for information. He nodded and instructed, cut it down, but don't damage the boat. It's a good boat and we still need it. Okay. With just a few words, the 50 or 60 pirates on the ship were sentenced to death. The weak cannot even choose how they die. This is the cruelty of reality. Although when they decided to become pirates, burning, killing, looting and taking other people's lives at will, they also anticipated that there would be a day when they would be killed by others, but when that day really came, it was obviously impossible to let these people be killed. A trapped beast still fights. The pirates, with no way out, drew their weapons one after another. The ferocity in their blood was completely aroused. They stared at each other with bloodshot eyes, like a group of mad dogs. They were so crazy that they would bite off a piece of your flesh even if they died. Gale did not go to help Weevil. He walked straight to the stern without even looking at the fighting behind him. If these people could make Weevil lose even a hair, Gale would definitely train him twice as hard when he returned. I walked over to the group of women as soon as possible because I didn't want to waste time due to any accidents. What kind of bloody plot is this, where the desperate and vicious pirates hold a weak woman hostage to threaten the protagonist? Gar ruthlessly rejects it. Chapter 9. It seems that the girls were very lucky. They must have been captured on the ship not long ago and there was no time to deal with them, or the pirates wanted to sell them for a good price. Whatever the reason, it was a blessing in disguise that they were not RD. At this moment, seeing the savage who shot the pirate's captain dead without blinking an eye walking towards them, several young girls whose hands and feet were tied and mouths were stuffed with rags shrank back nervously, and some of them had tears in their eyes. At this moment, a sturdy uncle in his 30s, about 1.8 meters tall, was tied up tightly from top to bottom with ropes, leaving only his head and two paws exposed. He could only twist and turn like a caterpillar, and his mouth was stuffed with a smelly sock that had not been washed for several months, which was stuffed by some pervert pirate. From the unequal treatment suffered by this uncle, it can be seen that this group of pirates obviously do not understand what gender equality is. The uncle crawled to the front and blocked the girls behind him. He was mumbling something. He looked at Gale with fear in his eyes, but he was unwilling to take a step back. When Gale saw a big man who picked his feet mixed in with a few beautiful girls, he walked up to him, grabbed his collar and pulled him out. Gale took out a gun and pointed it at his big square face, which still had a few bruises on it, and said with an expression that seemed to have seen through everything, I have to say, you, the pirates, are quite smart. You almost fooled me. You must have seen that you couldn't escape, so you tied yourself up and mixed in with these kidnapped women. You even used the trick of inflicting pain on yourself. It seems that you are the chief military advisor of this group of pirates, right? Tisk tisk, you said it's reasonable for the pirates to capture these pretty girls and sell them as slaves. Not to mention those rich nobles, even I want to buy them. Who would want a cheap old man like you? It's a waste of food to keep them alive. Why would the pirates do such a loss-making business? You still think you can cheat me? Hearing what Ger said, the tough guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes shook his head wildly, feeling so aggrieved that he was about to cry. Goodbye, remember to be a good person in your next life. Bang! Bang! Seeing that the man in front of her was about to shoot, a blue-haired girl of about 12 or 13 slammed her head hard on the hard deck in panic, making a bang, and tears dripped from her bright eyes. The other girls also seemed to see hope, and they followed the blue-haired girl's example and prepared to kowtow to Gale. Gale was a little confused, so he let go of the square-faced uncle, stopped everyone from kowtowing, and helped them untie the ropes on their bodies. When Gale helped the blue-haired little girl up, he saw that there was a big swelling on her forehead. Her eyes were watery and tears were rolling down her chubby face like pearls that had broken off the string. It was heartbreaking to see. All right, it's okay, stop crying. I'm not a bad person. Ger patted the girl's head and spoke softly to comfort her. I have to say, there seem to be very few ugly young women in the pirates' world. As soon as Gale helped her untie the rope, the little blue-haired girl immediately pounced on the square-faced uncle like a hen protecting her chicks. Please don't kill my dad. You can ask us to do anything. My dad is a good man. He is not a pirate. Only then did Gale realize that the girl and the uncle had the same sky blue hair. Afraid that this ruthless young man would not believe them, the other women also began to plead for mercy. Uncle Fate is not a pirate. He was captured because he was trying to save us. Please don't shoot. Yes. We can all testify to that. The youngest red-haired girl also looked anxious, but she didn't know what to say, so she clenched her fist and said, That's right, Uncle Fate cooks the best food, how can he be a bad guy? In this situation, Gale also realized that he had wronged a good man. He put away his gun, looked apologetic, and said shamelessly, I'm sorry, it seems I thought too much, it's just a misunderstanding. The rope on his body was finally untied. Fate immediately threw away the smelly sock that was emitting green light, then rushed to the side of the boat and vomited into the sea. Everyone looked at him quietly with sympathy. It took Fate a while to recover. He walked over, bowed deeply to Gere, and said, My dear sir, my name is Fate, and I am a cook. This is my daughter, Baye, and these other girls are all from our village. Thank you very much for saving us from the vicious pirates. He had the experience of going out to sea to learn skills when he was young, and he knew very well that the rules on this sea were decided by those with the bigger fists, so he showed the proper respect for the strong. Ha ha ha, you don't have to be so polite. I almost killed you by mistake just now. I'm so sorry, Uncle Fate. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. In today's world, it's understandable to be more careful when you go out. And no matter what, even if you accidentally killed me, I am grateful to you for helping my daughter survive. Gale's imagination almost caused him to die, but Fate, who had just escaped from life and death, did not dare to complain at all. Thank you for saving my life. Baye and the other girls also quickly stood up, straightened their clothes, and bowed to Gere to express their gratitude. Gale had been on the isolated island for a long time and had never seen anyone. Seeing so many beautiful girls all of a sudden, even a calm person like him could not stand the test and waved his hands hurriedly to signal them not to do such a great honor. Saying it's just a small favor, not worth mentioning. But I was smiling in my heart. As a good young man in the 21st century, Gere said that you don't understand the joy of doing good deeds every day. You don't have to be so polite, Uncle Fate. Just call me Gol. After saying this, Gale winked at the 2 or 3 older beauties, but it was a pity that with his current savage attire, it was hard to describe him as handsome. Uncle Fate on the side had a very unhappy face. He had been observing Gale's expression, hoping to distinguish between good and evil. He was very afraid that this unserious young man was also a pirate, who would rob him and make them fall into the tiger's den again after escaping from the wolf's mouth with great difficulty. He pretended to be calm and tried, although I haven't repaid my life-saving grace yet, it's really rude to ask for help again. My daughter and I are dependent on each other and have no ties, which is fine, but these poor girls behind me, their families are still immersed in the pain of losing their daughters. At this point, Fate secretly glanced at Gale again. Seeing that he remained calm, he thought something was wrong, but he could only bite the bullet and continue, I wonder if Master Gere would be able to send us back to Dunview village? There is a record pointer in the room on the boat. The distance is not far, and we should be able to get there in one day. Their families will definitely be very grateful to you, Master. Uncle Fate wanted to say that he would thank them handsomely, but when he thought about how they had just been robbed by the pirates and most of the village's wealth would become Gol's spoils, he felt ashamed to say the least. Brother, it's all done. It's really troublesome not to be able to touch the boat. After Weevil had dealt with all the pirates, he came over to report. Everyone looked at the huge body in front of them, rough and bold, covered in the blood of the pirates, and a murderous giant. This was 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying than the tough guy Captain Jimmy they just met. Fate and the other girls had never seen such a scene before. They looked at Weeble with fear in their eyes and their legs and feet were shaking. Haha, don't be afraid, this is my brother Weeble. Gale stood up and signaled everyone not to be nervous, then turned to Fate and said, Uncle Fate, my brother and I have been stranded on the island for almost 2 years. You see, we are dressed like primitive people. We need to wash and change into clean clothes first. I would like to trouble you and the sisters to clean up the deck and see what food there is on the ship. We can talk about other things after everyone has eaten. Okay. Uncle Fate nodded in agreement when he heard this. They hadn't eaten for more than a day, and they had been in a state of despair and tension without realizing it. Now that there was no danger for the time being, their stomachs began to growl as soon as they relaxed. As a chef, this is the time when he needs to take action. At this time, nothing can soothe the heart better than a hot meal. Leave it to me. As a chef, I will never let anyone go hungry. Uncle Fate agreed solemnly. Haha, then I'll leave it to you, Uncle Fate. My brother is a big eater. If the ingredients are not enough, there is still a lot of meat on the raft we came from. Please feel free to use more. Don't worry. I will definitely satisfy you. When it comes to cooking, Uncle Fate becomes excited. The Hellhound Pirates ship, the GOL, is visually larger than the Sunny. It has good equipment and gorgeous decorations. It seems that Captain Jimmy is not only busy with his business, but also has a wide range of business. He is a good moneymaker. After taking a comfortable shower, Gale found a clean white shirt, black tapered pants and leather boots on the boat, put on a brown jacket on the outside, and combed his hair into an adult style, looking very presentable. Weeble couldn't find any clothes to wear, so he was shirtless and wore only a pair of black shorts and boots. When the two men came out of the boat, the deck had been cleaned up. Gear couldn't help but sigh that it takes a hard-working and careful woman to keep the house in order. Gear moves his mouth and Weevil runs his legs off. First, all the things on the raft were moved back to the boat. The raft, which took more than a year to make, completed its mission and was ruthlessly abandoned by Gear. Then they tied Ada and Aer to the new boat, and Gale tore down all the Skullhead Pirates flags on the mast and threw them away. After doing all this, they folded the sails and the boat was towed by Ada and Aer to continue sailing. Weeble moved the tables and chairs to the deck. It was a sunny day and Gear was ready for an open-air dinner. In the kitchen, several hard-working girls were helping out. After a dazzling array of operations, Chef Fate soon brought out plates of delicious dishes. The huge round table was filled with food. Everyone sat around the table and began to enjoy the food. Although the girls were hungry, they still paid attention to their image. They ate slowly and behaved like ladies. The two brothers, on the other hand, were like starving ghosts. Gale had been eating meat without even salt for almost 2 years. Seeing this table full of delicious food, he could no longer hold back. He picked up a large piece of meat and put it into his mouth. As soon as he took a bite, his eyes lit up. The plump meat was fried to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It was served with a sweet and sour sauce that was fat but not greasy. The rich gravy exploded in his mouth the moment he bit it. I am not very knowledgeable and can only say, tasty. Gale gave Uncle Fate a thumbs up to show his approval. Look, this is called professionalism. Weeble was even more exaggerated. After taking a bite, he couldn't stop eating at all. He just let himself go and grabbed several skewers of meat with both hands. He finished them all in one bite, and while chewing, he jumped up and yelled, "Delicious! So delicious! Brother! Eat quickly! Otherwise they will eat you up!" Gale was very pleased. It was rare that Weeble had time to think of him while eating. Stupid brother, pay attention to your image. In the last second, Gale was still shouting to watch his eating manners, and in the next second he had jumped onto a chair and started snatching the meat with Weevil. Hey! Put it down, Weeble! You ate all the food before I even had a chance to taste it. Uncle Fate also thought that the food he cooked was delicious, but this was the first time he had encountered food that was so delicious that it caused such a big reaction in people. But as a chef, he feels a great sense of accomplishment when he sees that people enjoy the food he cooks so much. Ha ha ha! As long as you like it, I'll make you more delicious food next time I have the chance. Seeing the two brothers eating so happily, Uncle Fate laughed out loud and his face became even squarer. The girls next to them were also giggling, their laughter as sweet as silver bells, and they completely forgot that they were still on the pirate's ship. Gale tried several other dishes and couldn't help but give thumbs up to each one. His thumbs were sore after the meal. I have to say that Uncle Fate is really good at cooking. One meal used up half a month's food reserves of the pirates' group of 50 or 60 people. Uncle Fate was secretly surprised. He was so busy that he was sweating profusely and was almost defeated by the brothers' stomachs. After devouring the meal, Gale and Weevil were finally full. They lay on the side digesting the food, using the fish bones to pick their teeth in the same motion. Now Fate could finally relax and enjoy the food while drinking some wine. Weeaboo burped, thinking of what Fate said, and savoring the food he had just eaten. He couldn't think of anything more delicious than this, so he asked seriously, "Uncle, is there really something more delicious? Are you lying to me?" Uncle Fate was in a very good mood at the moment. He drank 2 glasses of wine and his face turned slightly red. When he heard Weeaboo's question, he immediately said, "Of course. How can a man lie about cooking? The ingredients, seasonings, and kitchen utensils on this ship are limited, otherwise I can definitely make better dishes." "That's right. My dad is not bragging. I've had better meals cooked by him." Bayab put her hands on her hips and pouted, defending her father. After spending a meal together, the little girl was no longer as afraid of Gale and the other man as she was at the beginning, and her innocent and lively personality was revealed. Seeing this, Uncle Fate happily rubbed his daughter's hair to show his approval, and then drank another glass with a smile. Chapter 10. Weeaboo's eyes sparkled as he praised sincerely, "Uncle, you are awesome." Uncle Fate laughed and said, "Weeaboo, you're amazing too. This is the first time I've met someone who can eat as much as you do." Gale watched quietly from the side as the two began to flatter each other commercially. Unexpectedly, Weeaboo suddenly turned around and said to Gale, "Brother, let's grab the uncle on the boat. He can cook so many delicious things." Puff. Uncle Fate, who was eating and drinking with a smile on his face, spat out a mouthful of wine upon hearing this, and his drunkenness instantly disappeared. Baya nervously grabbed her father's hand. She didn't understand why these two men, who obviously didn't seem like bad people and had rescued them, and they had just had a happy meal together, now turned into bad people and wanted to take her father away from her. Baya lost her mother when she was young, and her father is her only relative. Baya held her father's hand tighter and tighter, but she didn't dare cry. The brief experience of being robbed by the pirates had taught her a lesson: childish behavior like crying can only get you what you want from your loving parents, but from outsiders it may result in a slap in the face, a beating, or even a cold bullet. The other girls also felt that the atmosphere on the deck had become weird, and they consciously stopped what they were doing and kept quiet. Only the youngest girl, Xiao Hong, was still slurping the noodles. In the silence, everyone looked at the black-haired boy sitting on the sofa, waiting for his speech. Ahem. Gale cleared his throat and said with a headache, "Haha, why are you all so serious all of a sudden? Uncle Fate, although my brother is not very good at speaking, what he wants to express is indeed my idea. I formally invite you to join us as our ship's cook." German adult. Uncle Fate thought that was indeed the case, and was about to speak when Gale continued, "Uncle, I think it's a pity for such a young and excellent chef like you to retire and grow old in obscurity. This is a loss to the entire food industry." Fight really wanted to ask which unit the food industry was. He had been in the industry for almost 20 years and had never heard of it. Gale walked to the dining table and held Fate's hand. Fate wanted to pull his hand away, but Gale held it too tightly. "I have been worrying for a long time, afraid that you two young men full of vigor and vitality would not be able to control your desires and would covet the bodies of these beautiful ladies. But I didn't expect that you two brothers would actually covet an old man like me." Gale didn't know that there was so much drama going on in Fate's heart. He continued. "Uncle Fate. We are so lucky to live in such a vast and magical ocean. There are still so many unknown, mysterious, unheard of, and even miraculous ingredients in this world waiting to be discovered. As a chef, don't you want to explore, dig up and cook them into delicacies yourself? Don't you want to record them all and write a masterpiece to be passed down through the ages? Don't you want every person who will learn to cook in the future to have the opportunity to read a book called Food Adventure written by you?" Uncle Fate, who was seeing the pie drawing technique for the first time, couldn't resist it. What Gale said was exactly the dream he had hidden in his heart for a long time. Fate's eyes became hot and his heart began to waver. But when he came to his senses and saw the little hands holding his clothes tightly, his eyes became gentle and firm again. But before he could speak, he heard Gel's devilish and tempting voice again, "Uncle Fate, I know you think it's dangerous to go out to sea. As a father, you can't abandon your young daughter and go sailing alone. So you are willing to give up your dreams so that BIA can grow up safely. Alas, fatherly love is really great." As soon as these words were spoken, BIA's grip on Fate's hand loosened a little. She realized that she seemed to have become a burden that prevented her father from pursuing his dreams. "Really, is that really the case? Wake up, Uncle Fate. Is it really safe if you don't go out to sea? Think about your experiences over the past 2 days. To put it bluntly, if you weren't lucky enough to meet us today, have you ever thought about what would be waiting for you next?" Following Gel's words, Fate became more and more scared. If they were not lucky enough to be rescued, his daughter would become a slave, bought by a noble, and tortured to death by those disgusting guys. And he could do nothing. Spend the rest of his life in regret and revenge? Or end his pain by committing suicide? Thinking of this, Fate's breathing became heavier, cold sweat broke out on his back, and his eyes became red. "Uncle Fate, I sincerely hope that you and Baya can join us. As long as you agree, we will be a family in the future. You have seen our strength. Ordinary pirates are no match for my brother. I dare not say that you will be absolutely safe on my ship, but I can guarantee that I will do my best to protect every one of my companions, even if it means making the whole world an enemy." At first, Gale was just trying to fool others with sweet words, but as he spoke, he became too immersed in the role and became emotional. The aura on his body suddenly exploded, his clothes and hair moved without wind, and the powerful Conqueror's haki instantly rushed straight into the sky, poking a big hole in the clouds. Conqueror's haki is the embodiment of a strong will, and is also a powerful personal charm that makes people want to follow it to the death. This is one of the reasons why the owner of Conquerors has the potential to become a king. Gale did not release it towards the people present, so no one fainted or lost consciousness. But except for Weeble, everyone present was shocked by his bold words and was speechless. They only felt that the young man in front of them had become extremely tall. Several girls were already staring at the camera, and passers-by were successfully transformed into little fans. They wished they also had a father with excellent cooking skills. Uncle Fate was silent for a long time, with a fierce struggle in his heart. Finally, his frown slowly relaxed, and he came to Gale with 2 glasses of wine. He handed Gale 1 glass and said solemnly, "Then, Captain Ghoul will take care of my daughter and I from now on." After saying this, he drank the wine in the glass. Taking the wine handed over, Gale suppressed his inner ecstasy and said with a smile, "Haha, we are the ones who need your care. Uncle Fate and BIA will be a family from now on. You will definitely not regret the decision you made today." After saying that, he drank the wine in 1 gulp. Well, this wine is both choking and unpalatable. Seeing Gale drinking in a very handsome manner and then frowning after drinking, everyone laughed and the atmosphere became relaxed and happy again. The happiest one was Weeble. When he thought about having delicious food every day, he was so excited that he wanted to smash something to celebrate. However, he didn't dare to destroy the boat. In the end, he could only beat his chest like a King Kong. Chapter 11. After dinner, the virtuous girls from Dunbia village had already cleared the table. Gale said that if the hard-working and beautiful sisters also wanted to stay on the boat, he would fully support them. However, they all had parents and relatives at home, so after thinking about it, they all rejected Captain Gale's invitation. Gale found some tea in the captain's room and sat on the deck with everyone else, drinking tea leisurely. "Captain, where are we going next? Can we send these children back to Mump village first?" Fate put down his teacup and asked. "Haha, Uncle Fate, don't worry. In fact, we have already been heading in the direction of your village. If nothing goes wrong, we should be there soon." In fact, Gale had asked Ada and Aer to move in the direction of the recording pointer early in the morning. The speed of a boat pulled by sea beasts is much faster than that of a boat pulled by sails. Ada and Aer can reach the distance that a sailboat would take a whole day to reach in just a few hours. When the girls nearby heard that they could go home soon, they all showed happy smiles on their faces. Haha, it turns out the captain had already decided to send them back from the beginning, and he was reluctant to say it because he was waiting for me to take the bait. Fate also understood and said with a smile. Things have passed and he doesn't care about the trap that Gale set for him. Getting on board was a voluntary decision he made after careful consideration, and Captain Gale did not force him. Gale took a sip of tea and said in a scoundrelly way, "I really have no choice. Uncle, the food you cook is so delicious. Do you know how we have been on the deserted island for more than a year? Weibul and I have agreed long ago that the first thing we must do after setting out to sea is to find a chef to join the ship as a crew member. You are the first one I met when I set out. Don't you think this is fate? If you don't agree, I guess Weibul will tie you up on the ship." "Ha ha ha. Maybe it's God's will. From now on, every meal of yours will be taken care of by me." "That's great. Grand line first half done. Bu village, Buling Island, get out of here. Don't stop me. I want to save Ali and the others. If you try to stop me again, don't blame me for being rude." At the dock, a young man with a crew cut and wearing a marine uniform was arguing with dozens of villagers along with several other young marines. "Stop it!" A powerful and majestic voice came. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The person who came was an old man with white hair and beard. He was walking slowly towards the dock with a cane, followed by a large group of people, all of whom were villagers from their village. "Village head. Hello, village chief." When the two parties in the dispute saw that the person coming was the old village chief, they stopped temporarily. A smart thin man quickly stepped forward and tried to support the old village chief. The old man was a little stubborn and refused to be supported. He pushed the man's hand away and insisted on walking by himself. "Village chief. Tell them to get out of the way. Ali and the others have been captured by the pirates. It will be too late if we don't chase them." The young man with a crew cut was still very emotional. He pointed at the villagers around him and shouted, "You bunch of cowards! The pirates took our loved ones away. It's fine if you don't dare to resist, but why did you try to stop me from rescuing them?" "Shut up! Cole." The old village chief was so angry that his beard was shaking up and down. He angrily knocked on the road paved with colorful cobblestones with his hands and scolded the young marine named Cole who was leading the group, "You're the most amazing. You're the bravest. All the rest of us are cowards who dare not resist." That's not what I meant, village chief." "Shut up. You Cole, and the rest of you. You all came from our village and became marines. Now you're wearing these clothes, so what a big deal. When the pirates were raiding, you didn't come to protect us. Instead, now that the pirates have left, you come here to teach us a lesson. You are really impressive. The brave marine first class Cole." "Us." Color was speechless. The old village chief looked painful and continued to scold, "You said we dare not resist. Aid's brother, Guz's father, and several other villagers are now lying in the hospital, dying. And your uncle Fit was also captured by the pirates while trying to save people, and his life or death is still unknown. Everyone here is as angry as you, Cole. They held you back because they didn't want you to die in vain, not because they don't have the courage to fight the pirates." Cole and several other marines were also made to feel ashamed by what the old village chief said. Seeing that Cole's excitement had calmed down a little, the village chief patiently persuaded him, "It's not that we don't want to save the people who were kidnapped. My little granddaughter was also kidnapped. We all feel the same as you. But people should know their own limitations. Those are big pirates with a bounty of more than 20 million. What can we, the unarmed villagers, do even if we chase them? Will we risk our lives to make the pirates use up more bullets? As the village chief, I can't let you die in vain." After such a series of righteous speeches, even the old village chief, who was full of energy, had to pat his chest and calm down a little. "But you don't have to despair. We have already thought of a solution. Is there any other solution?" Upon hearing this, Cole suddenly looked up at the old village chief. A glimmer of light appeared in his originally dim eyes, as if a drowning person saw a life-saving straw. Others who knew about it in advance also showed expressions of relief. Everyone listened to the old village chief continue, "We sold everything we had overnight to collect 10 million baileys and sent them to the marine base this morning. Captain Mildy has personally promised to use the 10 million baileys as a reward for the soldiers and will send troops to help us rescue the villagers. He is a senior officer from the naval headquarters and he will definitely have a way to deal with those damn pirates." When the old village chief finished speaking, he wanted to see whether this reckless young man had learned a lesson from his own cunning tricks. However, he did not see the expression of surprise on Cole's face as he had expected, but a look of fear and despair. Snap! Cole felt as if all the strength in his body was drained away in an instant, and he could only kneel on the ground helplessly. He had just come from the marine base, and Mildy had already returned to her villa with two women who sold their bodies but not their skills. How could she lead the marines to attack the pirates? He felt as if he had guessed some truth, but the content of the truth made him feel like he was falling into an icy cave. He had always wondered why they were out on patrol under Captain Milady when the pirates attacked the village. Why was it that on the way back, when he was on duty in the watchtower and clearly spotted the pirates' ship, he was scolded by the captain when he went to report it, saying that he was dazzled and reported the wrong military intelligence, and he was also strictly told that he would be demoted if he did it again next time. Why, after returning and hearing that their hometown had just been attacked by pirates, several marines from Dunbuy village requested to go into battle, but the captain ordered the warships not to attack on the grounds that the situation was unclear. Now add to that the absurd statement that the marines have to pay before they can send troops to capture pirates. How so? How could this happen? Doesn't marine represent justice? He didn't know how to explain this matter to the village chief and villagers. The marine they trusted and placed their hopes on might be in cahoots with the pirates. There will be no marine who will rescue their abducted family members. People are not easily deceived, but when they are desperate, they would rather choose to believe lies to hold on to the last glimmer of hope. Even if everyone can rationally choose to believe what he says, then what? They still could do nothing and could not save their loved ones. Captain Mildy was even afraid that if the truth was revealed, he would probably join forces with the pirates to stage another pirate looting of the village in order to wipe out the entire village. Power. All this is because I'm too weak. I can't even protect the girl I love. Snap, snap. Cole knelt on the ground, tears dripping onto the ground in front of him. His 10 fingers dug deeply into the soil. He hated his own weakness so much in his heart that he even thought that he deserved to die for always being lazy during training. If I were given another chance, I would. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret or if in this world. Ally, my ally. No. Ally must still be waiting for me. She must be very scared now. You must be more desperate than me. I can't fall. Ally, please wait for me for a while, I will definitely rescue you. Thinking of all the good things in the past, the beautiful figure that haunted his dreams became his only belief and supported this man to stand up again. Seeing Cole continuing to run towards the dock like a madman, everyone forgot to stop him for a moment. On board. Hey Sister Ally, everyone, come over here and take a look. We can already see Buletin Island. Someone on the boat shouted. Upon hearing this, the girls, who were away from home for the first time, ran to the bow and stood on tiptoe trying to look around. Where? Over there. Over there. Wow, I saw that too. Is the Buletin Island where we live so small? It's even smaller than my fingernail. The little red-haired girl raised her thumb in front of her eyes and gestured. Silly, that's because it's far away. Bayab patted her little head gently to explain, then put a monocular telescope in front of the little girl and motioned her to look inside. This boat will be her home from now on, so Baya can play with any toys at home. Hey! Sister Baya is amazing. She's really grown bigger. Several people were crowded at the bow, chatting one after another. One of them, a girl with waist-length golden hair, touched the ring on the middle finger of her left hand and a gentle smile appeared on her face. I was still immersed in the helplessness and fear of being captured by the pirates in the last second, but I never thought that I was rescued in the next second. Now I can go home soon. I have been eating, drinking, chatting and laughing along the way. It feels a bit like I was on a trip to the sea. It really feels like a dream. The girl gently tucked her bangs, which were messed up by the sea breeze, behind her ears. Woof woof, woof. The two sea beasts were not pulling the boat properly. From time to time, they turned back to interact with the girls at the bow. Ada even picked up a bunch of flowers from somewhere, which drew applause from the girls. After that, the two dogs performed even harder. Stinky liquor. Gale was sitting nearby, and when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head and curse with laughter. Then he walked away quietly, no longer paying attention to the playfulness of a group of young women and two dogs on the boat. Dunbuy village. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. A villager who was in charge of giving warnings came running anxiously from the direction of the dock. He held a wooden stick in his right hand and an iron basin for washing feet in his left hand, which he knocked against loudly. He ran and shouted, "No! No! Pirates! There are pirates! Everyone, run! Those pirates are coming again! Suddenly everyone was in an uproar and the scene immediately became chaos. Fortunately, the village elder was still strong and immediately dropped his crutches, climbed up a large blue stone, and shouted at the top of his voice, "Fellow villagers! Fellow villagers!" Seeing that no one paid attention to him, the village chief cursed, "You bastards, shut up, lousy!" The scene suddenly became quiet. "Listen to me! Don't panic! All men, grab your weapons, and women, take your children and go back home and hide." "Yes, village chief." Only then did everyone find their backbone and take quick action. "Where's Color?" the old village chief asked. This young man whose fighting capacity ranked first in the village is still worthy of the village chief's attention at such an urgent moment. Iargo replied, "Someone said they saw Brother Cole rowing his fishing boat towards the pirate's ship alone." "Damn it! That BD! Why is this guy so reckless and brainless? When will he be more mature and steady? He should just die. I'm so PD off." The village chief cursed out of disappointment. In fact, he was very optimistic about Cole, a young man who was brave and hard-working. He had always hoped that he would take over his position as village chief and continue to protect Dunbia village after he passed away. Seeing that the old village chief was angry, no one dared to speak for Cole. Soon, hundreds of able-bodied men in Dunbia village came with knives, guns, hoes, shovels, brooms, frying pans, and all kinds of weapons. The old village chief stood in the front, and next to him were the marines with guns. Seeing the villagers behind him swallowing their saliva nervously, the village chief coughed, took out a loudspeaker and shouted, "Fellow villagers! These BD pirates attacked our village in the middle of the night when we were not prepared. They killed and injured our villagers and took away our loved ones. How long has it been? Less than 2 days. These bastards are back again. They think we are easy to bully. They plan to rob us every other day. If we don't unite and resist, how can we live here in the future? Fight them! Kill them all! Roar, roar, roar! Damn pirates! They killed my brothers, robbed my wife and daughter, and destroyed my home. These damn bastards! Let's fight them here today! Roar, roar, roar! Fight them! Even if I die, I will take someone with me." The villagers were aroused and they gritted their teeth, holding their weapons and ready for battle, all with expressions of being ready to die. I have to say that the old village chief knows how to boost morale. Chapter 12. Cole rowed his small fishing boat alone towards the pirate's ship in the distance. "Allie! I'll come to rescue you right away. Wait until the two sides are close." Cole looked at the two powerful sea beasts in front of him with some despair. I didn't expect that this group of pirates could even enslave sea beasts of this level. Cole felt that with his own strength he might not even be able to touch the other ship, but he did not back down and still rushed forward without hesitation. "Damn pirates! Return Allie and everyone in Dunbia village to me." Cole raised his gun and pulled the trigger at the yellow dog-headed sea monster on the left. Bang! 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 A volley of bullets hit the tough and thick fur of the sea beast, just like tickling it, without any effect at all. All the bullets bounced off and fell into the sea with a clang. Cole put down his musket, and before he could draw the long sword at his waist, one of the sea beasts lowered its head and swung its tail, and a huge tail instantly appeared in front of him. Too fast! There is no time to defend. Cole almost closed his eyes in resignation. Bang! Cole was blown away by the one tail and thought he was going to die at the bottom of the sea. But when he opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find himself lying on the deck of the pirate's ship. Before he could figure out the situation, he saw the woman who had been haunting his dreams running towards him and throwing herself into his arms. Cole's eyes widened in disbelief. "Allie? Allie? Is it really you? Am I dreaming? Or is this heaven?" "Fool!" The blonde wiped the tears from her eyes, twisted his waist, and scolded him with a smile. "Ah! It hurts. This is not a dream. It really is you. That's great. That's great." Gale had already hidden far away, as he didn't want to be fed dog food. However, several other girls who loved 8 trigrams squatted nearby and listened carefully, wanting to hear how this young couple, who had just experienced the separation of life and death, would talk to each other. "Hey, it's you, Cole. I was wondering who was so reckless to come here alone. Fortunately, the pirates on the ship have been dealt with by Captain Gale and his men, otherwise your life would have been died in vain. Do you know that? When Fate saw that the person who came was an acquaintance, he went up and started scolding him. I'm sorry, brother Fate. I was blinded by anger and lost my mind for a moment. Color could only touch his head and apologize. After calming down, he now realized how irrational his behavior was. Okay, this isn't the first time you've been scolded for your temper. Come over here and I'll introduce you. This is Captain Gale, and this is his brother, Lord Weeble. It was these two brothers who saved us all. Captain, this guy is called Color. He used to be the most famous troublemaker in our village. Now he has joined the Marine and become an excellent Marine. Fate said as he punched Color in the chest. Ger took the initiative to extend his hand and shake hands with Color in a friendly manner. He has a short haircut, dark skin, a slim figure, regular features and a firm look in his eyes. Gale was very fond of Cole's typical soldier image. Although he was a bit reckless, he dared to do something even though he knew it was impossible. His courage to face death was precious and surpassed most people. Hello, Marine, my name is Ger, and I'm currently an adventurer. Cole was very grateful and was about to bend his knees when he was stopped by Gale. Gale patted his shoulder and said with a smile, soldiers can't kneel down casually. Cole was stunned at first. It was the first time he heard such a statement, but he agreed with what Gale said in his heart. He saluted Gale and said, hello. Lord Gale, thank you for saving everyone in Dunview village, and thank you for saving my fiancée Ali. Thank you very much. Ger waved his hand. Meeting is fate, it's just a small favor. Besides, everyone in Dunview village has helped me a lot, so you're welcome. He felt a little embarrassed. Gale originally went to rob a ship, and happened to encounter this kind of thing. Saving people was just a coincidence. In the end, he got the ship and treasure, and also recruited a good chef and a little cutie. It was obvious that Gale was the biggest beneficiary of the whole incident. But everyone thanked him profusely, which made Gale feel a little ashamed. A large group of people sat down to drink tea and chat, while Wilbur was sleeping soundly on the side. The noise on the ship did not affect him at all. Color hesitated for a moment before finally stating his previous guess. The captain of the marine station may be in collusion with this group of pirates. After hearing this, Uncle Fate was so angry that he couldn't help but slammed the table and cursed, hateful. Milady, this marine scum. Our village is on the south side of the island, and the marine base is on the north side. We usually only monitor the situation on the southern sea. I was wondering why the pirates were able to quietly pass through the marine's defense zone and attack us from behind that night. It turns out that they are in the same group. Damn it. Color pulled the emotional Fate. Brother Fate, don't be angry. This is just my guess at the moment, so I have something to ask Captain Gale. Oh? What's the matter? Tell me. Ger asked curiously. I hope Captain Gale will allow me to search Captain Jimmy's room. I want to see if I can find evidence that Mildy is colluding with the Cerberus pirates so that I can report his crimes to the Marine Supervisory Department. Of course, the captain's cabin is the first room on the right. Thank you, Captain Gale. It's a small matter. Gale waved his hand, took another sip of tea and continued, you can look for evidence at will, but I think that a marine captain who can so brazenly collude with the pirates to plunder civilians is likely to have someone above him. If you rashly sue him, not only will you fail to bring him down, but you will also bring trouble to yourself and the village. This. Upon hearing this, both Cole and Fate's faces changed drastically. That's impossible. Is Marine completely rotten from head to toe? In order to uphold justice in his heart, Color chose to join the Marine. If it had not happened to him, he might never have believed that such dirty things would happen in the upper echelons of the Marine. Gale smiled and reminded, the people above may not be of this kind, but do you want to gamble everyone's lives on this probability? Cole was speechless. Yes, he couldn't use the lives of the entire village to determine whether the Marine officer above was just or evil. Damn it! Is it just a waste of time to let this BD milady go? Fate pounded the deck in anger. Several people on the boat were direct victims of the incident. Now they heard that the culprit was still at large, and they were helpless. They clenched their fists and were extremely angry. Suddenly, a childish voice broke the silence. Lord Ger, can you help kill that bad guy? Baya said to Gere angrily. Everyone was shocked. Since it was decided that they would live on the boat, the lively and lovely girl Bia had become familiar with Gale and spoke to her in a more casual manner. Gale thought this was a good thing and pinched her round face encouragingly. "Shut up. Bia, stop talking nonsense." Fate was horrified and interrupted quickly. Uncle Fate signaled to the oldest girl, Ali, with his eyes. Ali understood, nodded, and took the girls to the room to play. Although being scolded by her father, Bia was not afraid. Before leaving, she pouted at Fate, which made Fate so angry that he wanted to jump up and beat her up. Gale did not interfere with the interaction between the loving father and the filial daughter. He just secretly gave Bia a thumbs up and gave her an encouraging smile from behind. After the girls left, only Gale, Fate and Cole were left on the deck. Uncle Fate then said to Ger, "Captain, don't listen to what that girl Bia says." Color on the side also persuaded, "Yes, Lord Ger, you have already helped us a lot. There is no need for you to bear a bounty and be wanted by the Marine for our affairs. Even if this matter needs to be done, it should be done by me." He knew that if this problem could not be solved, the Marines would collude with the pirates to rob their village every now and then. If he could not bring down Mildy by reporting her, he would have to put an end to this matter on his own. Ger nodded silently in approval. Color was not a pedantic Marine. He did not jump out and say something stupid like, even if Mildy was wrong, she should be handed over to the Marine Judicial Department for trial. "Ada, stop. Woof woof." Gale first stopped the boat, stroked his chin and thought, then smiled and said, "It's not impossible to kill him. Captain." Just as Fate was about to persuade him, Gale raised his hand to interrupt, "Don't worry, Uncle Fate. I won't act rashly. Although it's easy to kill Captain Mildy directly, simply killing him won't solve any problems. He was a captain of the naval headquarters. Pirates with bounties of 20 or 30 million were no match for him, but the young man in front of him said it so easily, as if he was squeezing a bug to death." Cole wanted to say something but stopped himself. Turning around, he saw that Brother Fate looked calm. He could only hold back the words he wanted to say, and temporarily shut his mouth and listened quietly. Ger continued. "Also, Uncle, since you and Bia are already on my boat, we are family. Your business is my business. There is no need to be polite. Dunbia village is your hometown, and I don't want any hidden dangers to remain here that would make you feel uneasy after you leave with me, so let's sit down together and think about how to safely eliminate this time bomb." Fate first sighed helplessly, then he and Color both nodded. "I know, Captain." After Fate finished speaking, he thought seriously. He did not doubt at all that Gale could kill Mildy. The powerful Jimmy pirates were also dealt with by the Gale brothers in a few moves. So what they needed to consider was the subsequent handling. Gale looked at Cole and said with a sly smile, "Hey, to be honest with you two, I've actually thought of a solution, but it depends on whether Cole is willing to cooperate. After all, you are a Marine. As long as I can kill Mildy and protect the village and everyone, I will become a pirate and even sacrifice my life. Please. If there is anything you need me to do, just tell me, Lord Ghoul." Color answered without hesitation and with a firm attitude. "That's fine. You won't have to run away or die. Maybe I'll even congratulate you on your promotion in advance." Ha ha ha. The two people present were all confused after hearing this. Gale did not keep them in suspense and slowly explained, "First, check the ship and see if you can find any evidence of Jimmy and Mildy colluding. If there is sufficient evidence, then tonight's story is that Captain Jimmy and Mildy had a conflict over the uneven distribution of spoils. Pirates Jimmy attacked and killed Mildy, then was injured and fled, and was finally shot dead by Color Seaman First Class. You become a hero, and you get promoted based on this achievement. Then you spend some money to smooth things over, and it shouldn't be a problem to take over the power of this small marine station. After that, you can reorganize from within and slowly deal with those Marines who have the same problems as Mildy." Fate and Cole were both stunned. These straightforward men had never heard of such a conspiracy and were almost shocked. But then they thought about it carefully and felt that this method seemed to be feasible. "Lord Ger, what if we can't find evidence of Mildy's crime?" Color asked with some concern, and Uncle Fate also looked at Gale, waiting for him to speak. Gale looked at the two people and asked with a sly smile, whether he was killed because of collusion with the pirates and uneven profit-sharing or he died heroically while being a Marine hero in capturing the pirates, Mildy is still a dead person. Does it make a big difference to us? The three of them discussed other details carefully. A long time Ger, Hey hey hey. Color, hey hey hey. In the end, even the honest man Fate started laughing strangely. The girls who returned to the deck were all confused. Why did they suddenly have an illusion that the three people in front of them were the bad guys? Chapter 13. Dark and windy night, very suitable for doing things that are not allowed to be seen in public. The northern coast of Buling Island. In the residential area next to the marine station, Gale and Weeble had appeared on the roof of an independent villa without anyone noticing. According to the accurate information provided by Gale, this is the residence of Captain Mildy. Tisk tisk tisk, the villa is next to the sea, it's quite enjoyable. No matter which world it is, it seems that bad guys live more comfortably. But it doesn't matter, it seems that the gains of tonight's trip will not be too small. His observation hacky had already sensed the presence of two other people in the room besides the target, Mildy. Gale signaled Weeble to stay where he was, and he quietly lay by the window and eavesdropped on the conversation in the room. There was only a small light on in the room, and the light was obviously insufficient. A middle-aged man with a crew cut and wearing a marine justice coat was sitting on the sofa with his legs spread out. It was Marine Captain Mildy. Beside him, two men in black, one short and fat and the other tall and thin, stood upright. They lowered their heads and looked at the tips of their shoes quietly, like students being scolded by their teacher, not daring to even fart. It took a long time. Sitting on the sofa, Milady took out a cigar from an exquisite wooden box, put it to her nose and sniffed it, then slowly said, Lytton, how long have you two been following me? It's been exactly 10 years since I was 18, Boss Mildy. Oh. The hall fell silent again. Pa. SSS. The lighter in Mildy's hand produced a small flame, which slightly illuminated the dim room and made Mildy's scarred face look even more hideous. No matter how you look at him, he looks more like a gangster godfather than a righteous marine officer. Milady took a deep puff of her cigar and squinted her eyes, not sure whether she was enjoying it or reminiscing about the past. He slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke and said, Has it been 10 years? Yes. Boss. The tall and thin man, Layton, answered respectfully, while the fat man named Lytton just nodded like a chicken pecking at rice without saying a word. I still remember clearly when I asked you two brothers to pretend to sacrifice yourself and secretly quit the Marine Corps to work for me. It seems like it happened just yesterday. I didn't expect it has been so long. After exhaling another puff of smoke, Milady tapped the cigar on the ashtray and continued expressionlessly, I know that after so many years, you two brothers must have some dissatisfaction in your hearts. I dare not. Layton replied hastily, lowering his head even lower. What I really thought was, damn it. The Laozi brothers are not good Marines. They have been with you for 10 years. You have promised us a lot for 10 years. We have to do all the dirty work, but we haven't seen any of the benefits promised at the beginning. You are getting comfortable. Now you are connected with both the black and white worlds. You are enjoying the good life while we don't even have a sip of soup. You still have the nerve to ask if you are dissatisfied. If we can't beat you, the Laozi brothers will pin you to the ground and beat you up before asking you if you are comfortable. Haha, it's not that I don't dare, it's that I don't have the courage, so I'm still dissatisfied in my heart. Milady smiled slightly, then looked up at the two of them with sinister eyes. No. That's not what we meant. We are not dissatisfied with you, boss. Layton and Lytton were so frightened that they fell to their knees. They didn't dare to look Mildy in the eye and could only anxiously shake their heads and make excuses. Milady interrupted, waving her hand, that's enough. No need to explain any more. I know you brothers are still loyal, otherwise you wouldn't be alive. I didn't call you here today to ask for an explanation, so get up. The two of them then breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and got up from the ground. Squeak. Hearing the sound of a cabinet door opening, the two of them took a sneak peek. Then I saw the boss take out two small boxes from the wooden cabinet and put them on the table. Mildy pushed the box towards them, indicating that they could open it and have a look. The two brothers opened the box with doubts. After seeing what was inside the box, expressions of excitement and greed appeared on their faces almost at the same time. Because the two small boxes in front of you contain the secret treasure of the sea, devil fruit. For people like them who are out to make a living, devil fruit equals strength equals survival. Mildy's behavior of swinging the club and rewarding dates was to completely win over the two brothers. Now seeing their excited expressions, Mildy couldn't help but smile, thinking that it was worth spending a huge amount of money to buy two devil fruits, the effect was very good. These are 2 Zoan devil fruits that I spent 200 million Baileys to get from the black market. I don't know their specific forms. If you have no objection, each of you can choose one and eat it. No objection. No objection. Thank you for the reward, boss. We will definitely work harder in the future. We will go through fire and water for you. We will not refuse even if it means death. The 2 of them took the box with many thanks and were about to eat the devil fruit. Wait, I have a problem. Ger opened the balcony window and walked in. The 3 people who were playing the game of a good king and loyal ministers had frozen expressions on their faces. They turned to look at the uninvited guest, and they all wanted to ask, "Who the hell are you?" Milady said with a gloomy face, "Hey! Little devil! It's dangerous if you run around everywhere at night instead of sleeping well." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures, one fat and one thin, quickly attacked Gale. Someone overheard their secret conversation. No matter who it is, he must be killed to silence him. The 2 brothers, Layton and Lytton, have been partners for most of their lives and have a very tacit understanding. At this time, the 2 of them, one above and one below, attacked from both sides, completely blocking all of Gale's escape routes. They used daggers suitable for close combat in their hands, and the sharp blade glowed with a cold blue light under the moonlight, and stabbed straight at Gale's vitals. "Hey! I succeeded!" Seeing that the opponent was still standing there in a daze, the 2 brothers had already completed their encirclement and killing. It was too late for the opponent to dodge at this time. Layton said excitedly, "Go to hell." Looking at the swinging dagger, Gale still did not move his hands. His expression was calm, and suddenly a red light flashed in his eyes. Boom! Boom! 2 dull sounds were heard. Milady, who was watching the battle carefully, saw that Layton and Lytton, who were jumping in the air, suddenly lost consciousness and fell heavily to the ground. Who are you?" Milady was no longer calm at this time. She stood up from the sofa in panic, and her cigar fell to the ground, splashing sparks. Gale walked over the 2 people who had fallen to the ground with a step that showed no regard for their relatives, and laughed as he walked. "Does it matter who I am? You don't know me even if I tell you." "Well, according to the normal process, we do have to introduce ourselves to each other, get to know each other, and then I will loudly tell you what I did wrong, and then you will tell your story, how an excellent Justice Marine became what he is now, and then we will have a debate of ideas, and in the end we will find that no one can convince the other, and we still have to go back to using fists to prove who is more right. What do you think is the reason for this? Is it just to make up the word count?" Milady was confused. Before she could react to what the man was saying, she heard him say, "Waibul, it's time to start. Leave him with an intact body." When Milady heard this, her pupils shrank and she shuddered all over. How is it possible? He didn't even notice there were other people present? Milady instinctively wanted to turn around and check behind her. Swish! A cold light flashed by. Before Milady could turn his head, he found himself lying on the ground. He wanted to stand up but found that his limbs had no feeling. Before his vision became completely blurred, he seemed to see a familiar headless corpse and a burly man next to the corpse. He opened his mouth but no sound came out. Although Gale had received targeted training against killing and bloodshed after coming to this world, he still felt a little nauseous when he saw this real-life scene of corpse separation up close. His face turned pale, and after recovering, he couldn't help but curse, "Why are you using so much force? Didn't I tell you to leave his body intact?" Sensing the displeasure in his brother's words, Waibul looked innocent. He scratched his head and asked in a low voice, "Brother, what is a complete corpse?" Gale was also stunned when he heard this. After thinking carefully, it seemed that he had indeed not told him this. He slapped his forehead and blamed himself for pretending to be cool and saying that he wanted to leave his body intact. Ger apologized, "I'm sorry, it's not your fault. I forgot to make it clear to you. Next time, when I say leave him an intact body, I mean just stab him to death with a knife or punch him to death. Don't cut him into several pieces." "Oh. Okay, brother." Waibul understood this time and nodded in agreement. Afraid that he would forget again next time and upset his brother, Waibul repeated to himself several times, "Leaving the body intact means only one piece is needed, it cannot be chopped into several pieces." Gale didn't know what to say, so he could only let him go. Bite. Kill the demon fruit power and successfully open the devil fruit system. Loading 60%. Hearing the long-lost system prompt sound, Gale felt ecstatic. Ever since he was given a novice reward and a bound task when he first crossed over, the only function of this system was to check the attribute panels of him and Weevil. Gale even suspected that he had encountered a fake cheat. It turned out that there were other functional sections that had not been triggered. Opened successfully. After the system was turned on, a blue ball of light was seen floating out from Mildy's body. It was the size of an ordinary apple and rose to a height of about 1 meter before stopping and floating in the air. Gale reached out to take it, and the moment he touched it, a system interface popped up in front of him. Unknown devil fruit detected, automatically analyzing, analysis completed, Zoan. Dog fruit. Pitbull form, please select extract or decompose a user of the Zoan fruit. No wonder it took him a while to die after his head fell off. Luckily, he didn't have the chance to transform, otherwise the noise would have been too loud and we wouldn't have had time to deal with the situation. Gale wanted to understand the function of the system as quickly as possible, so he randomly tried to click on the decomposition button. Ding! Decomposition failed, devil fruit in energy state cannot be decomposed. What a FG system! You're asking me to choose when there's no choice. Gale complained and clicked extract again. Ding! Extraction successful. Extraction ability, Bulldogs will passively triggered when in a tough fight, pain perception is turned off, the impact of injuries and fatigue on strength is reduced by 50%, and the fighting will and fighting endurance are increased by 50%. Usage, oral. The blue ball of light exploded like fireworks and dissipated. Gale looked at the blue ball the size of his thumbnail in his hand and thought. Extraction doesn't mean extracting the entire devil fruit and extracting a certain ability? Then the pitbull form of the dog fruit should be reborn, but weaker? This should be the logic. Looking at the two devil fruits on the table next to him, Gale wanted to verify whether his guess was correct right away, but business was more important, so he could only put the two devil fruits away and start looking for the treasure accumulated by the hard-working Captain Mildy. Gale lifted up the bed and saw a pile of Baileys neatly stacked under the bed, estimated to be about 200 million. Weeble, get the sacks out. Get to work. Gale felt that since this guy could spend 200 million to buy devil fruit for his subordinates, he must have more than this amount of money. He walked around the room and continued searching. Gale came to a wooden bookshelf and touched all the decorations. Finally, he found that there was a vase that was fixed and could not be picked up. Crack, crack, crack. I tried to turn it gently left and right, and sure enough, the bookshelf started to turn, and a secret room appeared before my eyes. Gear said with some pride, these people always hide in these few places. It's really not difficult. When he walked into the compartment behind the bookshelf, he saw a pile of gold treasures. Although Gale didn't know the specific market price, but referring to the scene of the Straw Hat Pirates selling gold, Gale estimated that this pile of gold was worth at least tens of billions of Baileys. It is really a 3-year clean magistrate and 100,000 silver coins. Hurry up and pack it up, brother. Just pack a little bit of the banknotes. Leave some for Cole. Take all the gold and treasures. Haha. Okay. He filled a large backpack and carried 2 large sacks. Only Weeble could carry such heavy things and still use the shave and moonwalk easily. After Gear faked the scene, he killed the 2 thugs. Finally, before leaving, he fired a few shots into the sky, successfully attracting the attention of the Marine in the base and at the same time notifying Cole that he could proceed to the next step. After finishing their work, Gear and Weeble disappeared into the darkness. On the way, Weeble asked in confusion, "Brother, what are the uses of gold and money? Why do you and Mommy seem to like them so much? You can't eat them." When asked by Weeble, Gale was also stunned. After thinking carefully, he seemed to not need money much. Just the treasure seized from the pirates and the big bag of gold left by Miss Bacon were enough for him. But then he thought that he couldn't stay on the sea forever, and he would definitely have to occupy a place to develop his power in the future. Then the more money he had, the better. So he answered in words that Weeble could understand, "Brother, although these things cannot be eaten, they can be exchanged for many delicious foods." Oh. So that's how it is. It's easy to understand and doesn't need much explanation. Weeble immediately becomes full of energy when he hears about food. Chapter 14. Back to the boat. After washing up, Gale returned to his room immediately, closed the door, took out 2 boxes and placed them on the table. When I opened the box, I saw 2 fruits with special patterns lying quietly. The one on the left looked like a brown eggplant, and the one on the right was rounder in shape, with a cylindrical protrusion in the middle, like a pig's nose. Bite. Unknown devil fruit detected, automatically analyzing, analysis successful, Zoan. Bug fruit. Cockroach form, analysis successful, Zoan. Pig fruit. Boar form, anyway, the extraction and decomposition of devil fruit need to be tested. Gale did not hesitate and prepared to experiment with decomposing the fruit first. He directly picked up the devil fruit that looked like an eggplant and thought to himself, decompose. Ding! Decomposition successful. Gained abilities, immunity to moderate poison, tenacious life, beast form, moderate toxin immunity, strong immunity, immune to most bacteria, fungi, and viruses, reducing all toxin damage by 50%. Usage, oral. Tenacious life when health is below 50%, defense is increased and damage taken is reduced by 50%, beast form transformed into a cockroach, physical fitness and various abilities improved. Oh my god! What the hell? Gale frowned and carefully picked out the pill that could transform into a beast. This was not a joke, eating the wrong one could ruin your life. Ghoul watched the devil fruit in his hand turn into a ball of light and then gradually dissipate. As expected, if you choose to decompose the devil fruit, it will disappear immediately. Gear suddenly had a shocking idea. What would happen if I decomposed the Nika fruit? No. I can't work for I'm and the 5 elders for free. I'll leave this problem to them. Without thinking any further, Gale picked up another devil fruit and chose to extract the pig fruit. Wild boar form. Gale clasped his hands together and silently prayed to the gods for blessings. It would be fine if he could only take away the ability to turn into a cockroach, but he must not give him the ability to turn into a pig's head as well. Ding! Extraction successful. Gained ability, Big Eater, whatever you fear will come true. Looking at this name, it seems like it would be worse than turning into a pig. Gear's mentality is a little broken. Big Eater, easy to get hungry, amazing appetite, super strong digestion, fast and good absorption of nutrients, and enhanced recovery to a certain extent. Usage, oral. Be content with what you have. After reading the detailed explanation, Gale felt that this ability was marginally useful, so he stopped worrying about it. As expected, if you extract it, the devil fruit will still be there, but you can only extract it once, and the abilities gained are less than if you decompose and extract it. Looking out the window, he saw that it was still dark. There was one last experiment that needed to be verified, so he would have to leave it until tomorrow. Gale climbed into bed contentedly and went to sleep, giggling in his sleep. Dunbu Village Chief, are the pirates coming yet? It's already late at night and we've been standing here all night. Yes, Village Chief, will they want to wait until tomorrow morning to go ashore? How about we take a rest? Seeing that everyone had gradually relaxed, the village chief shouted anxiously, shut up. Stay alert. The enemy is stalling for time, waiting for us to get tired and let down our guard before attacking us. We have to hold on. Stay alert. Don't let your guard down. Seeing that the surrounding villagers were still listless, the village chief turned around and ordered, Urgu, go to the back and ask the women in the village to boil some hot water and steam some cakes for everyone to fill their stomachs. We still have to confront the pirates tonight. The village chief pretended to be calm on the surface, but he was also anxious on the inside. This is a difficult situation. I didn't expect that this group of pirates are not only cunning and cruel, but also have some knowledge of military tactics. The villagers could hold out no longer until the second half of the night. Their eyelids, which weighed 1,000 pounds, could not be lifted no matter how hard they tried, and they all fell asleep. Fortunately, that night, Dunbu village was peaceful and nothing happened. However, a major incident occurred at the marine base on the other side. Captain Milady was murdered in the house where he lived, along with 2 bodies that looked like pirates and Baileys and treasures scattered all over the room. The murderer was the mad dog Jimmy, whose bounty was 25 million Baileys. After killing Milady, he was injured and escaped, but was shot dead by Private Culler. Culler brought Pirates Jimmy's body and a large bag of treasure back to the marine station. Later, evidence of Jimmy's collusion with Milady was found in his clothes, and a large amount of money of unknown origin and letters to and from the pirates were found in Milady's residence. The superior marine officer immediately ordered a blockade of the news and publicly announced that Marine Captain Milady was ambushed by several pirates, fought to the death and was finally killed heroically. However, many rumors have been spread privately. Captain Mildy colluded with the pirates to plunder the villages under his jurisdiction, and was killed by the pirates because of uneven distribution of the spoils. Some people who heard the news were confused while others applauded. However, this high-ranking figure had nothing to do with ordinary people like them, so they had to continue living their lives as usual. Private Gale made great contributions by killing the pirates, and his reputation in the marine base soared. He then handed over the seized treasures and Mildy's huge property of unknown origin to his superior marine generals for handling. Finally, Gale was promoted to Marine Warrant Officer and temporarily served as the base commander of the temporary marine base on Buling Island. Of course, this is all a story for later. In order to comply with the plan previously made by Gale, the ship chose to dock one day later. Uncle Fit did not tell the girls the details of the situation. He just explained to them that due to special circumstances they needed to stay on the boat for one more night. The girls were also very sensible and did not ask any further questions. After dinner they quietly returned to the cabin to rest. However, they missed their hometown and relatives in their hearts, and they all suffered from insomnia all night. After tossing and turning, they finally waited until dawn. Several girls came to the deck early in the morning to wait for the departure. They couldn't wait to go home and meet their families, but no one dared to wake Captain Gale up, so they could only gather together and worry. The two sea beasts were also dispersed by Gale and were allowed to move freely to look for food. However, even if Ada and Aer were here, they would not listen to other people's orders to pull the boat. They may play or joke around, but they dare not joke with their own lives. Currently, the only ones who can command them are Gare and Weibul. While eating the breakfast that Uncle Fate had carefully prepared early in the morning, they unanimously elected Bia, who was currently the most popular person on the ship, to go and see if Captain Gare had gotten up. The clever girl did not wake up Gare directly after taking charge of the whole thing. She ran to the kitchen to get a breakfast, brought it to the door of the captain's room, knocked gently and asked, "Captain, Captain, it's time for breakfast. Should we bring it in or leave it at the door?" Ger opened the door and took the breakfast. Looking at the cute little girl, he couldn't help but rub her soft blue hair to thank her. In fact, in terms of physical age, Gare may still call Bia sister, but he has a soul in his 20s inside his body, so Gare has always treated Bia as a younger sister. When he came to the deck with breakfast and saw several girls looking at him with expectant eyes, Gale suddenly understood what was going on. Beep! A long and pleasant whistle passed over the misty sea, and soon two dog barks were heard back. Woof! Woof! After having enough food, drink, and fun, Ada and Aer quickly got ready and the boat was pulled back towards Dunbu village. Gale ignored the cheers and excitement of the girls next to him. He sat aside with a fishing rod and started fishing. He got up early in the morning because he had an important experiment to test. Weibul was also awakened by the smell of breakfast. He took a huge wooden barrel filled with food, carried it to Gare's side, sat down on the deck, and began to eat. "Brother, if you want to eat fish, I can go down and help you catch it. I see you haven't caught a single fish after fishing for a long time." Weibul said these infuriating words seriously, and Gare muttered in his heart, "Don't I have any dignity? I learned the skill of fishing in my previous life." Finally, he felt the wonderful vibration of a fish being hooked on the fishing rod. Gale quickly pulled it up and was surprised to catch a sea fish the size of a palm. "Haha, see, little brother, I'm really good at fishing." Gare's face was filled with pride. Several girls came to watch Captain Gale fishing, and they all clapped their hands to show their respect. Only Weibul, an honest man, asked, "Brother, such a small fish is not enough to fill the gap between our teeth. How about letting it go? I can catch it back when it grows bigger." Gale didn't care about Weibul's sincere words which sounded like sarcasm, and couldn't wait to ask Weibul to fetch a bucket of seawater from the big wooden barrel he used after eating. Gale then took out the ball that could transform into the cockroach beast and forced it into the fish's mouth. He then threw it into the barrel and squatted aside to observe carefully. "Haha, that's great." Seeing the fish swimming leisurely in the sea, Gale smiled happily. The onlookers were all confused and didn't know why the wise and brave Captain Gale kept grinning at a sea fish. After observing the fish, Gale released it, thinking that it was a real sea cockroach. Looking at the 4 balls in his hand, Bulldog's Will, Medium Poison Immunity, Tenacious Life, Big Eater, Gale was wondering whether he should eat one to become poison immune. This skill is still very good, but when he thought of his silly brother, Weibul, if the enemy added poison to the delicious food, Gale estimated that Weibul would be 100% caught. We can do without tanks and cannons, but we must first develop nuclear weapons to deter the villains and have a chance to buy time for slow development. Gale decided to make Weevil the strongest in the world first. Weevil, open your mouth and give you candy. Weeaboo opened his mouth obediently, and Gale threw all 4 balls in, asking expectantly, "How is it? Do you feel anything?" Weeaboo thought about it carefully and said naively, "I'm sorry, brother. I ate too fast just now and didn't taste it. How about you give me a few more and I'll eat slower this time? You thought this was just ordinary candy? Why don't you give me a few more? And I'm not asking you how it tastes, I'm asking if you feel any changes in your body." Ger was helpless. Weeaboo squinted his eyes and felt it carefully for a while, then suddenly his eyes lit up and he said, "I feel it. Brother, I feel a little hungry again. No. I have to go to the kitchen to find uncle to get me something to eat." Gale had given up struggling and waved his hand to signal him to go away, otherwise he would lose control and hit him. Chapter 15. Duan. Duan. The pirates are coming. The old village chief, who was sleeping soundly, was almost frightened to death by the sound of the copper basin. Oops! How did I fall asleep? The old village chief felt extremely guilty. He was clearly shouting for everyone to stay alert at all times, but he fell into a deep sleep. He opened his eyes hastily and looked towards the dock, only to see 2 huge dog heads right in front of him. Ah! Monster! The old village chief was so frightened that his legs went weak and he was about to fall backwards, but luckily Ergu, who was standing nearby, was quick to reach out and support him. Ada and Aer are about 30 meters long, and their height when standing upright is nearly 10 meters. The villagers were so frightened at this point that they were fleeing in all directions, and their previous momentum to fight the enemy to the death was gone. The old village chief was still unwilling to give up. He struggled to stand up and shouted, "Don't be afraid, don't panic. Pick up your weapons. Pick up your weapons." The village chief's voice became weaker and weaker, because he himself didn't know what use the farm tools in their hands would be in facing a monster of this level. Village chief, don't go any further. Let's run quickly, it's too dangerous. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Ergu looked anxious and tried his best to pull the stubborn old man. Damn it! How could this damn pirates group have these 2 damn sea beasts? They all deserve to die. I'm going to fight you. The old village chief kept muttering to himself and refused to step back. He pushed Ergu's hand away, raised his crutch and rushed forward to hit the dog's head. "Grandfather! Grandpa village chief!" Several familiar voices were heard. The old village chief was still wondering if he was hallucinating because of his old age and hearing loss, when he saw several girls running towards him. Isn't the shortest red-haired girl among them his precious granddaughter? "You, what are you doing?" The old village chief's eyes were dull, tears already welling up in his eyes. He touched the chubby face of the little girl in his arms, and after making sure it was not an illusion, he said happily, Okay, I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're back." Several other little girls also found their families in the crowd. The family who survived the disaster and reunited hugged each other tightly. They obviously had a lot of grievances and longings in their hearts that they wanted to tell their loved ones, but when the words came to their lips, they turned into wailing. Gale stood quietly at the bow and watched this heartwarming scene, his heart filled with emotion and his nose feeling a little sore. Gale has always had a sense of unreality since he traveled through time, because in his subconscious he believed that this was a world in a comic book, so he had been living with an attitude of playing life. Suddenly, he truly felt that everyone around him was a real living person with flesh and blood and emotions, rather than just NPCs made up of a bunch of data. In order to protect more beautiful smiles of people around him, Gear suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of responsibility. "Brother, why are they crying for no reason? Are they hungry?" Weeaboo scratched his head and asked doubtfully, "Who knows? Maybe I was just too happy." "Hey? Can you cry when you're happy?" Weeaboo felt even more confused. When faced with a problem he couldn't figure out, his most effective solution was to just stop thinking about it. "Brother, I don't know why, but I feel particularly hungry today. The uncle got off the boat before I was full." "Really? Maybe it's just your illusion. Just bear with it, and you'll have food to eat soon." Gale's expression was a little unnatural, and he thought to himself, "I'm sorry, brother, it's my fault that I harmed you and made you eat dirty things." Turning around, he ordered, "Weeble, Go catch some food in the sea first. I'll let my uncle cook for you later. Dad and you guys go play nearby first. Oh, okay brother. As soon as Gale finished speaking, a man and 2 dogs dived into the water with a splash and quickly disappeared. Only after patiently waiting for the villagers of Dunbu village to finish their emotional expression did Gale jump off the boat. Everyone also learned that it was this handsome young man who saved their relatives. Immediately, a large group of villagers, led by the old village chief, expressed their gratitude to Gale. The villagers were all very simple and warmly invited Gale to visit the village. The old village chief raised his arm and immediately announced that the whole village of Dunbu would hold a 3-day banquet to thank their savior, and the villagers also cheered. Village chief, village chief. Ergu pulled the village chief and wanted to have a private word with him. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm entertaining guests? What's the point of pulling and tugging? The old village chief looked displeased and turned around and scolded. Excuse me, village chief, can you please spare me a moment? Ergu smiled awkwardly at Gale, and then wanted to pull the village chief aside to talk. The village chief righteously refused. If you have anything to say, just say it here. Captain Gale and we are family. We have nothing to hide from him. Ergu's cheeks were as red as if he had put on blush. He couldn't resist the old village chief for a long time and could only speak frankly. Well, village chief. We don't have money to buy things. It's a problem for us to have our next meal, let alone a 3-day banquet. I can't do anything about it. You decide what to do. The old village chief slapped his forehead, feeling too embarrassed to face anyone. He then remembered that their village had just been looted by pirates, and today they had to sell everything they had to raise money to give to the marine. How could they have the money to hold a banquet? Could it be that what he had just said would be immediately slapped in the face? The stubborn old man's neck turned red with shame. In the end, it was Gale who showed understanding and stepped forward to help. Village chief, I have something urgent to attend to, so I won't stay here for long. There's no need to hold a 3-day banquet. Everyone is happy today, so let's have a meal here to celebrate. Don't worry about the ingredients, my brother has already prepared them. The cooking will be left to Uncle Fit and the villagers. What do you think? How can this be so embarrassing? Captain Gale, you are our distinguished guest and benefactor. This is really rude of you. We are all family, there is no need to be so polite, village chief. Ha ha ha. Right, we are all family, so it's better to obey than to be respectful. Then I will shamelessly agree to it. Leave the cooking to me. Uncle Fate also patted his chest and said. After the village chief agreed, he started to make preparations. All the villagers, young and old, joined in the preparations. The adults moved tables, chairs, and benches, and the children took bowls and chopsticks. The prey captured by Weeble has been piled up into a small mountain on the dock. Ada and Air are also working hard to help, fearing that they will not be able to catch enough food and will become emergency reserve food. The villagers had never seen such a scene before. Looking at the various sea fish piled up in front of them, each one was very plump and weighed dozens or hundreds of kilograms. There were also 4 to 5 meter long lobsters, more than 10 meters long squids, crabs bigger than fishing boats, there was even a sea king. Everyone almost dropped their jaws in shock. Gale wondered if Weibul had wiped out all the shrimps and crabs that were about to become spirits in the sea. He didn't know if the Dragon King would come to cause trouble later. It really is the case that one person's contribution brings joy to the whole village. Uncle Fate led a group of energetic villagers to prepare ingredients for cooking. The adults were busy, and the children were playing on the sidelines waiting for dinner. Captain Ghoul, as a distinguished guest, also stayed with the children waiting for the meal to start. A group of children heard from adults that Captain Gale was an adventurer who defeated the pirates and rescued several people from their village. Ger became a superhero in the hearts of the children, and they all gathered around him clamoring to hear his adventure stories. Looking at the children who surrounded him in circles, Gale certainly wouldn't spoil the fun by saying that he had only been out to sea for a few days and had no adventure stories, although this was the truth. Gale then told all kinds of wonderful and amazing adventure stories to the children in their expectant eyes. There were islands floating above the clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters, bubble islands 10,000 meters under the sea, big goldfish that opened up a small island in one mouthful, elephants tens of thousands of meters high that walked on the sea, and an animal kingdom on the elephant's back. Gale started talking and described everything vividly, as if he had really seen it with his own eyes. The thrilling, wonderful and interesting adventure stories are very much to the taste of children. Soon, more and more children gathered around Gale. In the end, almost all the children in the village came to listen to the story told by the big talker Gale. Many adults also joined in. Weevil was also chewing dried meat and listening carefully. He was also a miner and liked to listen to stories. At that time, a giant goldfish that was bigger than the island opened its huge mouth and was about to swallow our boat in one gulp. I had no choice but to punch it away. Captain Ghoul is awesome. Captain Ghoul is so handsome. When I grow up, I want to be an adventurer like Captain Gale. Gale really enjoyed it, no wonder everyone likes to brag. The little kids were all fascinated by the story, and when the story came to the exciting parts, everyone applauded. Gur was afraid that these kids would be influenced by him and secretly run out to sea for adventure, so he told them some stories about fighting the terrible pirates. There are fat women who want to eat children for every meal, perverts who like to chop people and be chopped, and nuns who specialize in trafficking children. The story ends before dinner. The main idea of the story is that the sea is fun but also very dangerous, so children without parents are forbidden to go out to sea secretly. The children had never heard such a wonderful story before. They were all very interested and wanted to ask Gear to tell them more stories. However, after seeing the sumptuous seafood meal on the table, the children said, "Why listen to stories? Isn't the food delicious?" Looking at the dishes on the table, not only had the kids and villagers seen them before, even Gale started to eat like a man who had never seen the world. Gale and Webble sat at a table alone, accompanied only by the old village chief, while Chef Fate was still fighting in the kitchen. It's not that there is any class distinction, it's just that most people sitting at the same table with Weeble can't even get a bite of the food. "Come on, village chief, try this fish. The meat looks fresh and tender." A plate of cooked fish of some unknown kind was served. Gear, who always respected the elderly and loved the young, picked up the fattest piece of fish belly and put it into the old village chief's bowl. The old village chief was very happy today. His wrinkles on his face were wrinkled into a chrysanthemum shape. He said politely, "No, no, I can do it myself." "You are so polite, Captain Gale. You are the guest, and I should be the one helping you with the food." "It's okay, village chief. This is your first time eating with my brother and you may not know it yet. You can't come by yourself." After Gale finished speaking, he pointed. The village chief looked in the direction of Gale's finger and couldn't help but take out his reading glasses and put them on. Where's the fish?" The plate on the table that had just contained a large fish was now empty, without even a drop of soup left. The plate looked as if it had been washed, so clean that it was shining. Weeble spat out a complete set of fish bones and shouted, "It's so delicious!" Roar! This loud roar scared all the villagers. When they found out that the big guy was shouting happily because the food was so delicious, they all smiled and the children also giggled. The chefs heard the praise from a distance, and each of them showed a proud expression on their face, and they stir-fried even more vigorously. The old village chief saw that Weevil was so engrossed in his meal that he had forgotten to pick up his chopsticks. He could not help but move his stool back, fearing that he would accidentally swallow his old bones as a dish. How terrible! I thought that this big guy's stomach was like a bottomless pit. Fortunately, he was not from the village, otherwise the whole village would be eaten bankrupt by him. But then I changed my mind and realized that all the ingredients for the banquet seemed to be caught by him alone. Suddenly, I felt that this strong young man was very pleasing to the eye. He was good at eating and working, and he was in good health. I even wanted to introduce him to a wife who was good at giving birth. Finally, after more than a dozen chefs were exhausted, everyone finally had their fill of food and drink. After dinner, Gear leisurely drank tea and chatted with the village chief. "Old village chief, do you know how to get to East Blue from here?" The village chief drank a sip of tea and said calmly, "Haha, Captain Ghoul, everyone knows this problem. We are in the first half of the Grand Line. To go to Sahai, we have to go through Upside Down Mountain. But we have to change boats, and the boats can't climb up. Is this place far from Upside Down Mountain?" After giving Ergo some instructions, the village chief replied, "It's not too far. If the weather is good and the wind is favorable, it will take about 10 days or half a month to get there. You are going to Logue Town, right? I saw in the newspaper that the biggest pirate leader is going to be publicly executed by the Marines. That's great. I hope we can dampen the arrogance of these pirates and make them calm down a bit. These troublemakers should all be arrested." Gale thought to himself, the old man might be disappointed, because Roger's execution will not only fail to dampen the pirates' arrogance, but will also usher in an even crazier era of great pirates. Captain Gale, please wait a moment. I have just asked Ergo to get you the record pointer of Gemini Cape. After thanking the village chief, Gale thought about it and decided not to break the old man's beautiful fantasy. He decided to help this simple and kind village as much as he could. Cole arrived late. He had been at the marine base all day to carry out Gale's conspiracy and had been so busy that he hadn't had a single drop of water to eat. He just grabbed some food and came to find Gale. Lord Ger, Uncle Fit, the village chief. There were only 4 people present at this time. Weibul had already eaten and drunk his fill and fell to the ground to take a nap. After Kulla greeted him, he came to sit next to Ger and said excitedly in a low voice, Lord Ger, it's a success. Everything is as you expected. The higher UPS have ordered me to temporarily serve as the Marine Resident Commander. The official position and appointment should be issued in the next 2 days. Gale put down his teacup and said with a smile, hee, congratulations in advance, Commander Cole. The 3 of them started laughing again, which made the village chief feel a little scared. The village chief was informed of all the previous events truthfully. After hearing about Mildy, the marine scum, the old man was not furious. After all the captured people had been rescued, which was more important to him than anything else. After knowing Ger's plan, the old village chief felt that killing Mildy directly was already a bargain for him. There are still more than a dozen boxes of guns and ammunition left by the pirates on my ship, as well as 8 cannons. Village chief, please ask some young men to move them down. We can't use them, so just keep them to strengthen the village's defenses. The village chief was about to refuse, but Ger interrupted, I told you to return the money the pirates stole from you. If you refuse to accept it, don't refuse these weapons. We really don't need them. Only with these weapons can you organize young and strong people to defend our homeland. We will encounter more and more pirates in the future. Okay. I'll listen to you, Captain Gale. I'll tell them to move right away. Since it concerns the lives of the villagers, the village chief did not refuse again. He also understood that it would be impossible for someone to rescue him every time he encountered danger, so he had to become stronger himself. Cole, take some time to help train the young and strong people in the village. The village will have a force that can help you. Integrate the marine base, train capable people, and take care of the village. You have good talents, but you must also improve your strength. In this world, high-end combat power is the key to victory or defeat. Cole nodded quickly and agreed. He now blindly followed Gale's words, even though Gale looked younger than him. Gale took out a box and handed it to Kulla, saying, this is for you. Consider it my gift to congratulate you on your promotion. Open it after we leave. Don't say anything thank you. Just don't forget what you want to protect and the justice in your heart. Kulla nodded, took the box solemnly and put it away. Back on the boat, Gale saw a dozen young men still struggling to carry a cannon, so he called Weeble over to help, otherwise it would be dark by the time they finished moving it. Weibul walked over and picked up the heavy cannon with one hand. After a few moves, he placed the 8 cannons neatly on the open space at the dock. If his brother hadn't told him to handle the cannons with care and not to deform them, he could have picked up all 8 cannons and dealt with them all at once. The villagers nearby were all stunned, and Cole was also deeply shocked. He seemed to understand what Gale meant by high-end combat power deciding victory or defeat. If the enemy was as powerful as Weeble, then the result would be the same no matter how many people they sent out. Uncle Fate and BIA have packed their luggage and moved on board. Ada and AER have also returned. The record pointers are also available and there is no problem with supplies. So, it's time to set off. It was a brief but wonderful encounter. GER laughed and shouted, everyone in Dunbia village, thank you for your hospitality. We'll see you again someday. Take care. The 4 people stood at the bow and waved goodbye. All the villagers in Dunbia village also ran to the dock to say goodbye to them. The children who had been taught a lesson by Gale also waved their hands hard. Uncle Fit, a man of high temperament, was already crying his eyes out, but the little girl BIA was surprisingly strong. She said goodbye to her friends while chatting and laughing. Ada and ER, let's set sail. Woof woof. Everyone watched until the boat disappeared on the sea and was reluctant to leave. The village chief smiled and said to everyone, let's go, everyone. We have to start a new life. When the villagers dispersed, only the village chief and Cole were left on the dock. They stood quietly, looking in the direction where Gale and his group left. Gale opened the parting gift from Gear and looked at the fruit with special patterns in his hand. He was surprised and determined. Thank you very much. Lord Ghoul, I will definitely work hard to become stronger and protect you all. Ugh, it tastes so bad. The old village chief stood aside without saying a word, watching with a smile as the childishness on the young man's face gradually faded away and he became much more mature and stable. The old village chief was filled with satisfaction, he finally had a successor. Chapter 16. Beautiful weather. The endless blue sea sparkles under the sunlight. Seagulls were flying freely in the sky, and a group of pink dolphins were not afraid of strangers at all. They were jumping happily around the boat, which was very cute. Uncle Fate was lying in a rocking chair, basking in the sun leisurely. BIA was running around and interacting with the dolphins. Gale was still sitting on the side of the boat fishing, and Weevil was thinking about turning the dolphins into food, but fortunately Gale stopped him in time. Woof woof. Ada and Aer also wanted to learn the dolphins' graceful swimming posture, but unfortunately their aptitude was too poor and their learning was nothing like that. Instead, it looked more like a dog crawl. It is very convenient to rely on sea beasts to pull the boat. Not only is it fast, but you don't have to consider wind direction or reefs. You just need to determine the direction. It turns out that intelligent unmanned driving is the future. Because they were in a hurry, they did not stop at all. It took only 4 days for Gale and his crew to reach the entrance of the Grand Line, Twin Capes. Is it going to rain? Uncle Fate, who was basking in the sun, found that the sunlight on the deck suddenly disappeared. He took off his sunglasses and looked at the sky in confusion, but saw that the sky was still clear and there were no dark clouds. Wow! What is this? Ah! It's a big whale. Bile looked up at the huge whale that suddenly emerged from the bottom of the sea and took a few steps back in fear. Weibul ran to the side of the ship and said excitedly, "Wow, brother! Come and see! What a big fish! This big fish can be eaten for several meals. Brother! Come and see quickly!" Gale was a little speechless. Such a huge whale was almost right in front of his face. He could see it everywhere, but he still cooperated. I see. I see. It's so huge. I have to say, although it is not even half the size of an adult island whale, its length of hundreds of meters is also exaggerated. Is it Laboon? It's a unique island whale in West Blue. It's really spectacular to see it up close. When Gale walked to the bow, he saw that the head of the huge whale in front of him was covered with scars. Laboon did not see the small boat beside it. It began to dive on its own and then suddenly crashed into the red line. After a shaking roar, Laboon surfaced again and raised its head to the sky with a heart-wrenching cry. There were several new bright red wounds on its head. Seeing this scene, Gale couldn't help but sigh that many times animals' feelings towards humans are often purer and more loyal, and they can keep a promise for a lifetime without wavering. Laboon is like this, Hachiko is like this, and so are the furry tribe. Recalling the touching story of Laboon and the Rumba pirates, Gale began to hum the song Binks's Wine softly. Yo ho ho, Binks' wine is sent to you, like the sea breeze, riding the wind and waves at will. Under the clear sky, my favorite flag is flying. Let's look into the distance together. How much I yearn for that picture. In the sky, birds are circling and chasing the sunset. Leaving the familiar port, what I miss most is my hometown. Upon hearing the long-awaited song, Laboon stopped hitting red line and looked towards the source of the sound with its huge eyeballs. Although he couldn't find the familiar group of people on the boat, the familiar melody reminded Laboon of the good old days with the Rumba pirates. With ripples in his eyes, he couldn't help but dance happily to the song. After Ger finished singing, Laboon wagged its tail and circled around the boat with great interest. Hey, who are you? How did you know about Laboon and this song? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. A strange old man with black hair and yellow fan-shaped petals on his head suddenly jumped onto the boat from the sea and looked at Gale with a vigilant look on his face. The uncle was wearing glasses and a pink headscarf on his head. He was quite muscular and wore a pink shirt on his upper body and light blue shorts and a pair of sandals on his lower body. Wow! The uncle's hairstyle is so unique. Baya pointed at the other person's head and exclaimed. What an impolite little girl! My hair has personality. Crocus said dissatisfiedly. Although Gale knew who the visitor was at a glance, he still asked with a smile, shouldn't you introduce yourself first when asking someone a question to be polite, uncle? Crocus was stunned. He felt that this sentence should be his own line. Then he introduced himself. My name is Crocus. I am the lighthouse keeper at Gemini Cape. I am 49 years old. My hobbies are sunbathing and reading newspapers. My blood type is. My zodiac sign is. Okay, got it. Gale interrupted Crocus, who was about to give a detailed account of what he had eaten yesterday, the day before yesterday, and the day before yesterday, and said with a smile, Hello, Uncle Crocus, my name is Ger, I'm an adventurer, this is my brother and my crew, we're heading to East Blue. Okay, I get it. I mainly want to ask why you know about Laboon. I'm not interested in anything else. Gale's mouth twitched. This stinky old man must be taking revenge on me for interrupting his self-introduction. How petty. He continued to deceive. As for why I know the story of Laboon and the Rumba pirates, it's because I have an intelligence network that allows me to obtain all kinds of information. The sea people give me the nickname Little Smart, and I know a lot of information that others don't know. Crocus felt that this unreliable young man in front of him was trying to fool him, but he couldn't understand how he could know about such unimportant and historic things as Laboon and the Rumba pirates without a strong intelligence network. Silence for a while. Suddenly, Crocus' eyes lit up, and he asked with a try-it attitude, Captain Gale, do you have any information about the Lombard pirates? It's hooked. Although Gale appeared calm on the surface, he was actually as excited and nervous as when he sees a fish take the bait and is about to lift the rod. To be honest, he has been jealous of this old man for a long time. Who doesn't want to have a reliable doctor by his side when out at sea? Laboon blinked its intelligent eyes, as if it could understand what the two were talking about. It was a little excited and tried to move its head closer to hear more clearly. The two dogs were so scared that they trembled, afraid that they would be eaten. Ahem, this. Of course there is, otherwise how can it be called Xylingtong? Sure enough, no, that's right. Crocus habitually thought that it was right that there was no news. He had boarded the ship of Roger pirates in order to look for news about Rumba pirates, and had traveled the Grand Line for a long time but found nothing. It seemed that he was still not giving up and was actually pinning his hopes on the young man in front of him to bring him news. It was really ridiculous to think about it. No, didn't you just say yes? Did I hear it wrong? Crocus turned around suddenly to confirm with Fate and BIA. After seeing the two nod in confirmation, he grabbed Gale's shoulders with a fanatical look on his face, shook him and shouted, Excuse me, please tell me the information about the Rumba pirates. Hey, uncle, calm down. Let me go first. Gale really wanted to ask him where the sedatives he usually injected into Laboon were. He really wanted to give Crocus 2 injections. Ger was almost shaken to pieces, and Crocus took a while to calm down a little. Ger put on a face of profiteer and said, Uncle Crocus, you seem to be a little confused about the rules of our intelligence business. The more real and accurate the intelligence is, the more expensive it is. The more you sell it to someone who needs it, the more expensive it is. I just have the most accurate intelligence, and you are the one who needs it the most, he. Crocus felt a chill on his back. I already know that the Rumba pirates were annihilated. If I spend a lot of money to buy a sentence from you, yes, it's exactly what you think, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Crocus asked. Gale picked up the teacup, took a sip and said with a smile, Ha, you are worthy of being a former crew member of the Pirate King, right? Uncle Crocus, you are already trying to get my information before you even pay me. Never mind, I will give you a piece of information for free. The Rumba pirates were not completely wiped out. Laboon, who was standing nearby, was already spinning in circles happily upon hearing this, roaring at the sky. It was the one that was most unwilling to believe that all the members of the Rumba pirates were dead, so it kept ramming into Red Line, wanting to knock Red Line down and look for its partners itself, because the original agreement was that it would circle around and come back here to pick it up. Crocus was delighted at first, but then pretended not to care. Tell me, how much do you want for this information? But first, I don't have much money. Also, this information is important to this whale, not to me. And I'm not very familiar with this whale. I just think it's too noisy to bump into Red Line every day. It disturbs my rest. Hearing this, Gale almost couldn't help but spit out his tea. Ha, Uncle Crocus, please stop joking. Since I can even get this kind of secret information from decades ago, how could I not know your information? You went out to sea not only to help Roger complete his final voyage, but also to find out the whereabouts of the Rumba pirates. Laboon is closer to you than your own son. Crocus's face darkened, feeling that he had been completely seen through by this young man. For Laboon's sake, I'll give you a 50% discount. 1 billion Baileys will do. Crocus was a little happy after hearing the first sentence, but he almost vomited blood after hearing the second sentence. You originally wanted to sell me for 2 billion? Are you kidding me? 1 billion Baileys, kid. Have you ever seen how much 1 billion Baileys is? You're asking for 1 billion Baileys right away, why don't you just go and rob it? Of course I have, uncle. I have a mere 1 billion Baileys on my ship. If you haven't seen it, I can take you on a free tour. Business is based on mutual consent. I didn't force you to buy or sell, so how can you say I'm robbing you? Gur countered. Crocus also felt that what he said made sense, and finally he could only say helplessly, I don't have that much money. Can you change the conditions? No problem. It won't be hard to cheat next time if we negotiate. If you don't have 1 billion berries, how about 5 devil fruits? Any type is fine. I'm not picky. The market price of devil fruit is 100 million berries, which is equivalent to giving you another 50% discount, uncle. You can't say it's too expensive, right? Crocus's face turned red, and he held it in for a long time before whispering, I can't even take out 5 devil fruits. Can you give me less? How about this, uncle, you come on board my ship, and we'll be family now. Not only will I get the intelligence for free, but I can also take you to find the survivors of the Rumba pirates. What do you think? The real intention was revealed, and Gale made a formal invitation. After thinking for a while, Crocus shook his head and said, No, I need to guard the lighthouse and take care of Laboon. How about making it cheaper, 100 million Baileys? Or I can owe you a favor. Ada and let's set sail. We have been delayed for a long time by this uncle for nothing. Gale waved his hand and prepared to continue on his journey. Hey, kid, didn't we agree to discuss it? If you think it's not possible, we can talk about it again. Crocus quickly stopped him, almost completely breaking down in anger. Gale sighed, and said reluctantly, looking very disadvantaged, how about this, Uncle Crocus, I'll make another suggestion for you. I can give you the intelligence first, and when I come back from East Blue, I will find a way to take Laboon away. You and Laboon will join us, and I will take you to find the survivors of the Rumba pirates. I will also invite that interesting guy to board the ship. In the future, when I have my own power and territory, if you don't want to continue sailing, you can always come to my territory and be a barefoot doctor and live an ordinary life. What do you think? Crocus thought about it, and he realized that apart from the medical knowledge in his head, he had nothing else that would be worthy of attention from others. Looking up again and seeing the wound on Laboon's head oozing with blood, Crocus finally made up his mind and said helplessly, if you can lead me and Laboon to find the survivors of the Rumba pirates, I will agree to join you. Ha ha ha, that's great. Welcome to join us, Uncle Crocus. Don't be too happy, little brat. We don't even know if what you said is true. Don't worry, I never lie. Hey! Everyone, this uncle will be our ship's doctor from now on. His medical skills are quite advanced. Gale was delighted and introduced him to Uncle Fate and Bia. Welcome aboard, Uncle with a weird hairstyle. Bia stepped forward and greeted him. Fate tapped her daughter's head and said politely. Don't be rude. I'll have to trouble you again in the future, Mr. Ship's Doctor. What a joke. The ship's doctor is the person you cannot offend the most on a ship. Crocus patted Bia's head and laughed, it's okay, it's okay. A few of them sat down on the deck, drank tea and exchanged a few words. Now can you tell me the information about the Lombard pirates worth 2 billion berries, Captain Gale? Crocus gently put down the teacup and looked at Ger and asked. Of course. According to my intelligence, the Rumba pirates encountered the enemy in the Grand Line Devil's Triangle and were attacked by poisonous weapons. Because the ship's doctor died first, they were unable to receive medical treatment after the battle, and died of poisoning, and the entire army was wiped out. Crocus couldn't control himself at all. He jumped up, grabbed Gale's collar and yelled, Are you trying to tease me? Didn't you just say there were survivors? Crocus said as he was about to hit Gale on the head. Weibul had already picked up the knife and was about to chop down the old man who dared to use violence against his brother. Gale signaled Weibul to calm down, then turned around and said jokingly, "Uncle Crocus, you are already so old and still so unstable. Can't you just listen to what I have to say first?" Crocus responded, "I hit you but I didn't block your mouth. You can continue talking while being beaten." Gale rolled his eyes at him, feeling a little helpless. This guy was really a naughty old boy. Although the Rumba pirates were wiped out in the battle, one of their ship members seems to have come back to life due to the power of the devil fruit and is probably still drifting in that sea. Crocus slowly let go of his hand after hearing this, thinking in his heart, devil fruit? The abilities of devil fruit are varied, and it is not impossible that one of them has the ability to be resurrected from the dead. Crocus had already secretly decided in his heart that if he found out that Gale's intelligence was wrong, he would definitely take drastic measures to retaliate against Gale. Chatting and chatting. Gale suddenly asked in a serious tone, "I'm going to Logue Town to witness the end of the Pirates' King. Do you want to come with me?" "No," the captain realized it in his last moments. "We respect his decision. I'll take care of Laboon here until you return from East Blue." Crocus answered without hesitation, and then he looked up at the sky. The light reflected by the lenses of his glasses made it impossible to see the expression in his eyes. Gale didn't ask any more questions. After making the agreement, Gale didn't stay any longer and prepared to continue to East Blue. Standing at the bow, Gale shouted to the man and the fish, "Let's go, Uncle Crocus. Laboon. Stop BG your head against the wall. When I get back from East Blue, I'll take you to find the Rumba pirates. Remember our agreement?" Chirp while Laboon nodded, his huge body causing huge waves in the sea, and he let out a joyful cry. Crocus adjusted his glasses, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Because they had to go upstream from the Twin Capes to enter the East Blue, Gale left the two sea beasts, Ada and Air, to keep Laboon company. "Hey, Weibul, you haven't been exercising much lately. Do you want to challenge yourself to pull our boat up?" "Okay brother." Weibul agreed without hesitation. Hey, Captain. You are serious? The current is so strong and the slope is so steep. We have to pull the boat upstream. Isn't this too dangerous?" "I don't know either, it shouldn't be a big problem." Uncle Fate was almost scared to death. He now seemed to understand why Ger said when he invited him on board that he could not guarantee that he would be 100% safe on his ship, because the danger came from the captain himself. Help! As a result, many new pirates who entered the Grand Line from all over the world in the past 2 days were extremely shocked to see a ship climbing up the upside-down mountain upstream. The two sides were traveling in opposite directions and passed each other by each other. As the distance got closer, several pirates saw clearly that there was a person swimming in the water and pulling the large boat behind him upstream. They were all stunned and scared and wanted to turn back home. The Grand Line encountered a monster that was completely beyond its cognition before it even arrived. How terrifying would the Grand Line be? It's too dangerous. I don't want to go to the Grand Line. I want to go home. Wow wow wow. Mommy. I want to go home. Chapter 17. 2 days later, East Blue, near the entrance to Red Line Upside Down Mountain. As the news of Roger's upcoming execution in Logue Town spreads, people of all kinds from all over the world begin to gather in East Blue. Most people can only choose to travel by land, cross the Upside Down Mountain and then take a boat to East Blue Logue Town. At this time, a natural harbor near the Upside Down Mountain has already gathered many tourists who come to East Blue for sightseeing. Many businessmen keenly sensed the business opportunities and prepared their ships early on and started selling tickets directly to Logue Town. With so many people staying here, they all need to solve the problems of food, drink, defecation, urination, and shelter. It is profitable, so naturally there are people willing to transport various supplies to help solve the problems. Therefore, in just over half a month, a lively small market has spontaneously formed at the harbor. 2 young men were walking side by side on the road. The one on the left had a handsome face and a straw hat on his head, but it still couldn't cover his bright red hair. The one on the right couldn't be said to be ugly, but he had a talent for comedy, especially his big, round red nose, which allowed him to play a clown without any makeup. The two walked around the market and only bought 2 rice balls because they had no money left after buying the boat tickets. Red Nose threw the dumpling into his mouth, chewed it twice and swallowed it. He touched his still rumbling stomach and said angrily, "Damn it, I can't even get full. When I get rich, I'm going to eat one and throw one away. It's good to have something to eat. Buggy, let's go, it's almost time to board the ship. The red-haired girl at the side said while eating her own rice ball. No. As they spoke, the two of them walked towards the port. Under normal circumstances, whenever the two of them were together they would inevitably quarrel and argue from time to time, but recently they had both been in a very depressed mood and had no interest in quarreling. Port A merchant ship flying the flag of one of the East Blue member countries was about to depart. The radio was playing repeatedly, "Passengers on board the Hyang 666 passenger ship, please board as soon as possible, the ship is about to depart." Hey, stupid Shanks, hurry up and get on the boat. Buggy urged. Here I come. Shanks held down the straw hat on his head with his right hand, took a running start and jumped onto the deck, looking very handsome. The ship slowly sailed away from the port. The two men stood at the bow, staring at the sea in a daze, not playing around as usual. Hey! You little red-haired kid over there, do you have a ticket? Take it out and let me see it. A rough voice came. I saw a ticket inspector coming over and asking. The person who came was a tall and mighty middle-aged man. The sea was very turbulent, so even if they were not pirates, those who could make a living on the sea were all strong and brave people. Yes, wait a moment. Shanks put his hand into his trouser pocket to take out the ticket, but his face suddenly became panicked. Hey? Where's the ticket? Where's my ticket? Shanks searched all his pockets but couldn't find the ticket. He looked helpless, thinking that he might have lost the ticket while running and jumping just now. The ticket inspector understood and waved his hand. Okay, stop pretending. I didn't expect that you, who look so handsome, are so naughty at such a young age and even want to evade the ticket. Do you want to pay for the ticket or be thrown off the boat? Choose one for yourself. Shanks also didn't want to cause trouble, but they were really out of money. He was confident that he could knock the man out with his own strength, but the man was just doing his job and was very reasonable, not a bad person, so he really couldn't bring himself to do it. When Shanks was at a loss, he suddenly felt someone poking him on the butt. He turned around but saw no one. Buggy was still standing beside him with his back to him, looking like he didn't know him at all. Shanks looked down and saw a hand on his butt with a boat ticket in the hand. Shanks understood immediately and was deeply moved. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Buggy. You are truly my lifelong good brother. Found it, I'm so sorry. Shanks took the ticket and handed it to the ticket inspector, smiling. The ticket inspector was confused, but after taking the ticket and carefully checking it to make sure there was no problem, he did not investigate further. He tore off a corner of the ticket and returned it. Just when Shanks and Buggy thought they had successfully gotten away with it and were about to breathe a sigh of relief, they heard the ticket inspector's rough voice again. Well, the guy inside, could you please show me your ticket too? Buggy, who was still pretending to be obsessed with watching the sea, suddenly realized something. He had already cursed Shanks 100 times in his heart. Sure enough, he would always be cheated by this guy if he was with him. Laozi must stay away from him in the future. Buggy turned around, pretending to be stupid with a stiff smile on his face. Are you calling me? What's going on? Yes. I'm talking about you. Please show me your ticket. Oh? What? Food? Are there any meals on the ship? That's great. Thank you for reminding me, I'll go to the cafeteria to eat now. Buggy was about to slip away when he was stopped by the ticket inspector. The 2-meter-tall burly man impatiently grabbed Buggy's ear and shouted, It's not a meal. It's a boat ticket. Boat ticket. Buggy's eardrum was nearly broken, and if he continued to pretend to be deaf, he might actually be deafened. Oh. You don't have to be so loud. I heard you clearly. You said the boat ticket, right? What's wrong with the boat ticket? The ticket inspector was so angry that he grabbed Buggy by the scruff of the neck and was about to throw him into the sea. Seeing this, Shanks hurried forward to save his good brother. At this moment, there was a commotion on the ship and a crowd quickly gathered on the stern deck. The ticket collector stopped what he was doing, let go of Buggy, and hurriedly turned around to see what was going on. A whole Shanks! Laozi was almost killed by you! Buggy yelled while grabbing Shanks' neck. Shanks said with a dead pig fearless attitude, all right, isn't everything all right? Stop being angry, let's go over and see what's going on. As they spoke, the two of them squeezed into the crowd. Hey, look over there. It's a boat. There's a boat coming down from upside down mountain. Is it true? Let me see. Stop pushing. Let me see too. Wouldn't that current have carried us straight to the top of the mountain? How could a boat have come down from the top? The passengers on the ship all liked to watch the excitement, so they came all the way to East Blue to watch the execution. When they heard the noise, they all ran to the deck to watch the excitement. Buggy and Shanks, thanks to their small stature and rich experience, managed to squeeze to the front, and saw a large ship going upstream, ignoring the turbulent current that was turning the mountain upside down. Hey, hey! Look, is there someone pulling the boat ahead? Hey! Are you kidding me? Is this something a human can really do? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just swimming in this current is unbelievable, and to be able to pull a big ship through it. When the distance got closer, they could clearly see that there was a person pulling the boat in front. The person who had been shouting impossible just now had a swollen face. The scene in front of them shocked the onlookers so much that they didn't know how to describe it in words. A monster. Who is that guy? Why does he look more like a monster than Bullet? Could it be Kaido? Buggy was so shocked that his tongue was tied and he could hardly speak. Idiot, Kaido is a fruit user, how can he swim in the sea? Shanks said something to Buggy at the right time and then stopped talking. He held the fence tightly with his hands and had a serious expression on his face. It seems that I need to work harder. The sea has never lacked strong people. Hey, hey! Stop looking and leave. Stay away from them. If they come with bad intentions, all of us on the boat will have to feed the fish in the sea. Do you still dare to stand there and watch the fun? Don't you want to die? The older captain was still able to remain rational. He anxiously called back the crew members who had run to watch the excitement. When everyone heard the captain's concerns, they all came to their senses and quickly performed their duties to operate the boat and leave. Ha ha ha! It's finally here. I almost thought I'd have to wait 18 years before I could be a good man again. Finally getting out of the rising current, the ship finally arrived at the calm sea of East Blue, and Gale finally breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, I just saw that Weevil had been eating and sleeping all the time recently, so I suddenly wanted to give this stinky brother some extra training. Moreover, in the original work, it seemed that it only took a while for the Mary to pass through the upside-down mountain and enter the Grand Line. Thinking of this, Gale felt that with Weevil's strength and endurance, it would be no problem for him to go against the flow. Unexpectedly, the mountain was so high that the top of the mountain was completely invisible. Gale was frightened when he saw it. If Weevil had not finally triggered the will of the bulldog, and greatly improved his endurance, willpower, and fatigue resistance, the group might have been badly harmed by the old villain Oda. After soaking in the water and pulling the boat for 2 whole days, Weevil lost a lot of weight. His originally curled crescent-shaped beard was washed down naturally by the ocean current, and now it looks more like a normal beard. The fat that had been stored before had long been burned. At this time, the muscles in every part of Weibul's body were strong and stringy. If he didn't move, he would look like a mummy. Gale felt a little distressed when he saw this, so he asked Uncle Fit to prepare a lot of food for him in advance. At this time, as soon as Weevil returned to the boat, he just focused on eating. Seeing that the food on the boat was almost not enough for him to eat, Gale took a large net bag and went into the sea to fish himself so that his brother could eat more. The sun is setting. Weibul was finally full and fell asleep on the deck. His strong heartbeat was like thunder, and his terrifying recovery ability made his muscles recover their circumference and luster like balloons at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gale, Uncle Fit and BIA were exhausted after working for the whole afternoon. In addition, their nerves had been tense for the past 2 days. As soon as they relaxed, they felt sleepy. Everyone dragged their tired bodies back to the house to rest, and the boat drifted on the sea. A night of silence, beautiful sleep. After waking up the next day, GER and Uncle Fit finally found a tattered instruction manual on the boat, and then they began to study how to steer a sailboat. Captain! I really didn't expect you couldn't sail a boat. Uncle Fate said helplessly. GER scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Since the 2 brothers went to sea, they have always used sea beasts to pull the boat. They can go wherever they point it and there is no need for sails. Fate is a cook and knows nothing about sailing a 3-masted sailing ship. He has eaten pork and seen pigs run but cannot learn to run on 4 legs like a pig. Seeing that the 2 of them had been studying on the deck for a long time and didn't even know how to lower the sail, Baya sat aside and shook her head and sighed, it's over, the adults in my family are more unreliable than the others. Hearing this, Gel and Fate blushed. Hello, my name is Mozan, and I'm a businessman. May I ask if you have any problems? A merchant ship approached, and a fat young man, about 20 years old, dressed elegantly, stood at the bow and asked. Gale was overjoyed. He threw away the knotted rope in his hand, stood up, turned around and saw that the owner of the voice was a fat, white businessman with flesh on his face, wisdom in his small eyes, a kind face, and a smile that looked a bit like Maitreya Buddha. Haha, hello, Mr. Mozan, my name is Ger and I'm an adventurer. It's not a big problem, I just don't know how to sail a sailboat. Gere wanted to express it in a more tactful way, but unexpectedly, Baya told the truth directly without hiding anything. Help. Big brother. Our captain and my father don't know how to drive a boat. They just started reading the operating manual today. We are trapped here. Please save us. Gere covered her mouth and said with a smile, ha ha ha, sorry to make you laugh. Mozan felt a little puzzled. How did he get here if he couldn't even operate a sailboat? Although there were relatively few pirates in East Blue, sea merchants still encountered them occasionally. He had also heard that some pirate ships would pretend to be in distress and specifically attack ships that came to rescue with good intentions. However, when Mozan saw that Gel and Fate did not look like bad people, especially when he saw a cute little girl on the boat, he let down his guard and called 2 sailors to board Gel's boat to help. Gere happily shook hands with the other party and said, "Thank you, Brother Mo Sang. You really helped me a lot. As soon as I saw your face, I knew you were a kind-hearted person. Haha, these are just a few small things. Brother Gel, you don't have to be so polite. It's only natural for us to help each other when we're out. We're going to Logue Town to sell a batch of goods. Where are you going?" Mo Sang stroked his mustache and asked with a smile. "Great, Brother Mozan, we are going to Logue Town too." Baya said happily that her father and the captain were not reliable at all. Now that there were professionals to help, she could finally feel relieved. "Oh? That's great, we can travel together, ha ha ha." Mo Sang did not refuse and laughed heartily. "Thank you for your help. Brother Mozan and these 2 brothers, please stay on our boat and have dinner with us today. I will let you taste our chef's cooking skills." Gere took Mozan's chubby hand and looked very hospitable. Mo Sang also nodded in agreement, giggling, the fat on his face trembling, and both the host and the guest were having a great time. Swish! The 2 sailors successfully lowered the sail on the main mast, the sail swelled, and a huge skull pattern appeared in front of everyone. The smile on Mo Sang's face froze. He turned to look at Gel and saw that Gel was still laughing. Mo Sang felt that the man in front of him had really good acting skills. He could smile so sincerely even with the pirate's logo exposed. No wonder he was fooled. Although he didn't know how many pirates were hiding on the enemy ship, Mozan felt that he could still give it a try with his armed merchant ship and dozens of guards. But now he was tricked onto the enemy ship and was directly captured. Finally, Mo Sang could only sigh helplessly and said, "Alas, Captain Gil is really an old cunning man. Young and promising, I admit defeat. The cargo and money on the ship can be taken away. Captain Gil, please consider that I am trying to help out of kindness and don't hurt my men." Gere was stunned at first, then he patted Mozan on the shoulder and laughed, "Brother Mozan, you misunderstood. We are not pirates. I stole this ship from the pirates. I have already thrown away the flag and other things. I just haven't had time to deal with the skull and crossbones symbol on the sail." Ha 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 ha. "I see. I was wondering how a handsome Captain Gil could be a pirate. Haha, what a misunderstanding." Mozan secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead. They soon arrived at Logue Town after chatting and laughing all the way. After Gel thanked the kind businessman again, the 2 sides parted ways. Chapter 18. East Blue Logue Town. There are still a few days until the public execution of Pirates King Roger, but at this time, Logue Town can already clearly feel the increase in the flow of people. The streets are bustling with people and various hawking sounds can be heard one after another. Gel took Bia to take a walk around the area and see if there was a suitable hotel to stay in. Fate and Weeble remained on the boat because Gel had a whole boat of gold treasures that needed someone to look after. Thinking of this, Gel couldn't help but complain about why his system didn't even have the most basic space storage function. This was too inconvenient. Ger scratched his head, "It seems that we can only hope to get the mirror fruit, the book fruit or the door fruit. Captain, what is the Monday fruit? Is it expensive?" At such a young age, Baya didn't know that there was nothing that such a wealthy captain couldn't buy. Well, a very cool devil fruit. You know devil fruit, right? Seeing Bia's curious eyes, Captain Gale could only continue to give her scientific education while walking. Devil fruit is a kind of fruit with special patterns on it. After eating it, the eater can gain certain superpowers, but the side effect is that they can no longer swim and become landlubbers. Devil fruit has strong abilities and can destroy the world if used well. Wow! That sounds awesome, Captain. I want to eat devil fruit too. Okay, okay. The captain will definitely find you a powerful devil fruit later. The two walked and came to a busy square. Gale looked around. This scene was somewhat familiar, as was the high platform that had been built. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the square where the Pirates King would be executed. I'm selling oranges. Fresh oranges just picked from the tree. Only 50 Baileys per pound. A little girl of 7 to 8 years old was selling oranges on the street with a bamboo basket full of them. Her clothes had several patches on them, but they were washed very cleanly. Oops. I'm sorry. The girl was accidentally knocked down by a bald man at the corner. The little girl fell to the ground and the oranges in the basket rolled all over the ground. She hurriedly got up from the ground, ignoring that her knee was scraped and bleeding. She apologized and ran hurriedly to pick up the oranges scattered on the ground. She was afraid that the oranges would fall and break, or be stepped on by passers-by or picked up by thieves. She cared more about her oranges than her own body. If these oranges are gone or cannot be sold, she will have no money to buy bread, and she and her disabled mother will have to go hungry again tonight. Fortunately, passers-by nearby avoided the oranges on the ground with a look of disgust, for fear of stepping on them and dirtying their shoes. The little girl bent down and picked up another orange. She took a look and found that this orange was not broken and could be sold after washing. So she happily put it back into the bamboo basket and ran to pick up the next one. Just as she was about to pick up the orange in front of her. Puff! The orange was stepped on and the orange juice just splashed on her clean clothes. This dress is her most important thing. It was sewed and mended by her mother and washed clean for her every day. They were afraid that if she ran outside with torn and dirty clothes, she might be mistaken for a beggar and beaten to death if she wasn't careful. After all, 1 or 2 poor beggars died accidentally in some dark corners in this city every day, and this seemed normal to everyone. Hey! Kid, you hurt lousy. What do you think we should do? The sturdy man stomped on the orange that the girl was about to pick up and said viciously. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The little girl was instantly panicked. She looked up and saw the ferocious face of the 2.8-meter tall man. She was so scared that she started to cry, saying sorry over and over again while crying. Many passers-by around looked down on the big man for bullying a little girl in the street, but when they saw his muscular body, they could only choose to remain silent. Geer also saw the whole process, shook his head helplessly and said to Baya, wait for me here for a while. The captain will buy you some oranges. After saying this, Gale strode away. Baya was a little confused. I didn't think I said I wanted to eat oranges. I'm not the main character, and I don't want to meddle in other people's business, but why do I always encounter these bad people and bad things that I have to take care of? Is it because this world is so bad that I encounter these things wherever I go? The more Gale thought about it, the more upset he became. He walked over and patted the sturdy man on the shoulder. What are you doing? Can't you see that Laozi is angry? Stop it! Feeling someone patting his shoulder, the burly man turned around cursing, and the black muzzle of the gun just hit his charming dimple. Hey, you're such an eyesore, I just can't stand you. Do you want to go away? Or do you want to be shot? Gale's tone was filled with impatience and disgust. The strong draw their swords against the stronger, and the weak draw their swords against the weaker. It is obvious that this bald guy is not a tough guy, as he can do something like intimidating a 7-year-old girl in the street. Next second, as expected, the bald strong man who only bullies the weak and fears the strong immediately admitted his weakness, put on a good boy look, and greeted with a smile, brother, please don't be impulsive. I am ignorant and I am in your eyesore. I will leave. I will leave immediately. Get lost. If I see you bullying others again, I will shoot you to death. Understood. Understood. After the bald man finished speaking, he disappeared. It's worthy of being Logue Town. The gangsters are much smarter. None of them are stubborn and keep calling you Laozi's all right or Laozi's all short. The little girl picked an unbroken orange from the basket, and wiped it on her clothes for fear that Gale would find it dirty. Then she stretched out her hand and handed it to Gale, saying timidly, "Thank you, big brother. I'll treat you to an orange a whole. Why are you so sensible at such a young age? It's so sensible that it makes me feel sad." Gale took the orange, ate it while leading the little girl away from the crowd. When they were alone, he took out a large stack of Baileys and stuffed them into the girl's hands, saying, "I bought all these oranges. You don't need to pay for them. You can go home early." The little girl looked at the stack of $1,000 bills in her hand and wanted to return the money to Ger in panic. She kept shaking her head and said that he couldn't take the money because she had clearly said she would treat her big brother to oranges. "Hide the money so that the bad guys don't see it. If you don't obey and take the money home, I will beat you up." Finally, after being frightened by Ger, the little girl said thank you gratefully and ran home, looking back every 3 steps. Only then did Ger go back to find Bia with a basket of oranges. Bite. Complete the task, complete the transaction using Bailey for the first time. Open the mall system. System loading, 65% system loading completed. When Ger opened the system, he saw a wide variety of goods, including food, drinks, daily necessities, and toys, just like opening an e-commerce online shopping page. No way? No way? Have I never used money to buy anything since I traveled through time? Ger was a little bit unbelievable. But when I think about it carefully, it seems that there really isn't one. Gale slapped himself hard in the face. Why did I shoot the newsbird in the first place? Can't I just use the money to buy a newspaper and open the system mall in advance? Why would I sit on the island with a pile of gold and treasures and grill meat without any seasoning? Damn it, dog system, do you know how I've been living these past 2 years? Ger randomly ordered a bag of toffee priced at 99 Baileys, with a cute white rabbit printed on the package. Ding, insufficient balance, payment failed, please recharge. Gale grabbed a stack of Baileys mine to recharge. Recharge 100,000 Baileys successfully. The balance is also displayed on the interface, 100,000 Baileys. I ordered again to buy toffee. Purchase successful, the item has been placed in the storage space. As the system notification appeared, Gale could immediately sense the existence of the storage space. There was only 1 cubic meter of space, and at this moment it was empty with only a bag of candy. As soon as Gale thought about it, the candy appeared in his hand. He picked up an orange, and as soon as he thought about it, the orange in his hand disappeared and appeared in the storage space. Ha ha ha! The storage space is finally here. Bia pulled Ger's hand worriedly and asked, "Captain, are you okay? Why are you in a daze and then giggling? You even slapped yourself. Don't scare me." Gale gently pinched the girl's pouty face and said with a smile, "Yes, but it's a good thing. Your captain is going to get rich. You guys can follow me and enjoy the good life. Ha 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 ha. Let's go back to the ship first. I have something important to do." As he said this, he stuffed a big bag of candy in Bia's hand and hurriedly pulled the little girl towards the port. "Wow, Captain, where did you buy this candy? I've never eaten such delicious candy." As expected, children can't resist sweets. Bia ate one sweet after another along the way without giving her mouth a rest. Back on the boat, Bia took out white rabbit candy to share with Weeble and Uncle Fate, while Gale hid in the cabin and started spending money like crazy. Ding! Recharge of 1 million Baileys successfully. Ding! Recharge of 1 million Baileys successfully. Ding! Recharge of 100 million Baileys successfully. Ding! Recharge of 100 million Baileys successfully. Gale looked at the last few banknotes in his hand. All the Baileys had been recharged. The balance was 512 million. He picked up another gold brick and recharged it with his mind. Ding! Recharge of 11.21 million Baileys successfully. Gold can also be recharged directly, and the price is also reasonable. Then Sky Island is the golden country. Isn't it? He he he. Gale couldn't wait to fly to Sky Island to collect gold. It took me a long time to finally clean up all the treasures in the cabin, and I looked at the long string of numbers behind the balance, 2.454 billion. After counting the digits several times and confirming that they were correct, Gale laughed like a sow. Open the system mall. System, do you have an intelligent assistant or some kind of elf? You are not intelligent at all, which really makes you look cheap. Bite. An item automatically popped up in the system mall, recommended for you based on big data, system AI assistant price, 100 million Baileys. It really exists. It costs 100 million Baileys. That's really a steal. System, no response. Gale felt that just so that he could hear a response when he cursed the system in the future, he had to pay the money. Confirm your purchase now. Ding, AI assistant purchased successfully, loading, 80% installation successful, please set a wake-up password. Son. Setting successful. Son. I am here. GE immediately felt happy both physically and mentally, with a satisfied smile on his face. Can the storage space be expanded? Ding. Storage space, limited to storing inanimate objects, current capacity is 1 cubic meter, activation price, 10 million Baileys/cubic meter. Gale exclaimed in his heart, wow, now everything has a price tag, there is no emotion involved, only money transactions. Is this the beginning of a new path to become stronger by spending money? Open 10 cubic meters of storage space. Payment successful, storage space opened successfully. Current total capacity, 11 cubic meters. Son, do you have any devil fruit for sale? Ding, no, as expected, there wouldn't be such an obvious bug. I thought I could buy a bunch of devil fruit and decompose them all to increase my strength in one go, and directly overthrow the world. It seems that I was overthinking it. Gale was not disappointed. He looked at the other items and found that they were very comprehensive, with everything from food, drinks, clothing, daily necessities to military weapons. However, the military weapons are all guns, ammunition, famous swords and the like that conform to the settings of this world. There are no horrifying things like airplanes, aircraft carriers and nuclear missiles. The overall price is also relatively reasonable. For example, swords are divided into several grades, and the highest grade is much more expensive. It is normal to charge a luxury tax for the top grade. There are also many things sold very cheaply, such as food and books, especially books. There are all kinds of books from all walks of life, ancient and modern, both at home and abroad, and the uniform price is 100 Baileys per book. The most precious thing is sold at the cheapest price. Gear couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 19. After studying the system mall, Gale started to go on a crazy online shopping spree to pick out some gifts for the 3 people. As a boss, you have to be nicer to your subordinates. Gale first bought Hyuxia cookbooks for Uncle Fate. Japanese and Western food can't be compared with Hyuxia food, so he directly arranged all 8 major cuisines and bought dozens of books on cooking at once. He was determined to open another door for Chef Fate. I also bought a bunch of snacks for Baya, including candies, biscuits, spicy noodles, nuts, and stuffed toys that all girls would like, as well as some storybooks and comic books, but none of the comics that taught people to be pirates. As for Weeble, don't even think about it, just buy a bunch of food. As Gale walked out of the cabin with a bunch of things, he saw Weevil asking Bia for candy with a smug look on his face. No. I gave you 10 and you ate them all in one bite. I'm almost out of food. Weeble scratched his head like a little kid, embarrassed. Just give me another one. I'll eat it slowly this time. No. You said the same thing last time and the time before that. And you swallowed it all in one gulp and asked me for it again. Baya put her hands on her hips and refused. Uncle Fit stood aside with a candy in his hand. He slowly tore open the wrapping paper, revealing the milky white candy. Instead of throwing the whole thing into his mouth, he licked it with his tongue, squinting his eyes to taste it carefully. His movements were very obscene. After a while, he licked it a few more times, repeating this action over and over again, with a frown on his face, as if he was analyzing the ingredients. Gale looked confused. Isn't it just candy? So what? It's okay if children like to eat candy, but why do you 2 adults look like you are addicted to it? This world is not a primitive society lacking in delicious food. Can a toffee be so delicious? Gale opened the system puzzledly and bought another bag of candy. He took one for himself. Except for the lack of any words on the package, everything else was the same as he remembered. After opening the wrapping paper, he found the familiar white candy. Gale threw the candy into his mouth. My eyes lit up instantly. This is so delicious. Such a strong milky aroma. Such a refreshing sweetness. Gear felt that he was not eating the candy, but the candy was eating him. He was completely immersed in this happy and sweet taste like first love. What's going on? It was completely different from what I had imagined. It was at least 100 times more delicious. Don't ask how much more delicious it was. Gale just thought it was so delicious that it was beyond description. Oh my god, isn't it possible that they have added a lot of technology and hard work? Son, I am here. Why is this candy so delicious? Is there something added to it? Hello, the ingredient list is extremely clean, and no pigments or food additives are used. Gale couldn't figure it out and could only attribute it to the fact that the products produced by the system must be high quality. Never mind, as long as it tastes good, just eat it first. As he spoke, Gale took out a bunch of snacks and said they were for BIA, but they were immediately shared by everyone. It's delicious, ×4. Baya held the toy rabbit that Geer gave her and asked curiously, Captain, where did these super delicious snacks and toys come from? When I went shopping with you just now, it seemed that you only bought some oranges. Gale waved his hand to signal everyone to come closer, and after the four of them formed a small circle, he explained in a low voice, Hey, everyone, you must keep this a secret for me. This is my new ability. As long as I have money, I can exchange it for all kinds of things, including food, drinks, and daily necessities. You can simply think of it as having a store on my body, and I can buy things with money. This is amazing, isn't it? Captain, this is the devil fruit ability you told me about before. Bea exclaimed. Yeah, that's almost right. I call it the Krypton fruit. Ger laughed. Uncle Fate was also shocked that there was such a magical thing, but on second thought, the captain could conjure up all kinds of food and drinks out of thin air anytime and anywhere, and these things were so delicious that he had to admit that he could not make them. It seemed that he, the chef, had become a little redundant on the ship, and his fighting ability was not good either, at most at the level of pirates with a bounty of several million, and he was not even as good as a finger of Weeble. Thinking of this, Fate couldn't help feeling a little lost. Only Weeble didn't react at all. He just ate the spicy strips. This spicy and fragrant thing was his favorite of all snacks. He stuffed one after another into his mouth and couldn't stop. He had no time to listen to what Gale said. Gale observed the change in Fate's expression, guessed what he was thinking, and patted the uncle on the shoulder to comfort him. Uncle, these things taste so good because the raw materials are extraordinary. You can't tell how they are made because some of the ingredients and seasonings don't even exist in this world. I'm fine, Captain. I just feel that I was too narrow-minded before. I always arrogantly thought that my cooking skills had reached the pinnacle. Now that I've been out to sea for a short time, I've seen that there's more to it than meets the eye. It seems that I still have a long way to go in cooking. Fate laughed. Right. Don't be discouraged. These are just appetizers. I can also get a lot of top-quality ingredients that even the legendary All Blue doesn't have, Uncle Fate. You will be the first chef in the world to have the opportunity to cook them. Fate's eyes lit up when he heard that. The marine life in the four seas is isolated by the red line extending vertically from north to south and the Grand Line and Calm Belt running horizontally from east to west, resulting in a completely different ecological system in the four seas. However, legend has it that there is a sea area that has all the fish and other ingredients in the four seas. It is the miracle sea in the minds of chefs, All Blue. For chefs, All Blue is a holy place. It is heaven. On the sea, countless chefs will find it as their lifelong dream. Captain Gale actually said that there were many ingredients that even All Blue didn't have waiting for him to cook. How could Fate not be happy and excited? He felt his blood boiling and almost burst into tears. Haha, really? That would be awesome. By the way, these books are also my gifts to you. As Gale spoke, he took out a large stack of books and placed them on the deck. Uncle Fate picked up a book and opened it to take a look. He couldn't take his eyes away. He read it carefully for a long time before he said to Gale excitedly, This is unheard of. It's unprecedented. I just flipped through a few pages, and the dishes recorded here, whether in terms of preparation, ingredients, knife skills, heat, seasoning, or even utensils, many of them are things I have never heard of. Captain, where are these cooking methods from? I was impressed by just a few dishes. This book is like countless top chefs have compiled and recorded their lifelong insights into cooking. These books are truly a chef's treasure. Captain, these books are so valuable. Can you really give them to me? They're all yours. Thank you so much, Captain Gale. 100 for a copy of Bailey's book. This money is not enough for me to buy an orange, so take it. It turns out that you don't have to give expensive gifts, you have to give the right gifts. Gale was secretly happy. These books come from an ancient and mysterious country with thousands of years of cultural heritage. Now I give them to you. I think they can only show their true value in your hands. By the way, if there are some things in there that you haven't heard of, you can ask me to buy them for you. I'm really looking forward to tasting more new delicacies that you, Uncle Fate, will make. No problem. Leave it to me, Captain. Gale took out a bunch of ingredients and said, also, these are the ingredients I bought. Let's try tonight to see if the taste is really different. Uncle Fate was as happy as if he had found a treasure. He carefully put the book away and then came back to the kitchen with a bunch of ingredients to prepare dinner. In the evening, the four of them sat around on the deck to eat together. Ger got some light bulbs and light strips to enhance the atmosphere. They enjoyed themselves while listening to the sound of the waves and eating delicious food. Gale tasted every dish, and as expected, the food made with the ingredients produced by the system was extremely delicious. If he opened a restaurant on the sea, it would definitely be famous all over the world and make a lot of money. He would seize the catering market more than 10 years in advance, and there would be no chance for parity. Gale was thinking about how to use these resources to make a profit. After all, now that we have the Krypton gold system, which is a money-eating beast, we must develop some industries that can provide stable economic income. When Gale's thoughts returned to the dinner table again, the dishes on the table had been devoured by the three people in a flash. Although there were a lot of food for dinner, it was indeed much less than usual. Considering that Weevil can eat the same amount of food as an entire sea beast in one meal, this amount of food should obviously not be enough for him, but tonight even Weevil was full. After consulting the system, Gale learned that these foods not only taste good, but also have energy density dozens of times that of ordinary foods. Moreover, long-term consumption can improve physical fitness to a certain extent. This is another unexpected surprise, which makes Gale's desire to make money even more uncontrollable. After finishing here, I must hurry to Sky Island. Money. Make money. The treasures on the ship had been recharged by Gale, and there was nothing else to worry about losing, so Gale took the three of them to the town to have a massage to relax, the regular kind. But fate insisted on not going. He couldn't wait to jump into the ocean of knowledge. Bia was also tired from walking today, so she fell asleep on the sofa holding her doll. There was no choice but for Gale to take Weevil out for a walk and experience the nightlife. On the way, Weevil stroked his beard somewhat uncomfortably, which gave him a bit of the flavor of the Marshal St. Guan Yu. His long golden hair was tied into a loose ponytail by Gale. Brother, why don't you let me lift my beard up? I don't look like Whitebeard anymore. Gale looked at Weibul's new and vigorous appearance and said with satisfaction, Weibul, you are Whitebeard's son. This is a fact. You don't need to imitate him outwardly. And you are determined to become the strongest man in the world. When people hear the name Weibul, they should think of strongest first. Instead of saying, oh, Whitebeard's son, understand? Well, I don't understand, but I will listen to you, brother. Weibul scratched his head and gave the most standard answer, and Gear didn't know how to refute. One of the reasons why Ger deliberately changed his image was that he didn't like the fact that Weevil kept imitating Whitebeard Newgate like in the original book. The second reason is that I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble at this critical juncture. Pirate King Roger surrendered himself for no apparent reason. Marine had always suspected Roger was up to something and was also worried that the remnants of Roger's pirates group would rob him. If Roger was rescued, it would be a heavy blow to Marine's prestige. Therefore, the Marines are extremely sensitive at this time, and any slight disturbance will attract the Marines' close attention. Weevil has now successfully lost weight, and his body shape and height are close to Whitebeard. If he shows his white crescent beard and the fake Kuskamokari, Marine will definitely mistakenly think that it is Whitebeard who came to save Roger. After all, Whitebeard and Roger do have a good relationship in private. The two of them took a comfortable hot spring bath. After the professional service of the massage technician, Gear and Weibul walked on the street feeling relaxed and ready to go back to sleep. Ah, not bad, my neck feels much better. Although it is still a little worse than Hyuxia medicine massage, the service attitude is really good. Gale continued to comment as he walked. Suddenly, I saw a tall figure walking towards me. He has a strange hairstyle like a shallot and looks like a devil. He has two horns and pointed ears on his head, a mouth full of triangular sharp teeth like a shark, and a cross-shaped stitch in the middle of his forehead, similar to the stitches used to suture a wound. He wears a leather collar around his neck, and I don't know if he has any bad habits. He wears an open leather jacket on his upper body, revealing his strong muscles. Although there have been great changes compared to more than 20 years later, Gale still recognized at a glance that the person was the young version of Gecko Moria. It was rare for Weeble to meet someone who was a head taller than him, so he looked at the newcomer with some curiosity. Moria might have had the same idea, so the two stopped and looked at each other. Gale thought about it and his overall impression of Moria was pretty good. This guy was a passionate young man at the beginning. He was brave and wanted to be the king of pirates. He was like a protagonist who got the wrong script. Later, in the battle between Moria and Kaido, his companions died one after another, causing him to lose all his spirit. After this blow, Moria realized the bullshit truth that because you are alive, you will lose, became depressed, neglected exercise, and hoped to take revenge on Kaido by using dead things like zombies. In the end, he completely turned into a otaku. However, even though this guy wasted his youth and lived as a fat otaku for more than 10 years, he still almost wiped out the entire protagonist group. He is still a person who values his partners very much. In order to rescue his subordinates, he broke into the base camp of the Four Emperors Blackbeard pirates alone. With strength, passion, dreams, loyalty, and righteousness, Gale feels that Moria is really just lacking the halo of a protagonist. If the Straw Hat Pirates didn't have the help of Kuma and Rayleigh and Sabayati, and all the members died in the battle, leaving only the captain, Gale doesn't believe that King Luffy would not be depressed. Would he still be able to continue laughing and shouting about being the king of pirates? He. Hey! Big guy, you look great. Do you want to go to sea with me as a pirate? I can make you the second captain. Moria spoke first and invited Weeble to be pirates together. After waiting for a long time without Weeble's reply, he said with some displeasure, Hey! Laozi is Gecko Moria, a great pirate who will be famous in the future. Are you looking down on me? Move away, you're in the way. Weeble said in a calm tone. Seeing that Moria was furious and ready to attack, Gale stepped forward and said to Moria, Your name is Gecko Moria, right? It's not impossible for us two brothers to go out to sea with you, but we have to find a way to decide who will be the captain. We can't just let you be the captain if you say you want to, right? He. Okay. So what method do you want to use? Moria smiled and asked, It's simple. Since we're going to go out to sea as pirates, let's decide it the pirates' way. Whoever has the bigger fist will be the captain. Let's find a place for you to fight with my brother. If you win, you will be the captain and both of us brothers will listen to you. If you lose, you will be willing to board my ship and obey me in everything. How about that? Mr. Moria, the future great pirate. He. That's a very good idea, simple and direct, it saves me a lot of trouble. Then let's go over there and fight. After Moria finished speaking, she walked towards the sea, with Ger following behind with Weeble, smiling. At this time, Moria had not been beaten by society, he had good physical talents, and possessed the Paramecia shadow fruit. He bullied weaklings every day in places like the Four Seas, and was invincible. He had never been defeated. He was so arrogant that he didn't even know how to write the word lose. How could he refuse a duel? The three of them walked all the way to a beach by the sea. It was a dark and windy night, and there was no one around. Hey, can we start? Moria drew out his long sword and assumed a fighting stance with extreme confidence on his face. The night was his home ground. How did we lose this? However, it is rare to meet someone with a body size comparable to mine, and looking at his muscular body, he doesn't look like a weakling at all. And if nothing unexpected happens, the two men will be his subordinates after this battle. Moria is eager to show off his skills to his future younger brothers and demonstrate his powerful force. Only in this way can the younger brothers completely surrender. Etc. What? You want to go back on your word? I can allow the two of you to come together. The previous agreement is still valid, so this should be fine. Let's get started. Don't dilly-dally. Moria's tone already showed a hint of impatience. Gale looked at him maliciously and said with a smile, No, I'm just afraid that you won't want to admit your defeat later, so before we start, I'm asking you if you want to think about it carefully. Don't think about it. How could I lose? If you dare to break the contract, I will turn you all into zombies. He. Moria shouted, and the shadow behind him began to gather on his hands. As long as you don't regret it, then let's get started. Gale smiled and spoke as he stepped away to a safe distance. Weibul, be gentle, don't beat him to death. Okay brother. Hearing Gale's caring words, the hot-tempered Moria was completely defeated. His eyes were fierce, the muscles in his upper limbs swelled rapidly, and the black substance in his hands began to condense and take shape. Go to hell, you arrogant brat! Shadow horn gun! Moria suddenly had a sharp black spear in his hand and threw it towards Weevil. Call out! The spear whizzed towards him in an instant, and Weevil dodged the attack by leaning sideways with the smallest movement. The black spear stabbed into the sand behind Weibul, causing sand to splash everywhere. Moria's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that the shadow horn gun would be dodged so easily by the opponent. Are you lucky? The spear on the ground turned into a pool of black shadow like melted wax. Suddenly, the black shadow turned into Moria himself, and the knife in his hand, which had just been charged, slashed towards Weevil's chest. I succeeded. Moria had a smile on his face, which made him look particularly ferocious and terrifying with his sharp teeth. Gale, who was standing by, nodded repeatedly. Interesting, Shadow Horn Spear plus Shadow Warrior. This combo actually sounds like Flying Thunder God. Clang! There was the sound of swords hitting steel, but the expected scene of blood splattering did not occur. Moria's pupil shrank. He had clearly hit the opponent, but a dark spot suddenly appeared on the opponent's chest and successfully blocked his attack. Is it also demon fruit power? Before Moria had time to think about it, a huge black fist was already whizzing towards him. So fast! Can't hide! Shadow Mage! Moria waved his right hand, and a black shadow instantly blocked the two of them. Puff! However, the moment the black shadow touched the fist, it instantly dissipated like a soap bubble being popped. Moria's eyes widened in horror. She didn't expect that her absolute defense would be as fragile as paper under Weibul's fist. Before Moria could do anything, Weibul's fist had already hit him firmly in the face. His facial features were instantly distorted. Bang! 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 After a loud bang, a tall figure was seen flying out at an extremely fast initial velocity, then flew hundreds of meters on the beach like a stone skipping stone, and finally stopped after crashing into a huge rock. When Weibul walked over and dug the person out of the stone, Moria's eyes were rolled back, he was foaming at the mouth, and he was unconscious. Gale showed a satisfied smile on his face and said, "Take away." Chapter 20. After carrying the unconscious Moria back to the boat and throwing her directly onto the bed in an empty room, Gale and Weibul went back to their rooms to sleep. I'm not worried about anyone dying at all. This guy has such a good physique, this minor injury should be healed by a good night's sleep. The next day, hey? Where am I? Damn it! My head hurts. Moria woke up and slowly climbed out of the bed, covering her dizzy head, looking at the unfamiliar room with a dazed look. Swish! Moria walked to the window and gently pushed it open with his right hand. A beam of dazzling sunlight shone on his face. As the user of the shadow fruit, he didn't like sunlight very much. Moria had to put his hand in front of his eyes to block it. After adjusting to the light for a while, he slowly opened his evil triangular eyes. All I saw outside the window was the deck and the blue sea, and I was temporarily sure that I was on a ship. Moria opened the door and came to the deck, where she saw 4 people gathered together for a barbecue, including the 2 people she met last night. Moria's face was serious. Did I really get knocked down by that muscular man with a punch last night? Is this really happening? This is not a dream. After thinking through the whole process, Moria couldn't help but take 2 steps back. When he was hesitating whether to run away, he heard Gale calling out to him, "Hey! Lao Mo, you're finally awake. If you don't wake up, you'll miss lunch. What are you still standing there for? Come over and have lunch with us." Baya and Fate were also a little surprised to see Moria. Wow! So tall. Even taller than Lord Weibul. I don't know where Captain Ghoul picked up such a giant. Hey, Lao Zi's name is Gecko Moria. Not Lao Mo. Also, Lao Z doesn't want to sit with you guys for dinner. We're not even close. Moria spoke in an arrogant tone, and he had obviously forgotten that he was a person who had just woken up after being knocked unconscious by a punch. He walked out while speaking. Hey, Lao Mo, you seem to be being polite when you say that. Gale stood up with a skewer of barbecue in his hand, and looked up at Moria, who was much taller than him. Also, You should call me Captain Ghoul now. Or are you, a 7-meter tall sea man, going to go back on your word and become a person who doesn't keep his word? Gel's aura suddenly rose, and a hint of Conqueror's haki leaked out. Moria's heart skipped a beat, as he then remembered that before the fight, the two sides had agreed that whoever lost would become the other's younger brother. He hesitated, his face flushed red. I agreed to the bet, and the other party won fairly. In addition, I was not harmed or imprisoned after I fainted, so the other party had shown enough sincerity. Moria finally felt that he could not betray his promise, and he said awkwardly, Captain G.L. Wen Yanger's expression eased a little, and he handed the barbecue to Moria and said with a smile, ha 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 ha. Welcome to join us, Moria. From now on, we'll be a family. Hey, family. Moria took the barbecue and silently said the word family in his heart. He felt that it was surprisingly good. He opened his mouth wide, took a bite of the barbecue, and then exclaimed, delicious. So delicious. How can it be so delicious? Moria's eyes widened. He swore that he had never eaten such delicious food in his life. After eating a piece of marbled, tender, and juicy roast beef, every cell in his body seemed to cheer for joy. He immediately felt that the pain in his neck and his dizziness were gone. After finishing the skewers in his hand in 2 bites, Moria couldn't wait to apply to join the dinner. He sat down familiarly and started to wolf down the food with both hands, without any courtesy at all. Haha, Uncle Moria, your eating habits are even uglier than Brother Weeble's. Baya said with a smile. Moria didn't care about his eating manners. He babbled something indistinctly and continued to eat the meat in big mouthfuls. Everyone laughed at his inexperienced look. Weeble had a serious look on his face, and when he saw that there was one more person eating, he quietly quickened his hands. Boss! What's the name of our pirates? We have such a strong lineup, we will definitely be famous in the future. Moria asked as she stuffed meat into her mouth. We are not pirates, we are an adventure group. Hey, isn't it pirates? Never mind, it doesn't matter. You're the captain, you decide. Ha ha ha, don't worry, there is definitely a future for you if you hang out with me. After saying that, Gale bought 5 bottles of ice cola from the system mall, 3 in cans and 2 in 2.5-liter plastic bottles, otherwise they would not be enough for Weeble and Moria to drink. Beer. The sound of opening the lid of a carbonated drink is always so pleasant to the ear. Gale raised his coke and said, come on. Cheers. Let's celebrate that we have a new partner today. Cheers. Gudong, gudong. Click. After taking a few sips of happy water, Gale burped comfortably. Come on, Lao Mo, say something. Hearing the boss words, Moria reluctantly put down the big pig's trotter in his hand. I thought, why are you suddenly speaking when you can't eat the delicious meal? He quickly swallowed the meat that filled his mouth, burped, and said with a smile, everyone, please take care of me. As a newcomer, I will work hard to become stronger and protect every member of my family. I will kill whoever Boss Gale tells me to kill. So reliable. Well said. Applause. Everyone continued to chat and laugh while enjoying the food. At this moment, perhaps only Gale knows in his heart that a real man like Moonlight Moria can really risk his life without hesitation to protect his family. Over the next few days, in addition to making training plans for Weevil, researching new dishes with Uncle Fate, helping BIA with housework and eating snacks together, Gale spent most of his time teaching Moria to practice haki and discussing some ideas about the shadow fruit. For example, Moria's shadow revolution, the principle is that the shadow and the entity are synchronized, so when the entity makes an action, the shadow will do the same action. Shadow revolution reverses this phenomenon and controls the shadow's action to make the entity make the same action. In the original book, Moria once used this skill to sneak his own shadow into Ounce's shadow, and then control Ounce's shadow to change shape, allowing Ounce to change his body shape at will just like a real rubber man. Gale's idea is to see if it can be used on the shadow of a living person, by controlling the enemy's shadow to control the opponent, like Minga's parasite string. If you can't control it, it's okay to imprison the enemy. It's also good to freeze the enemy's shadow and make the enemy temporarily lose the ability to move. You can still move yourself. It is much stronger than the shadow imitation ninjutsu of the Nara clan. There is also Shadow Warrior, which allows the shadow to swap positions with the main body, which is very useful when dodging the opponent's attack. Moria's own shadow can obviously split into countless black bats, so can each of the split bats be able to swap positions with the main body? It would also be great to develop it into a weakened version of Flying Thunder God. There is also the shadow box. Moria turns his own shadow into flying bats, and then surrounds the target with these bat shadows, forming a black box-like cube to trap the opponent. So can this skill be made bigger and stronger to directly open a shadow field like the room in OPOP Fruit, where it is dark and convenient to do whatever you want. End. After listening to Gel's crazy ideas, Moria's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Are there so many awesome uses for the shadow fruit? Why didn't she think of it before? Hey, boss, why do I feel like you are more familiar with the shadow fruit than I am? You didn't intend to kill me and become the next shadow fruit user, so you did a thorough study of this fruit. Get lost. I've said so much to you that my mouth is dry. If you can't develop even one of them, I'll blow your head off. Gel cursed with a smile. Part 21. On board, Gel and his friends had just finished their meal and were sitting together drinking tea and chatting. A strange laugh was suddenly heard, and everyone on the boat looked up to find the source of the sound. I saw a pink figure swinging down from the mast. Wow! Spider-Man! BEA blurted out that this man's movements were exactly the same as Spider-Man in the comic book she had read recently. Boom! Along with him fell to the ground the boom of the mainsail, which had been neatly severed. Gel frowned slightly. This BD actually destroyed his ship wantonly. Da-day! Da-day! The hard-soled pointed leather shoes made a crisp sound when they landed on the deck. I wonder if I could ask for a drink. The man looked like a dandy young man, walking with his feet turned outward, had a non-mainstream golden hairstyle, was about 3 meters tall, and wore a black suit and a pink feather coat on his shoulders. He wore a pair of goggles on his head, and still had the iconic purple glasses on his face. He wore 2 pairs of glasses in a very unique way, and his 3-dimensional facial features revealed a ghostly evil aura. After seeing clearly who this uninvited guy was, Gel slowly stood up and smiled. Do you want a drink? If you want a fight, I can satisfy you in any position. FFFFFFFFF. Doflamingo ran his fingers through his hair and laughed. It's such a headache, but it's fun. I didn't expect to meet someone as interesting as you in East Blue. Hey! I'll give you a chance. Become my subordinate. Join my family, and I can forgive your rude offense. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to kill you. FFFFFFFFF. Gel looked at Ming Ge speechlessly as he was suffering from his second-year syndrome, and taunted him, you're funny too. Is this because you lost the celestial dragons but got those stinky problems? Donquixote. Doflamingo. Ger deliberately emphasized the 4 words Donquixote, and this sentence deeply hurt Doflamingo's heart. After a moment of shock, Doflamingo's expression gradually turned ugly. He could no longer pretend and said in a cold tone, Hey! Who the hell are you? What do you know? Gel was not afraid at all, and continued to tease without mercy, ha ha ha. You're so anxious, so anxious. Who cares who I am? Listen to my advice. Don't act like you're second to the boss all the time. There are people in this world you can't afford to offend. For example, I am one of them. FFFFFFFFF. Doflamingo laughed out of anger. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I want to see what it means to be so untouchable. I want you to regret knowing too many things you shouldn't know. Gel had to admit that Ming Ge had truly achieved the ultimate in terms of arrogance and domineering, and that was also due to the group of brainless family codders behind him who had been guiding him since childhood. He was really the kind of person who would trip and fall while walking, and would send his entire family out to blow up the streets if he had a disagreement. Tripping? Looks like this road needs some repairs. Pa, pa, pa. Ger clapped his hands to applaud Doflamingo's courage. That's right. I don't intend to let you go just like that. Today I must let you suffer a beating from society. I will let you understand the dangers of the sea. Boss Gel. Leave this birdman to me. Moria drew out his long sword and applied for a fight. He was eager to refresh his record and prove his strength again. Only in this way could he say goodbye to the past and turn the page on being knocked down by Weibull with one punch. Gel thought about it and nodded in agreement. At this time, Mingo is not yet the Doflamingo who has mastered the Conqueror's haki and developed the fruit ability to awakening, and Moria is not yet a fat otaku. At this time, he is still the Gecko Moria who can fight in close combat with the future 4 Emperors Kaido. Then I'll leave it to you, Lao Mo. The other party is also a person with special abilities, so don't underestimate him. He. Just leave it to me, boss. Go to hell, you BD Birdman. I've been fed up with you for a long time. Moria flashed in front of Minga and chopped him with the long sword in his hand. 5 color strings. Just as the long sword was about to fall, Doflamingo calmly opened his 5 fingers and grabbed Moria's long sword. Ding dong. The long sword and silk thread collided with each other, making a crisp sound. Although he blocked the slash, Ming Ji, who underestimated Moria's strength, was instantly knocked back several meters, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Hey, you're really showing no mercy. You horned fellow. He. What nonsense are you talking about? Boarding the ship without the captain's permission is already a declaration of war. You BD Birdman. As he spoke, Moria swept his sword again, creating a gust of wind, and the pink feather coat behind Minga fluttered in the wind. Too slow. Minga raised his right hand and fixed the silk thread on the mast. He used the force to take off on the spot to avoid the sweep and used the silk thread to swing over Moria's head. Lower the rogue line. Doflamingo looked down from above, raised his arms upwards and swung them down quickly, and 5 nearly transparent thin silk threads fell from the sky. Moria quickly raised his knife to block. However, one of the fast-falling silk threads pierced through her shoulder. Because the thread was too sharp, the forked thread pierced through the deck deeply while piercing through Moria's body. Captain! Uncle Moria is injured. Baya nervously holds Gear's hand. Hey! Baya, I'm only in my 20s, not an uncle. You have to call me brother. Moria turned around and protested during the fight. She had been holding Gear's hand nervously since the fight between the two sides began, and she was even more worried when she saw Moria injured. Don't worry, I will help if there is any danger. It's just a minor injury. Lao Mo can handle it. Don't worry. Ger has full confidence in Moria. FFFFFFFFF. Do you still have time to chat? Doflamingo felt that he was being looked down upon, and the veins on his forehead became thicker. He tried to attract everyone's attention by laughing. How is it? The feeling of being pierced. Your tall body makes you a perfect target for me. Minga squatted on the side of the boat in a dog-shit posture, fiddling with the silk thread on his fingertips, pulling Moria's wound. He. This little injury is just like a mosquito bite, it doesn't hurt at all. It's even a little itchy. Don't play around with needlework like a woman, if you're a man you should face it head on. Moria sneered, not wanting to be outdone, with a look of disdain still on his face. When it comes to trash talking, he's also a king. FFFFFFFFF. Very good. I want to see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Parasite string. Minga opened his left hand and several silk threads shot out, tightly wrapping around Moria's body. Parasite string can control the opponent with silk strings like a puppet, which can satisfy a lot of bad tastes, so Doflamingo likes this move very much. Consider it my gift to you. Go. Go and kill your companions with your own hands. FFFFFFFFF. Doflamingo laughed loudly, his fingers shaking wildly as if he was playing the piano. However, the smile on his face soon froze, because Moria's tall body remained standing still and he was not able to successfully control it. What's going on? After years of being in North Blue, this was the first time that the parasite string failed, which made Minga break out in a cold sweat. He. Moria's sinister laughter was heard, and his figure had turned into a dark shadow without anyone noticing. You're not the only one who possesses the devil fruit ability. Moria's real body walked out from behind the shadow, staring at Minga with its evil triangular eyes, and smiled with its mouth wide open, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. Moria stretched out his left hand and grabbed the silk thread connected to the black shadow, jumped directly off the boat and pulled Doflamingo towards himself with force. Fighting on a ship is really restrictive. Come down. Minga did not choose to wrestle because he was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of strength. Doflamingo cooperated and flew towards Moria. He opened his hands in the air, and the pink feather cloak behind him fluttered in the wind. He really looked like a flamingo with its wings spread. Leg shave string. Doflamingo didn't dare to underestimate this opponent anymore, and he used all his strength in this kick. 8 nearly transparent thin threads shot out from the tip of the shoe, and the sharp threads kicked straight towards Moria. This kick was filled with murderous intent. He 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 he. Good timing. Moria also had a crazy look on his face. He laughed and swung his sword to meet the attack. No longer having to worry about damaging the hull, he could finally let go and give it his all. Boom! The toes collided with the long sword again, making a huge crash. The blast caused several ships docked on the shore to topple over. Oops! The little girl almost fell down because she didn't stand firmly, but fortunately Gear grabbed her in time. Crash! The originally calm harbor began to become restless, with waves crashing violently against the rocks on the shore. Thump, thump. The two sides did not remain in a stalemate for too long. The silk threads could not withstand the huge force of the knife and began to break one by one. Moria's face lit up with joy. Today is the day to regain his glory. He shouted loudly, and the muscles in his arm grew larger again. The terrifying force caused all the silk threads to break completely, and they could no longer stop the advance of the sword. Ha! Go to hell, you stinky bird man! Bang! Doflamingo was hit head-on by the sword energy. He flew out like a kite with its string cut. He did several backflips in the air to release his strength and landed steadily with graceful and smooth movements. Damn it! Doflamingo covered his chest with his right hand, looking extremely ugly. Even though he used the spider web to defend himself in time before being hit, there was still a big hole in the chest of his suit. The wound was not deep but a lot of blood had been lost, making him look a little disheveled. FFFFFFFFF. I admit that I underestimated you. Why would a man like you be willing to be someone else's subordinate? Doflamingo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned to look at Gale, who was watching the battle on the ship. In his opinion, both Moria and Weevil were very strong, but Captain Gale seemed to be the weakest. Gear felt offended. What's wrong with being my younger brother? You want to be my younger brother? I won't accept you. Moria thought, you know shit. Lao Zi also thought he was invincible a few days ago, and then, didn't you see that the bandage on my head hasn't been removed yet? Although Doflamingo is unruly, he is not a person who does not know how to adapt to the times. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to cooperate with the Beast's pirates after being beaten up by Kaido more than 10 years later. At this point in the battle, Ming Ji had already thought of retreating. The devil-looking guy in front of him was no less powerful than himself, and his fruit ability was also very strange. Even if he fought to the death and won, the opponent had his companions standing by and watching him covetously. Continuing the battle in this situation would be very disadvantageous to him no matter how you looked at it. Damn it! If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have let Toribel and the others wait at sea. I had to come to Logue Town alone. Ming Ji felt remorseful, but he chose to forget that he was the one who caused this incident. He. It's time to end this. If I take too long, I'll look weak. After saying that, Moria strode forward, determined to end the battle quickly. Because he just saw Ming Ji use the ability of string fruit to sew up the bleeding wound in one go, and the skin on his chest was as smooth as if he had never been injured. It would be unwise to choose to fight a protracted war knowing that the enemy has means of treatment. Spider's web. Boom. Ming Ji hurriedly waved his hand forward, and a huge white spider web appeared instantly, blocking Moria's attack again. It's these damn threads again. Assholes. Moria was annoyed when she saw the huge spider web blocking the two of them again. Take my move. Shadow horn gun. The black shadow in Moria's hand quickly condensed into a black spear and threw it at Minga. Whoosh. The spear went straight through the basin-sized mesh on the spider web and instantly appeared in front of Minga. What the hell? Doflamingo's pupil shrank. He didn't expect that the mesh of his spider web would become a huge hole. When masters fight, any hesitation can be fatal. Doflamingo came to his senses, but it was too late to defend himself. He reacted with his excellent fighting instincts and tried to dodge the shot by turning sideways, but he was still a little slow. Puff! The tip of the gun scratched his waist, causing a splash of blood, and then pierced through the pink feather coat behind him with unabated momentum, nailing the coat to the ground. It was just a minor injury. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and said nothing. He didn't want to lose his coat and was about to reach out to pull out the spear nailed to the ground, but the spear disappeared automatically. He. Before Ming Ji could react, Moria's evil laughter that could scare a child to tears suddenly came from behind him. It's over. Moria grinned and chopped with the knife. Clang! The long sword with a strange black aura chopped directly on the ground. Doflamingo was also stunned. Human body outline? Even this can fail? That moment just now was clearly an opportunity to deal a serious blow to me, so why did Moria chop at the ground? Could it be that Moria also has the same hobby as me of getting angry because of the uneven road surface? Although Doflamingo was confused, he was more relieved. Suddenly, Ming Ge felt a chill on his back and all the hairs on his body stood up. An unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped his heart. He jumped back quickly to create some distance. However, the sense of crisis has not been resolved. Ah! Doflamingo suddenly fell to his knees, unable to hold back a howl of pain. A hole! What on earth did you do to me? Veins popped out on Ming Ge's face and he roared at Moria. Under the sunlight, he felt burning pain all over his body, as if every cell was being burned by fire. Moria ignored him and picked up a black object from the ground calmly, saying with a smile, "He, what a nice shadow." Doflamingo's eyes widened. Before he lost consciousness, he saw an unbelievable scene. That's it. My own shadow. Bang. Doflamingo fell completely. The battle is over. Moria used the same trick, and luckily he got different results this time, otherwise he might have to abandon this combination of punches completely. Ha ha ha, good job, Lao Mo. Don't kill him, he's more valuable alive. Gale laughed and threw a pair of sea stone handcuffs from the boat, rubbing his hands constantly, unable to hide his inner joy. The first time he saw Doflamingo, Ger started thinking about how to trick the Dongquixote family. Of course, he would not let Doflamingo die in vain. Moria picked up Doflamingo and said proudly, "Okay, boss." Moria is nearly 7 meters tall, and even when Minga, who is 3 meters tall, is carried on his shoulders, he still looks like a little chicken. Chapter 22. In the living room of the boat. Crash! Doflamingo was awakened from his coma after a basin of cold water was poured on his face. He opened his eyes and stared at the blue-haired girl who was still holding the wooden basin in front of him with murderous intent. It is obvious that he is the culprit who poured cold water on himself. Bang! Oh! How terrible! Bia was so frightened that she dropped the basin and ran to hide behind gear. After she had a backer, she half showed her head and shouted unconvincedly, "The captain told me to do it. If you want to be mean to me, go and be mean to him. Why are you being mean to a kid like me?" Humph! Ding dong! Doflamingo was about to stand up when the thumb-thick iron chains on his body collided with each other, making a crisp sound. He looked down and found that he was tied up like a dumpling, and felt weak all over. It was obvious that his hands and feet were shackled with sea stone. Doflamingo felt very wronged. "I just came over to say hello out of curiosity. I admit that I couldn't help myself and did go a little too far, but I wasn't the one who provoked you first. Now I've been beaten up by you, and after that you want to tie me up like this? What do you want?" Doflamingo looked away and saw Ger looking at him with a playful smile. He held his breath for a long time before finally sighing and saying, "FFFFFFFFF. I admit defeat this time. What conditions do you require to let me go? Just tell me." Since the other party did not choose to kill him, it means there is still room for negotiation. At this moment, he is at the mercy of others and Brother Ming very rationally chooses to spend money to avoid disaster. Gear slapped his thigh and said happily, "Very good. It's comfortable to talk to smart people. Then I'll be frank. Young master, you are so noble and ask for so little that I feel embarrassed to ask for it, for fear of losing your face." Doflamingo couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Please, speak some human words. How about this? Just give me a dozen devil fruits and 10 billion Baileys, and forget about it. How about this ransom? Is it enough to give you face?" "What? 10 billion Baileys? You want a dozen more devil fruits?" After hearing Captain Ghoul's horrifying words, Moria and Bia screamed before Doflamingo could comment. Both of their voices were sharp and high-pitched, and Gale, who was closest to them, felt like his eardrums were about to be shattered. Fate also hurried out of the kitchen, thinking something had happened. Only Weibo was unaffected throughout the whole process. At this moment, he was lying on the sofa with a long spicy strip in his hand, wondering where to start eating. Gale scolded the two of them angrily, "Why are you yelling? Do you know who this young master is? 10 billion Baileys and a dozen devil fruits are nothing to him, not even a drop in the bucket." Brother Ming almost collapsed. "Should I thank you for thinking so highly of me? 10 billion Baileys. Maybe celestial dragons can really be taken out in one go, but his Doflamingo is no longer celestial dragons. Now that his business in North Blue has just started, there are many places where money is needed. He doesn't have so much cash. Even if he sells the entire Donquixote family, he can't raise 10 billion Baileys. What's more, there are more than a dozen devil fruits. Do you think devil fruits are cabbages in the vegetable market? Doflamingo said with a sullen face, Captain Gur, are you serious about this offer? How can I possibly come up with so much money in devil fruit? No, 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 I believe in you, and you have to believe in yourself too. You can definitely do it. Don't underestimate yourself. Ming Ji's face became even uglier. He didn't feel any sincerity in the negotiation from these conditions. Why don't you just give me a quick death? Haha, don't say that. If you have any difficulties, tell me and we can discuss it. We can say that we are not acquainted without fighting. How about this? I will take a loss and give you a 50% discount. How about 10 devil fruits plus 5 billion Baileys? The way Gale looked at Doflamingo at this moment was like looking at a mountain of gold and silver. The heat in his eyes made Minga's back chilled. What's wrong with this guy? Why does he look like a pervert? Hearing that the ransom was reduced by half, Doflamingo's frown relaxed a little and asked, why do you want 10 more devil fruits after a 50% discount? Faced with the doubts, Geer did not take it seriously and smiled, oh, this one, 9.5 after 50% off, you can't give me half a devil fruit, 450 is exactly 10 to make it an even number, is that okay? Hey, Captain, does 10 refer to 19? Baya was curious, and Geer did not shy away from explaining, silly girl, when it is beneficial to us, of course we should pursue maximum benefits. Watch carefully and learn well. Oh, I see. I remember you, Captain. Faced with such a shameless Ger, Doflamingo could only endure it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I can't afford it even at a 50% discount. Doflamingo shook his head like a rattle. Gear's face changed and he threatened, oh? If you don't have any money, what's the point of talking? Call your family right now. If you can't pay the ransom, Lao Zi will kill you. Doflamingo was no longer as panicked as he was at the beginning. After a calm analysis, he felt that the reason why Gale didn't kill him was definitely because he was afraid of him, and there was a high probability that he was afraid of his former celestial dragon's identity, because this damn guy always brought up the former celestial dragon's issue, deliberately bringing up things that were not related to the topic. Is he afraid of the world government? Yes, after all, it is a giant that has ruled the world for 800 years. It is natural to be afraid of it, right? Everyone is afraid, right? After sorting out the cause and effect, Brother Ming felt that he was back on track and smiled confidently, FFFFFFFFF. Captain Gil is afraid of my identity, right? If you really dare to do it, how can you patiently negotiate with me, a prisoner? Since you don't dare to do it, why bother pretending, why not? Bang! Ah! Without waiting for Doflamingo to finish, Gel pulled out his pistol and shot him in the thigh. The golden revolver was extremely powerful, leaving a bloody hole on Minga's leg. Blood dripped onto the ground along the chain. Minga clenched his teeth and his facial expression became distorted. He stared at Gel angrily. Xiao Ming, why do you have to provoke me? Aren't you just asking for trouble? After saying that, Gel slowly moved the muzzle of the gun to Minga's forehead. Ah, the captain is so scary. Why do I feel that the captain is more like a villain? Baya hid aside and couldn't help but say. He he he. This is the captain worthy of following. Moria smiled obscenely. He doesn't want his captain to be a saintly man. In Moria's view, gentleness is reserved for his own people, and one should be ruthless to the enemies. Gel continued to persuade earnestly, Xiao Ming, maybe many people are afraid of your identity, but I am not one of them. Even if the 5 elders fall into my hands, as long as I can't squeeze out the benefits that satisfy me, I will shoot them to death, not to mention you, a mere former celestial dragons. And you don't have to bluff me. I'm afraid the world government is the one who wants you to be killed the most. Maybe if I really kill you, the 5 elders will be happy enough to give me a certificate of honor. Doflamingo looked terrified. He felt like he was naked in front of Ger and had no secrets at all. Others don't dare to kill you because they are afraid of you. I don't kill you only because I want your life to bring me more benefits. If you don't believe me, you can continue to seek death and see if I dare to kill you. Gale's tone was calm, and his cold eyes and the black muzzle of the gun stimulated Minga's nerves at the same time. At this moment, he truly felt the breath of death. Doflamingo began to struggle frantically, with a ferocious expression, "Phew phew phew phew. Ha 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 ha. I was so angry that I almost laughed out loud. How dare you? I am a descendant of God. I am destined to be a king. How can I die here in such a frivolous way? Remember this. I will not die. I will kill all of you without leaving a single one alive." With a hysterical roar, a powerful aura burst out from Doflamingo. Conqueror's Haki. Gale was the first to be hit. His body was completely covered, his black hair was disheveled in the wind, and dark purple air waves quickly swept around. Just when Conqueror's Haki was about to reach Baya, Gale's eyes flashed red, and an extremely powerful black Conqueror's Haki burst out instantly, blocking Baya. Moria clenched his fists, his eyes were burning, and he shouted excitedly, "He he he! Is this the captain's magnanimity? It's really great!" The huge air wave blew down the vase on the table, and it shattered to the ground with a clang. Black and purple. The two completely different Conqueror's Haki were decided at the moment of collision. The black Conqueror's Haki quickly gained the upper hand and suppressed the purple Haki. How is that possible? Minga's glasses were shattered, but the red glass lenses were still firmly stuck to the frame and did not fall off. This quality may be due to the fact that they are made in Daxia. Doflamingo began to doubt his life. What happened to the saying that only one king will emerge among millions of people? Why does this greedy and treacherous BD in front of me also have Conqueror's Haki? And why is this BD Conqueror's Haki stronger than mine? While he was stunned, Gol's powerful black Conqueror's Haki had already completed the siege. Checkmate. Gale's mouth curled up, he was still very confident in his advanced conquerors. Inside the cabin, the purple Haki had been completely dispersed, and Mingo was left with only a thin layer of Conqueror's Haki on his body, still fighting stubbornly. At this time, Gale's black Conqueror's Haki completely enveloped him, and it looked like a big hand made of black mist holding Doflamingo in its palm. Gale's mind moved, and he instantly retracted the Haki that was released. Doflamingo collapsed to the ground like an eggplant hit by frost, and no longer had the momentum he had just used. Conqueror's Haki represents a person's will and spirit. If Haki is completely crushed, the person's spirit will be temporarily depressed. Gale squatted down and patted Minga's face, saying, "Well, can you talk nicely now? We are adults now, so stop losing your temper so easily." Doflamingo's eyes were dull, and it took a long time for his eyes to regain focus. He stared at Gear and hesitated for a long time before whispering, "I'll give you 5 billion Baileys and 10 devil fruits. But I can't take them out right now. You have to let me go first. Give me 3 years, and I'll definitely get them all for you." "Haha, that won't do. You don't seem like a person who would keep your word. If I let you go like this, I think it would be more in line with your character to find a way to kill the creditor rather than honestly collecting the ransom." "Yes. Laozi can't wait to kill you, UBD, right now, right now." Doflamingo thought so in his heart, but on the surface he hurriedly expressed that as a businessman, he valued integrity more than life. Gale was too lazy to expose him and continued, "How much can you take out now?" 1 billion Baileys and 2 devil fruits. That's all I have. Oh? Really? Gale narrowed his eyes with a playful look on his face. Doflamingo felt guilty and continued, "I suddenly remembered that there is another box of gold. Together with the gold, it has a total of 1.5 billion Baileys and 2 devil fruits." Gale patted Minga on the shoulder and said with a cunning smile, "You are still not being honest, Xiao Ming. Actually, I know exactly how much wealth your Dongquixote family has, how many devil fruits you have collected, and what the specific abilities of the fruits are. The reason I asked you this is to see if you are sincere. Now I will give you one last chance. Think about it carefully. Answer after you have thought it through. Damn it! There is indeed a traitor inside." No wonder Gale knew his intelligence so well. Ming Ji had suspected that there was a traitor inside long ago, and now it was confirmed from Gale's words. Who on earth is this? The one who has access to so much confidential information must be a high-ranking cadre. Damn it! He made me controlled by others everywhere, and made me look like a fool in front of the enemy. When I go back, I will catch the traitor and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Since everything was already known, Doflamingo gave up struggling completely. Although those devil fruits were very important for the growth of future family cotters, the only way for him to have a future was to survive. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Doflamingo closed his eyes and said with a painful expression, 2 billion Baileys and 4 devil fruits. That's really all. Ming Ge felt as if he had used up all his strength to say this. Haha, okay. I'll trust you for now. Then give me 2 billion and 4 devil fruits and I'll let you go first. I'll release your shadow when you pay the rest. Seeing that he was obviously reluctant to agree, Gale smiled again. Not having a shadow just means you can't see the light. For you who are determined to make a career in the underground world, it shouldn't have much impact. Doflamingo's expression became even uglier after hearing this. Why does this BD know everything? Becoming the king of the underground world is their goal for the next 10 years. Currently, only family cotters know about it, and each of them has been screened and assessed through layers of screening. Brother Ming did not expect that there would be people who betrayed him. Damn it! Doflamingo took a deep breath to calm himself down, then tried. Captain Gel's intelligence ability is truly astounding. Did he plant spies around me long ago? Oh? I haven't told you my true identity before. Seeing Doflamingo shaking his head, Gale said proudly, then let me introduce myself again. I am known as Xiao Ling Tong by everyone. When it comes to intelligence ability, I am second to none. As long as you can pay, I have a lot of hidden intelligence. Leave me your phone number, maybe we will have a chance to cooperate in the future. Doflamingo took the business card with the Den Den Mushi number in a daze. He looked at the unfocused young man in front of him and felt like he was being fooled. However, he still cooperated. Captain Ghoul is awesome. Come on, stop talking nonsense, contact your partners and ask them to send the goods over quickly. Pay the money and get the goods. As Gale said this, he placed a Den Den Mushi in front of Mingo. This was found on Mingo when he was unconscious. It must be used to contact other members of the Dongquixote family. Chapter 23. East Blue, a small island in the sea near Logue Town. A pirate's ship shaped like a flamingo is docked at the shore. On the beach, several young sailors were practicing physical skills with a muscular old man wearing a pervert tights and a rabbit ear hat. Is this the strength of the cotters? This old guy is too perverted. He has defeated so many of our brothers. Hey, hey! Don't give up. He must be dying after spending so much time like this. Yes. Charge again, you guys go ahead and I'll cover you. Go ahead, beat this stinky old man. Let's see if he dares to look down on us again. A group of young men rushed forward shouting and yelling. The bald old man looked calm as he slowly took a bow stance and prepared to punch. His figure is like an arrow on a bow, seemingly still but actually containing a powerful explosive attack. The left hand is in front, the palm is slightly bent into a C shape, the palm faces outward, the right hand is clenched into a fist and placed beside the waist, and the legs are moved forward and backward to form a bow stance, one empty and one real. You can tell he's a master of individual martial arts just by looking at his posture. What nonsense! You are 100 years too early to defeat me. You are a bunch of rude brats. Watch out! Gee! Ah! The muscular old man made all kinds of eye-catching poses during the fight and made strange noises from his mouth, but he soon knocked down all the dozen or so young men who were sparring with him. Pirates on board. 2 figures, one tall and one short, were standing at the bow watching the battle. It's so boring. Dover is really a fool to leave us alone and go to Logue Town. I also want to see what kind of man Roger, the king of pirates, is. The first person to speak was a greasy and wretched old man with 2 sticky snots on his nose that really distracted from the show. After saying that, he poked the plum blossom staff in his hand on the deck, and the 2 snots swung up and down with his movement. If they didn't stop, they would suffer from the chaos. This scene is really enough to drive people with obsessive-compulsive disorder to death. Looking at the snot dangling in front of him, the handsome man with a bowl cut and sunglasses quietly took a step back and said expressionlessly, "Stop complaining, Torrible. The young master has his own plans. Exposing your identity in advance will be detrimental to our later plans. I don't want to hear you complain about the decision made by the young master anymore." Well, I get it. Don't be so serious, Virgo. By the way, did you eat a hamburger today? Virgo turned his head, his expression still expressionless, a light flashed on his sunglasses, and he asked curiously, "How do you know?" Burgers are one of my favorite foods. Yeah, of course I know, because there's still some leftover food stuck to your mouth. Torrible said this and pointed to the right side of his face. Virgo touched his right cheek, took out a palm-sized piece of hamburger meat and stuffed it into his mouth, and said calmly, "Did you accidentally get some food residue on it?" "That was really careless," Virgo said as he picked up the coffee in his hand and took a sip. When he put the cup down, he saw Torrible staring at him with a complicated look. "What's wrong? Is there anything?" "It's okay, it's just that there's a spoon stuck to your face again, Virgo." "How on earth did you do that?" Torrible said helplessly. The two fell into a brief silence at the same time. B. Bhan. Treble picked up the phone and answered it. Den Mushi immediately imitated Doflamingo, but looked a little embarrassed. Mexi, any Dov, it's me, Torrible. Torrible, I've encountered an unexpected situation here. Now I need you to drive the boat to the west coast of Logue Town to meet me. Minga's low voice came from the phone. Virgo on the side heard something strange and interrupted to ask, "Master. I am Virgo. Are you safe now? Who is the enemy?" Doflamingo was silent for a while, then continued, "By the way, let's find a place for the new members other than the official cadres to disembark first." Virgo's face changed slightly when he heard this. With his high IQ, he had already analyzed a lot of information from Minga's words. They all knew the young master's strength. An enemy that he couldn't defeat and couldn't escape from must be very powerful. The young master might have fallen into the hands of the enemy. Is the opponent this time a powerful force from the New World? He tried to remain calm and paused before saying, "I understand, young master, please take care of yourself, we will be there soon. Any Dover, we're leaving right away. We should be able to reach the destination in one day if we sail at full speed. You must hold on." Treble squeezed forward, hugged the Den Mushi and shouted in a crying voice. Looking at the Den Mushi in his hand with a lewd expression, snot flying everywhere and becoming sticky all over, Gel pushed it in front of Doflamingo with disgust. Ming Ge saw the two snots getting closer and closer, and shouted anxiously, "Torrible. You're too close." Pika and Diamante also heard the noise and came over. Spades, hearts, clubs, diamonds, all the top executives of the Dongquixote family are present. On the side, after listening to them talking for a long time without getting to the point, Gear finally reminded them impatiently, "Hey, Doflamingo, just reminisce about the past. Stop saying useless things. Tell them to bring my money and devil fruit, otherwise it will be a wasted trip." When the four heard a strange voice coming from the phone, they looked at each other and nodded. Although it was a little hard to believe, it seemed that their young master had really been kidnapped. "I see." Doflamingo stared at the ceiling in a daze, and said to Den Mushi in a calm tone, "I'm sorry, everyone. I made a wrong judgment this time. I lost the battle. Now I need you to bring all the gold, Bailey and the 4 devil fruits in the warehouse to redeem me." "Young master, please don't say that. It is our fault that we, the subordinates, failed to protect the king. We should apologize to you." Virgo knelt on one knee in front of Den Mushi and said with a serious expression. The other 3 also knelt down. "Please. Everyone." "Yes. Young master. Multiply by 4. Just before hanging up the call, Torrible touched his head and suddenly asked, "Any Dover, there are 5 devil fruits in the treasure chest. Which 4 should I take?" As soon as the words fell, both sides of the Den Mushi fell silent. Virgo, Diamante and Pika all looked at Torrible as if he were an idiot. "Are you stupid? The kidnappers are listening nearby. Would any kidnapper think that the money you gave is too much?" Pika was so angry that his teeth itched. Didn't the young master know how many devil fruits there were in the treasure house? He deliberately said 4 to hint that they should keep the important fruit. "You are so good that you still need warm reminders. You are really a stupid teammate." Doflamingo's face was uncertain, and Ger didn't say anything. He just stood there and looked at him with a smile. "I am most afraid of the air suddenly becoming quiet." The two stared at each other for a long time, and finally Doflamingo gritted his teeth and said, Phew, sorry, did I remember it wrong? Thank you for your reminder, Torrible. Then bring them all here." The anger that made him want to stab someone could no longer be hidden in his tone. Crack. After the call ended, Ghoul put the Den Mushi back into his pocket. On the flamingo the four of them stared blankly at Den Den Mushi, who had closed its eyes again. For a moment, they found it difficult to accept the fact. Think about their Dongquixote family. Ever since North Blue debuted, they have been bullying and manipulating others at will and have never suffered any loss. Unexpectedly, when they came to East Blue, even their captain was kidnapped. Is this the legendary weakest sea? Yes, no matter what, the most urgent thing is to redeem Dover first. Toripole, who had realized that he had just said the wrong thing, said in a low voice. The muscular man Pika snapped his fingers and walked towards Toripole, saying in a sharp voice, "You're right, but before we go, I want to beat you up first to vent my anger. Anyway, your sticky fruit is quite effective in resisting physical attacks. Don't be fooled by their anxious looks. They are all young men around 20 years old, so it is inevitable that they are a little hot-tempered. Hey, stop messing around, Pika. Diamante, help me stop him. I'm going to make arrangements for the sailing." Diamante turned around and left without looking back, choosing not to help. Hey, Virgo, please save me." Virgo walked away with a blank expression. He wanted to beat up the idiot himself, and it was good enough that he didn't join forces with Pika. Ouch! Ouch! The flamingo set sail amid the screams of Toribel and headed towards Logue Town. Chapter 24. While waiting for the courier to deliver the goods to their door, someone had to watch over the meat tickets, so Ger and his crew could only stay on the boat temporarily. Fortunately, they had the system mall, so they didn't have to go back and forth to buy supplies. Ger was bored and sat at the bow fishing to kill time. After fishing for an entire afternoon, he saw that he would not catch anything again today. It was a bit hot in the sun, so he threw the fishing rod aside and shouted, "Weiabul, let's go get some seafood so that uncle can prepare dinner." Bang! Here comes brother. Weiabul threw down the dumbbells and ran over happily, taking off his pants as he ran. Plop! 2 figures, one big and one small, jumped off the boat. He did 3.5 turns in the air and splashed 10 meters into the water. Gale opened his eyes. The extremely clear sea water allowed him to have a visibility of nearly 100 meters even underwater. The colorful corals grow luxuriantly, like a large garden full of blooming flowers, and a wide variety of marine fish swim among them. The sunlight shines through the sea, casting beams of light that tremble along with the ripples on the water, as dazzling as the flashlights in a dance hall. The underwater world that has not yet been developed and protected by humans is so beautiful beyond words. After going into the sea, Weevil chased the big fish, while Gale swam slowly to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the seabed. He almost forgot his business. In the end, he could only pick up some fish that would not run away, such as sea cucumbers the size of his arm, black gold abalone the size of a wash basin, and some snails and shellfish, each of which was of excellent quality. Soon, the brothers returned with a full load and handed over the showtime to Chef Fight. Soon the rich aroma of food wafted onto the boat. "It's time to eat, it's time to eat." Weiabul held his special rice bucket in his left hand and wielded a 2-meter-long spoon in his right hand. High-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking techniques. The huge dining table was filled with all kinds of delicious food. Since Weeble and Moria were both big guys, even though there were only 5 of them, the space was just right after they sat down. "Captain, please try this sea cucumber. This is the recipe recorded in the book you gave me. Braised sea cucumber with scallions." Fate brought the last dish and helped Gear scoop a spoonful as if offering a treasure. "Really? Let me try it." As soon as Gale heard it, he became interested. As soon as he saw this classic dish, braised sea cucumber with scallions, he knew that Fate was studying Shandong cuisine recently. As the first of the 8 major cuisines, Shandong cuisine is the representative of the culinary culture of the Yellow River Basin and one of the cuisines with the longest history and the richest techniques. Gale picked up a bite with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. The sea cucumber is fresh and the green onion is rich and fragrant. The combination of these 2 simple ingredients creates such a unique flavor. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Fate rubbed his palms and asked nervously and expectantly. The sea cucumber has a ruddy appearance, is fresh and smooth when eaten, and has a crispy and elastic texture when chewed, leaving a long aftertaste. Gale ate several more pieces before giving a thumbs up. "Delicious. Very delicious. It is truly worthy of being called the extensive and profound Hyuxia cuisine. This taste has nourished generations of Hyuxia people, and everyone will be obsessed with it after having eaten it. It's delicious." After taking a bite, Weevil started howling again. Moria quickly joined the battle. If you were too late to eat with this group of people, you wouldn't even have a chance to lick the plate. This dish from Otherworld, scallion fried sea cucumber, is unique, charming, and suitable for all ages. It successfully conquered the taste buds of everyone present, standing out from many delicacies and becoming the protagonist on the table tonight. Chef Fate, who received unanimous praise, was in a good mood and satisfied with a smile like a kind old father. After eating and drinking, and clearing the dishes from the table, Gale bought an extra-large version of flying chess from the system mall and spread it on the table, inviting Weevil, Moria, and Fate to play together. The rules of flying chess are relatively simple, and Weevil can also understand it. At the side of the living room, BIA brought a plate of egg fried rice and a bowl of soup to Doflamingo, who was tied in the corner. After being tossed around for a whole day without a drop of water, Doflamingo was already extremely hungry and thirsty. When he saw the food and water, he unabashedly licked his dry lips with his tongue, a bit of a pervert. "I'll feed you, but I have to make a promise that you can't be mean to me. If you do, I'll just turn around and leave, leaving you alone to watch but unable to eat." Baya threatened Minga as he was tied up so tightly that only his neck and head could move. The two looked at each other, and Baya's eyes were wide open, showing no sign of weakness. Doflamingo's eyes could not be seen because he was wearing glasses. The corners of his mouth slowly turned up. He did not hesitate but opened his mouth and waited for food. After drinking the soup and taking a few mouthfuls of rice, Baya couldn't help but ask, "How about it? Isn't the fried rice my dad makes super delicious?" His tone was full of pride. "Fuff yuff yuff, what's your name? You are a brave little girl." Brother Ming looked at the little girl in front of him who was not afraid of him at all and asked, "My name is Baya." "Oh, then, naive little sister Baya, in return for your dinner, I will let you go when I take revenge on the people on this ship. Oh, by the way, there's also your chef father. Thanks to his egg fried rice, his cooking skills are pretty good. If he wants, he can work for me." Bea rolled her eyes. "Okay, thank you in advance, Mr. Doflamingo." Doflamingo was a little disappointed that he didn't see any fear on Bia's face. "Mr. Doflamingo, I think you are very pitiful. I advise you not to continue to go against Captain Gale. The captain is a good man. He is actually very easy to get along with. If you don't do bad things, maybe you can become good friends." FFFFFFFFF. Doflamingo was so angry that he could only laugh. "Thanks to him, I am tied up like this now, waiting here for my family to come with money to redeem me, and you tell me he is a good person? Although I am a bad guy through and through, he is definitely not a good guy. This BD may smile all day long, but his heart is darker than anyone else." Seeing that the plate was almost empty, Baya seemed to remember something and a smile appeared on her face. "By the way, Mr. Dovran, the captain said that this meal will cost you 1 million berries, and the service fee for the beautiful girl to feed you is 500,000 berries. I forgot to mention it just now. You see, the meal is almost finished, and you seem to be very satisfied with it. I will put the 1.5 million berries into your account first." Minga was silent. I watched the little girl clean up the dishes skillfully, then skipped away humming a song. The corner of Doflamingo's mouth twitched, and the food in his mouth suddenly tasted dull. He raised his head and looked at the ceiling, trying hard not to let his tears fall. A hole. It turns out that not only the captain, but all the people on this ship are bad guys. I will definitely come back. The next evening, the fiery red sunset was about to sink into the sea, and the clouds in the sky seemed to be on fire, burning the entire sky red. Morning glow doesn't go out, but evening glow can travel 1,000 miles. It looks like tomorrow will be a good day. Gale sat at the bow of the boat with a fishing rod in his hand, fishing and enjoying the sunset over the sea. Moria stretched the monocular telescope to its longest position and observed the sea with one eye closed. "He he he he. Boss Gale, a ship shaped like a flamingo appeared in the west. It must be the Birdman's subordinates coming. Hey, are you finally here? I'm almost bored to death. This is human nature. Once we get something, we don't know how to cherish it. In the past, I rarely had time to go fishing on weekends after work, but no matter how much I fished, it was never satisfying. Now I can fish anytime and for as long as I want, but it seems less fun." Gale stood up, patted his butt, and threw the fishing rod away casually. He caught nothing at all every day. "Let's go, Weiabul, Lao Mo, take your meat tickets and go say hello to our friends who have come from afar. Uncle Fate, you and Xiao stay on the boat. Humph. The captain never takes me with him when there's something fun. Baya pouted and complained unhappily, and Geer touched her soft blue hair to comfort her. The enemy might become desperate and a fight might break out. You are still young. When you are 17 years old, I will let you lead the charge if something happens, okay? Why do you have to wait until you're 17, Captain? Gale smiled and said mysteriously. Because at 17 you are an adult and can choose to fight. Gale didn't say that the real reason was that those who went out to sea at the age of 17 in the pirates' world were all quite awesome, and they almost cleared the game in half a year. Okay. It's a deal then. Baya stretched out her little finger seriously, and Geer cooperated by pinky pinching with her. It's a deal. Geer turned and smiled at Fate. Uncle Fate, just wait for us to come back and eat dinner. Okay, no problem Captain. Fate nodded and led her daughter back to her room. Gale looked at Doflamingo again and said seriously, you don't want to lose face in front of your younger brother, right? I hope you can cooperate and don't make things difficult for me. After saying that, Gale untied the chains on Minga and removed the rag in his mouth, leaving only a pair of sea stone handcuffs. Doflamingo looked unhappy and kept silent. Gale just doesn't want to make too much trouble. It would be better for everyone if they could make an honest deal. If Doflamingo insists on being irrational, he doesn't mind putting in a little more effort to completely wipe out the Donquixote family. Let's go, Lao Mo. As Gale said this, he jumped onto Weevil's left shoulder. Weevil then picked up Doflamingo in his hand, and the two of them were ready to set off. Moria said with an embarrassed look. Which? Boss Gale, how are we going to get there when the distance is so far? I can't fly. Gale was also stunned when he heard this, and then said earnestly, Old Mo, I don't mean to criticize you, but you have overdeveloped such an awesome fruit like the Paramecia shadow fruit. Look at Doflamingo, who has a mere worthless string fruit and has played with it to his heart's content. Even flying in the air is child's play. Doflamingo, are you complimenting me? Why do I feel offended? Moria scratched his head in shame and wanted to retort that he would still be defeated by me even if he played so many tricks. However, he was afraid that Captain Gale would start lecturing again, so he finally held back his words. Seeing that he had a good attitude, Gear waved his hand and said, forget it. I'll train you properly when I have time. Now try to turn the shadow behind you into a pair of wings and see if you can fly. The bat you made with your shadow can fly, so if you make a pair of bigger bat wings, can't your people fly too? Moria's eyes lit up when he heard this. Hey! That's right, it seems to be true. Why didn't I think of it before? Moria couldn't wait to verify it. He thought carefully about the detailed structure of the bat's wings and the principle of flight. The shadow behind him began to change slowly. A pair of large black wings with a wingspan of more than 10 meters instantly appeared on Moria's back. Huff, huff. The huge bat wings began to flap. The terrifying wind pressure caused circles of waves on the originally calm sea surface. The huge reaction force made Moria's body successfully fly into the sky. He. Boss Gale. Look. I'm flying. I'm really flying. Moria, who had not yet adapted to the ability to fly, rushed around in the air and almost fell into the sea several times, but he was still as happy as a child who bought a new toy. However, that ferocious face, the horns on his head, and now with the huge bat wings behind him, he is really looking more and more like a devil. Doflamingo stared blankly at the huge black shadow hovering in the sky. You should know that devil fruits with the ability to fly are extremely rare, and among the Zoans that are most likely to have the ability to fly, only a few can fly. As one of the beneficiaries, Ming Ge is well aware of the advantages of being able to fly. His sky's path uses thin lines to tie up the clouds in the sky to achieve a traction effect, allowing him to move at high speeds in mid-air, but it can only be considered half-flight, and the disadvantages are also obvious. Once there is no material nearby that can be pulled by the line, such as no clouds in the sky, he cannot use sky's path to move in the air. Doflamingo turned to look at Ger, his eyes full of fear. This BD seemed to know how to develop the devil fruit ability. If he gets those Paramecia devil fruits from me, I'm afraid that in a few years, Ger will grow into one of the top forces in the sea. A real man can bend and stretch. Why not put aside your hatred and try to curry favor with them in advance? While Doflamingo was struggling with his inner struggle, Gale had already brought 2 strong men, Weeble and Moria, to the deck of the Flamingo. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire hull of the Flamingo shook violently. Weeble and Moria landed heavily on the ground, leaving 2 large holes in the deck. Anyway, it's not my own boat, so I don't feel bad at all. What's going on? Is it a meteorite that has fallen? Several young cotters on the ship were dizzy and in a panic. Diamante held onto the fence to steady himself and began to scold, "Shut up! Don't panic! The enemy is coming! Get ready for battle!" "Yes, Master Diamante." After being yelled at, everyone calmed down, picked up their weapons, and rushed to the deck under the leadership of the 4 highest-ranking cotters. "Hey, Captain, it seems we are not very welcome." Moria looked at the Don Quixote family with teasing eyes. Weeble crossed his hands in front of his chest and calmly looked down at the pirates who were surrounding him. "I have to say that Moria and Weeble, 2 little giants with heights of 6 or 7 meters, are really impressive when they are shown out for a walk. Just by standing there, the huge sense of oppression makes it hard for the people on the opposite side to breathe." Toripole, Virgo, Pica, and Diamante stood at the front of the team. All 4 of them had serious expressions on their faces, with cold sweat already breaking out on their foreheads. Chapter 25. On board the Flamingo. Gudong. Although there were many people on the deck, it was silent, so quiet that you could hear someone swallowing. All members of the Don Quixote family clenched their weapons tightly, their palms sweating, but no one dared to act rashly, because their respected and extremely powerful young master was being held in the hands of the other party like a little chicken. "You bastards! How dare you treat my master like this? Let me go!" Virgo, who usually spoke the least, was the first to stand up and shout angrily. Seeing that the 3 people opposite him were unmoved as if no one heard what he said, Virgo became so angry that his face turned blue as if covered with armament haki. Gale nonchalantly picked his ear with his little finger and laughed. "We will release him after we get the things. We are trustworthy. Hurry up and deal with your respected young master Dover as soon as possible so that he will suffer less." "No. You must release Dover first. We don't trust you. We will only hand over the things after we confirm that the young master is safe." Treble pointed his staff at Gale and said. "You must be kidding. You're talking as if I can trust you? Are you going to trade or not? You?" Toripole was left speechless. Seeing that they were still hesitating, Gale jumped down from Weeble's shoulders, patted Doflamingo's butt in front of everyone, and asked, "What should I do? Brother Dover, your beloved subordinates don't seem to want to rescue you. Do you think they want me to kill you so that they can find a new master?" "FFFFFFFFF. Captain Gale, there's no need to stir up trouble here. I won't be fooled by you." Doflamingo's face was gloomy, and he turned to several top officials and said, "Give them the stuff." "But, young master. Need me to say it again?" Doflamingo's mouth corners drooped, his tone clearly unhappy. "Yes, young master." The 4 of them responded in unison. Diamante turned around and waved behind him. "Da-day, da-day." A sound of orderly footsteps was heard. Soon, a dozen men in black suits came out, 11 people in total. Except for the first one, the other 10 men each carried 2 black suitcases. The leader was a handsome man in his 20s, wearing sunglasses, 1.80 meters tall, with a slicked back hair and a small tuft of bangs on his forehead. He was dressed in a very standard and stylish gentleman's style. This man, whose style was obviously different from that of other minions, made Gale look at him carefully for a while. That's right, this person is none other than Senior Peak, a super invincible tough guy who values friendship and loyalty, has love and compassion for the weak, and is the least good at cheating. Although Senior belongs to the brutal and vicious Don Quixote Doflamingo family, he never changes his true feelings and bottom line, and is a villain that Gale admires more. Love in pirates is often tragic. In the original novel, Senior experienced the pain of losing his son not long after becoming a father. His wife was already heartbroken and became a vegetable due to an accident. Senior was so grief-stricken that he tried every possible way to cheer his wife up. After accidentally discovering that when Senior put on his son Gimlet's baby clothes, his wife would smile for the first time in a long time on the hospital bed, Senior always kept this outfit from then on. No matter how high-end the suit is, it can't compare to the value of this dress. No matter how others laughed at him, he always wore this weird outfit with a smile on his face, because his wife's smile was more precious to him than anything else. 11 thugs in suits walked up to Gear and opened their boxes one after another. There were 20 boxes neatly filled with Baileys. Many people on the boat were breathing heavily. When Senor opened the box in his hand, everyone gasped, because there were 5 devil fruits inside. The ship was suddenly filled with jewels and gems. This was a full 2 billion Baileys and 5 devil fruits. Even Captain Gale, who had seen the world, felt a little dazzled. Some of the young cotters of Don Quixote who were not strong-minded could not help but show greedy expressions. At this moment, each of them was fantasizing in their hearts, how great it would be if all these things were mine. Why would I still be a pirate? I could retire early, find a place to be a local tyrant, marry a bunch of beautiful wives to serve me, and pamper one every day without repeating the same thing. But their fantasy was soon shattered. Gale pretended to go forward and carefully check the boxes, and then suddenly made the 21 boxes disappear in an instant like a magic trick. The 11 people holding the boxes all showed panic expressions and looked around to search. A devil fruit ability that can store items? Doflamingo guessed, and felt a little relieved in his heart. Fortunately, this BD didn't eat a very tricky devil fruit. After putting the 21 boxes back into the system space, Gale showed a relaxed smile on his face. Now that he had the money in hand, he could calmly deal with whatever tricks the Don Quixote family had in mind. Even if Uranus Laozi comes today, don't expect me to spit out this piece of fat meat I have eaten. I said. Ger gently patted Senor's shoulder and spoke like a leader encouraging his subordinates. Good job, Senor. Thank you for your hard work. His tone was full of relief and affirmation. Senor frowned slightly, confusion written all over his face. What's the meaning? What went well? What did I do? Oh, you mean I brought the devil fruit, right? But do I know you well? Also, it's easy for you to cause misunderstanding when you say this. Sure enough, the next second, he felt Doflamingo's sinister eyes staring at him, and everyone else on the boat also looked at him strangely. I really don't know him. Let me explain. Senor was sweating profusely, wailing helplessly in his heart. They had agreed to exchange the goods for money, but now their goods have been taken away by Gale using his strange ability, and Doflamingo's people are still in his hands. They have been completely passive, and whether they will be released or not depends entirely on Gale's mood and character. Hey! You've taken all the things, hurry up and let our young master go. Virgo was anxious. He took a step forward and assumed a fighting stance. He was ready to capture the leader first. If the other party was going to go back on his word, he would rush forward and control Gale as a bargaining chip. The others also reacted at this time and took out their weapons and prepared for battle. When the Don Quixote family cotters saw Gear quickly retreat back to Moria and Weeble, they all thought it was not good. This guy really didn't want to let them go. Doflamingo's face was also gloomy, and he pretended to be calm. FFFFFFFFF. Is Captain Gale planning to play a trick on us? Don't be so anxious. Are you still unsure of my character? I just want to discuss one more deal with you. Ger grinned. Yes, I am very worried about your character. Ming Ge complained madly in his heart, but on the surface he still asked politely, oh? I wonder what other deal Captain Gale wants to make with me. Ger pointed at Senor and said with a smile, I admire your little brother very much. Let him follow me in the future. I will pay 500 million Baileys and deduct it from the 3 billion you owe me. You also want to get your shadow back as soon as possible, right? The Senor was dumbfounded. Can you guys please not hurt me when you fight? Just tell me what it is about me that you admire and I will change it immediately. Isn't it okay? Phew 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 phew. Captain Ghoul, you have family too, right? I lost my mother when I was 8, and killed my father with my own hands when I was 10. Family members above the cotter level are my family members who have shared joys and sorrows with me for a long time. 1 billion. 2 billion. They are all I have now, I will never. 3 billion Baileys. If you say one more word, I'll regret it. Make a deal. Doflamingo no longer hesitated, he had already suspected Senor was a traitor and wanted to kill him when he returned. Now he had paid off 3 billion foreign debts for nothing, which was really a pleasant surprise. Senor could no longer understand how the situation was going. He was sold out in just a few words. He was furious. He never expected that he was so loyal and sincere to the family. He had worked so hard to become an official, but he was sold out by his boss like this. However, at this moment, Senor was actually a little secretly happy. You know what, this 100-pound piece of meat was sold for 3 billion. This is an astronomical figure for him. This is a high recognition from the new boss. He himself felt that the money was not worth it for Gale. In fact, Gale felt that Minga had become suspicious because of him, the spoiler party. He would definitely launch a cleanup operation to catch traitors when he returned. Who knows how many people would be wrongly killed. Gale didn't know whether second-generation Heart Khorasan had already infiltrated the Dongquixote family. He didn't want to accidentally harm him, so he might as well pretend to withdraw the hidden man who had completed the mission. Anyway, he didn't expect Mingo to give the 3 billion gel honestly, so he might as well change a good subordinate. The deal was reached between the two parties, and Gear asked Weeble to release Doflamingo, who he had been carrying for a long time. Senor was a man with a strong sense of self-esteem. Since he was not welcome here, he would find another place to stay. He walked straight to Ger, turned around, and looked at Dongquixote and his group with a cold face. Hey, look, the moment Senor got to the other side, his whole demeanor changed. Yet, he's become so arrogant. He doesn't even bother to look at us straight in the face. This BD. I told you long ago that this guy must be a sixth-rate guy. You didn't believe it. Do you know now? Someone else whispered, but if a boss is willing to pay me 3 billion Baileys, I'm willing to switch jobs. Shut up. Idiot, do you want to die? If the senior officials hear this, you will never see the sun tomorrow. The people around him reminded him loudly, and the man quickly covered his mouth and looked around nervously, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he was sure that no one heard it. Senor's breaking of ties with his family was seen by everyone in the Dongquixote family, making them more certain that he was an undercover agent from the beginning. Gear happily put his arm around Senor's shoulders and said enthusiastically, Haha, welcome to join us. We'll be good brothers from now on. Don't blame me for deliberately framing you, Captain. If they really trusted you, I wouldn't be able to alienate them with just a few words. I understand. This is not your fault, Captain Gil. Seeing Senor's helpless expression, Gear smiled and comforted him, it's okay. You are free. You can stay on our ship for a while. If you think we are not good people or that I am not worthy of your following, you can choose to get off the ship at any time. This. Is it really possible? Captain Gear. Haha, of course, but you have to return the 3 billion to me first. Hearing this, the gratitude that was about to rise in Senor's heart was instantly extinguished. Looking at the smile on Gel's face, he just felt that this guy was a devil. Captain Ghoul, I will do whatever you tell me to do from now on. Please let me follow you. Senor said seriously. He knew very well that he could no longer stay on this ship. A penny makes a hero fall, so in order to pay off the 3 billion Baileys, Senor chose to work for his boss. Ha, great. That's great. Don't worry, you'll definitely have a future if you follow me. At least you won't have to work 996 and travel so often. I promise that when you have a family, your career won't keep you so busy that you can't accompany and take care of your family. As soon as I see your face, I know that you're a good family man like me, ha. Please take good care of me. From now on, my life is in the hands of the captain. Gel suddenly thought of something, patted Senor on the shoulder and asked, is there anyone else at home? Or is there a partner? If necessary, I can ask my Dover brothers to help send that person over. Doflamingo, do I know you well? Thank you, Captain, but no thanks, I'm all alone. Senor felt a little touched when he saw that although Ger was a taciturn person, he was really thinking about him. That's fine. Let's go, we made a lot of money today, and we have new partners joining us. Let's go back and have a party and drink to celebrate. Ger laughed heartily. It was getting late and everything was done, so he immediately took Senor and asked everyone to go home for dinner. Weibul had been squinting his eyes and pretending to be an expert, and he almost fell asleep. When he heard this, he couldn't help but speak, can we finally go home? Bro, I want to eat meat. Big chunks of it. Hey, Captain, I want a Coke. Ice cold. No problem. Captain Ghoul, should we leave here first? Senor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and reminded. Hey guys, we are still on the enemy ship. Can't you see that there are a bunch of people holding knives and guns staring at us fiercely? Can we leave this troubled place first and discuss the dishes for tonight when it is safe? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.